Alright. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, guys. How's it going? Yeah, lots of weird technical issues and some changes. You guys will have to let me know. I'm watching chat closely for some things, which I'm not going to specifically prompt, because then I'll feel like it's contaminated. But yeah, list is on screen, as you can obviously see. That's one little thing. I've only done this because I just want to see how the performance feels. I've rendered her at a much lower resolution, basically. What I had was a really massive file before, which I'd then shrink down. So I've just got a small file. That's a little 720p situation we've got going on over there. I could actually make it even smaller, but I've changed what was like a 450 megabyte file is now like 35 or something. So I'm hoping basically my frame drop or whatever that I was getting before was simply a matter of, it was drawing a lot from the hard drive. So that's what I'm hoping anyway. Yeah, I had a pretty shitty night last night. Went to bed, woke up a couple of hours later and then couldn't sleep. I was very close to starting this stream 9 hours ago. Seriously, at 6 a.m. In fact, earlier than that, about 5 a.m. Because I just couldn't sleep. I couldn't do anything. And I felt like I should be productive or something. But I knew I was on the edge, so I just sort of waited about half an hour messing with stuff, such as doing this list thing. And then I just tried to get back to sleep, and it worked. And now my sleep is completely fucked because it's 3:15 in the afternoon. But hey, I mean, it is what it is. We'll just kick this up and we'll see where we end up. Today's going to be 3.5. I've had some weird issues with Twitch. I couldn't log it. I couldn't start streaming a second ago, and I had to reset my stream key, which, given the big leak yesterday, I think is probably a smart move. Since I don't know whether people's stream keys did get leaked, but you got to be cautious. You know, you don't want someone wandering into that archive of information at any point in the next days, weeks, months, years, and then eventually, decide, oh fuck it, I'll just use this guy's stream key, and then someone's streaming to this channel and I don't realize. So yeah, I changed that, and that seems to have fixed it. I do have another problem though, and what I want to do right now is speak to Wooden Potatoes 2 viewers, but I can't, because my connection to my Google account via Twitch has been severed for some reason. And whenever I try to reconnect, it's giving me errors. It doesn't matter. And whenever I Google the problem, it tells me that it's a pop-up manager thing. And it's definitely not a pop-up manager thing. That is not what's going on. And I've tried it on multiple different web browsers, and it's not working. So I don't know why I can't connect Twitch to YouTube anymore. So that means my export button's broken. So that means I can't really upload yesterday's VOD. So that sucks. And the people who would watch via that can't even hear me right now. So that's the thing. The mic is cutting out. Was that the regular bug, or was that something different? I did just tap the mic. I'm assuming it's not cutting out too badly. I can see it's keying up. Are you considering it cutting out right now? Sorry, I'm drinking some water. Right. So, the first thing I just want to do real quick today is I'm going to do a Guild Hest roulette. You might say, WP, what are these? And the answer to that is, I don't really know. Maybe I'm doing this a bit early. I would love people to explain a little bit about what Guild... I'm not really sure I get what Lev quests are, and I'm not really sure what I get what Guild tests are. But they have a roulette for this, so if you have a look in the Duty Finder, there's like dungeons, right? Base game expansion. And then newest expansion is this dot. There's like trials. These are like individual boss fights. Base game expansion. There's raids, 8-man or 12-man, depending on whether it's Alliance. There's PvP. It's pretty clear that's what the features are in the game, right? But then there's this as well, and it's called Guild Hests. And they're like mini Well, you'll see what they are. So this one I've unlocked and I've never done. So we're going to do that because now I'm level 30 and I can do it. A massive tangle of vivified briar and vines known by the locals as toxic tamlin has taken root in Full Falls and is poisoning the water which flows into the Nim River and eventually down to the Rotano Sea and Limsa Liminsa. This mortal must be slain before the city-state's entire freshwater supply is contaminated, but to do so will require entering an area churning with deadly bubbles that releases noisome fumes and bloodthirsty denizens of the deep. So, I didn't really speak to anyone to get that quest or to get that story. It just sort of happened. And then they have a daily roulette where, you know, it will randomize it, but you get extra rewards. So, it's content that, as far as I understand, people skip and say, don't worry about. And I know that that's what Twitch's instinct is going to be to tell me about it. But I don't want to just know what's practical to me. I want to learn about what it is. I don't really know where it comes from. I don't really know what the word Hest means. I'm not in a guild. I don't think it's associated with my grand company. So I just sort of, I don't get it. So if you guys want to explain, or if anybody knows, that'd be nice. So anyway, I'll do that. Since I didn't do it last night. I did do my other roulettes last night. Except the main story roulette. There is this main scenario one is, it's a roulette for like really long story instances, but only a Realm Reborn ones. Heavensward hasn't expanded it in any way. So it feels like a really weird roulette to do. But the reason the roulette's there is because if you have a new player that's playing through the main campaign for the first time in a Realm Reborn, they need a huge party to do that content. So there's a roulette incentivizing veterans to go back to it. Of course, the other way to do it is to make it single player. But I guess Square really likes the big party vibe from it and doesn't want to compromise on that. So they add a whole roulette just for like 2 missions. Which, by the way, take like 40 minutes to do. It's mostly standing around in cutscenes the whole time. I'm not joking. So yeah, anyway, that's a little bit about roulettes. Bit of a conversation about it for Guild Wars fans who don't really get the game. Okay, so we got some responses in chat about that guild heads. Guild heads are basically training wheels and counters. Well, yeah, I get that. Each one teaches you something. It feels like lobby content. I understand that. It's a Realm Reborn introductory content for instances. They stop at level 40, along with Lev quests that carryovers from 1.0. Okay, that's brilliant. That's extra information. Thank you. Guild heads are basically baby's first instant content. Super simple fights meant to teach basic mechanics. Okay, where would I get them? Do they look like anything on the world map? Or the mini-map, I should say. Also, I'm doing a Thaumaturge quest here. In which, I'll recap it real quick. Welcome, what can I get you? I would like to know if Kokobusi the Cross has been here. Ah, information, is it? Aye, that little bloke was in here, bringing a blush to all the young maiden's cheeks. What he lacked in height, he certainly made up for in boldness. Left with more than one lass in his army did. Okay, so my Thaumaturge story at the moment is this one, Facing Your Demons. Your investigations have revealed that Kokobusi is in the company of a marauder and a Thaumaturge. You also learn that the succubus was seen leaving a local alehouse of several smitten maidens. So basically, Kokobusi was like a little kid. Sorry, just a Lalafell, might have been an adult, who was told he shouldn't be a Thaumaturge because he didn't have like the magic for it. Anyway, I go out on a quest while I'm training for it, and there's this vessel, like it's like a genie in a lamp kind of thing, and I'm supposed to just bring it back to the guild or smash it or something. Kokobusi opens it up, and like a devil thing goes in, like a void scent, I assume it is, goes in and possesses the guy, and now he's like running around, and we've got to stop him. I think that's basically the story I'm dealing with. So, Momo has chosen this as a new hunting ground. The maiden secured by the succubus will be prepared as vessels to hold her fully restored power. I fear they will already have been slain. As for the adventure as well, I can imagine what Momo intends for the Thaumaturge. We must find and warn those unwitting Laminsons before the void sense strikes again. You were told they might be headed north, yes? It would be best for you to follow suit. Okay. Sorry, it's not Cockabussy, it's Cockabucky. Oh, Cockabucky might be a nice one. Is it really up here? Okay. So, yeah, back to the guild hests thing. I understand that they're in the duty finder. I think I've demonstrated that quite obviously here. Oh, there's Thaumaturge Hunt Quest guys here. I'm going to do these. So this icon above these guys' heads mean I get extra experience for killing them because they are a part of my my hunting log. You see? So Pugilist, I didn't go very far. This is what becomes Monk. Thaumaturge, I've been doing a little bit closer. So we will kill these. In fact, these enemies here are what the last thing I need to finish this whole tier of my hunt log. So it should be quite exciting to see me kill the last ones. These were level 20 last time I was fighting them. They were too hard for me. Now they're easy though. So we probably need to kill just like 2 or 3. I really like this. I feel like this should be used more in the game. Like, I wish there were there was a log for Heavensward as I was playing through, so I had a bit of incentive to kill each open world enemy. I really think they dropped the ball on that. I was thinking more about the Guild Wars 2 versus Final Fantasy reviews. I'm pretty sure I want to do the 2 videos at this point. I want to do ARR v Core, and then I want to do Heavensward. So there you go. Look, difficulty rank unlocked. And entry complete. We get some XP. It's a little bit out of date for me now. But if you have a look here, we go back to logs, hunting log. I now have tier 3. So tier 1 is done. Rank 2 is done. And now we have rank 3. There's 5 ranks total. So if you look here, I think these enemies are level 21. These ones are level 22. It gets harder and harder to do. I don't know if there's any reward for finishing it, but I kind of want to get all of these boxes filled in. So I'd need to go back and finish Pugilist, and then I'd finish this. Dark Knight didn't exist in the core game, so it doesn't have anything there. Yeah, I've been thinking a bit more about the review, and I'm pretty sure I want to do the 2 videos. And I want to script like the bullet points on stream with you guys. So I think tomorrow, we're going to finish the story here today. We're going to be at Stormblood's expansion. I think tomorrow we'll do the Crystal Tower. And the day after that, we'll be doing the review for the core game. After that, I don't know. But there's more things I want to do following. It's just I'm pretty sure that's sort of my schedule, so to speak. Maybe my opinion will change in the next 48 hours. But I think that's what we'll be doing. Still here. It's still here. Somewhere close. Okay. WP, have you checked out relic weapons yet? No, that's a perfect example of something that I need to do on the review video, on the review stream. The review stream will not just be setting up bullet points. It will be, I need to get into my head each element of the core game. Even if I haven't fully played them, I'll just, you know, I need them there in the review to say, hey guys, I didn't do this thing. I just want to acknowledge I didn't do this thing. My impression being, it can still look like a professional review, as long as it acknowledges the things it missed. If it looks totally ignorant of the things it missed, then that looks dumb. But, yeah. Me thanks, me lad, me head. That little bastard said he'd give us the grand tour of Ul'dah. Aye, it's been grand, alright. Please, he took me mate further north. You think he was muttering about something about moon drip. I sense the presence of the void spend, but you have it well in hand. It's time to finish this, my brothers. Cockabussy will be a slave to that fiend no longer. I don't really know when these quests end. There is some content that is not accessible for Heavensward. Well, we're not doing the Heavensward review super soon, so I don't have to worry about that just yet. That's not the next 2 days. Oh, here you go. So look, now there's a Yarzon. This was not available before, but now that I'm on rank 3, it is. So I'll definitely kill a couple of these. So, yeah, back to the guild hests. Any other information about them? I know they're in the duty finder, but I feel like I should be able to see them in the real world. Is that true anywhere? It appears I'm being judged for having insomnia and waking up late, which I already explained. Will it just be a story review, as you've not done everything, but probably have done everything in core game? Yeah, whatever I don't do in Final Fantasy, I will remove from the running the Guild Wars 2 equivalent, if that makes sense. Unless I feel that Guild Wars 2 leads you to a better, it was more integral. I mean, it's all context-based. You can't go into this kind of shit with just a rule of thumb like that and just... But, what is my Thaumaturge's greatest strength? Overwhelmed destructive might. Yes, there are none who can match our propensity for fire and ruin. We need not run from danger, but rather employ our unrivaled powers to incinerate all that do seek us harm. Okay, so here's the guild Hess. You guys can see what this looks like. So, you know, I won't be comparing PvP. I mean, yeah, I won't be comparing PvP to PvP, for example. I'll just say, look, I haven't really played the Final Fantasy PvP at all. But I hold the Guild Wars in extremely high regard. I doubt I would find it better, but I can't know that for sure. I'll say stuff like that. The other thing I really need to do is I need to do crafting gathering. So that stream will probably have a lot of that. I feel like I really need to sort of be clear with that. There's dialogue at the top. It's way too much to read before it rolls off screen. Oh, I've done this one before. This is an early level guild Hest. We got to pull the turtle over to the herb patch, so that when he dies, he eats the herbs. No one would disagree with you on that? Well, a review isn't just to seek out things people disagree with. But the thing with the Final Fantasy PvP is my instinct tells me that it's not bad. I mean, don't they rebuilt the whole game for this game's PvP, right? The problem is I can't really trust people when they say Final Fantasy's PvP is bad, because people say Guild Wars 2's PvP is bad, and the truth, it is bad, but for reasons that most people are completely blind to. Oh, my traits are level synced as well, so I don't get my second crystal. That's interesting. The actual fundamentals of Guild Wars 2's PvP are incredibly good, but people don't get it. And they don't realize it's bad because of the timing of updates and putting the cart before the horse in terms of like supporting big tournaments and, you know, how small the scene is now and that its reputation perpetuates it as this small thing when it's perhaps a little bit undeserved. No, people don't really think about that with Guild Wars. If I went to a random Final Fantasy stream and I said, hey, how's Guild Wars 2 PvP? They'd all say it's dog shit. If I went to a random WoW stream and I said, how's Guild Wars 2 PvP? They'd all say it's dog shit. God forbid I go to like a StarCraft stream. I appreciate that's about out of date. Or, you know, an Overwatch stream or a League of Legends stream or a CSGO stream and I say, how's Guild Wars 2's PvP? What are they going to tell you? They're going to tell you it's dog shit. They don't really get it. And I feel like that's what's happening in chat here when someone says Final Fantasy's PvP is dog shit. There you go. And you get little bits of extra XP if you do it without people dying, but it's all power crept. So... fuck me. Yeah, my might. Oh, I'm not allowed to because this thing's hitting me now. Laughing Toad. Well, it's on my log. You need to check housing. It was in error. Yeah, I need to get a sense of all the things, really. I mean, if you guys... it's going to be really useful for you guys to be there at the stream for that. Because, this is kind of what I'm trying. I'm hoping that because I'll stream the creation of the review, I'm not expert enough right now, but I'm hoping people will find those gaps for me. They'll be like, WP, this review really needs a bit on housing, for example, or whatever else. I don't know how many big areas I've not looked at. Crafting and gathering professions, housing, PvP. What else? What else is there in A Realm Reborn that I haven't done? I don't know. Compare to these... Oh, I haven't done their world boss chain thing. So that's a 5th thing, which I kind of want to play a bit of as well. I want to play these things, at least a little bit. Drain my strength and assume your rightful appearance. You're wise to acquiesce, mage. The hunts? I've been doing hunts. I've been showing hunts on stream. I've done hunts. Oh, the world boss version of hunts. Yeah, I don't know how that works. I've done coils. My god, every stream there's at least like 6 people who say, have you done coils? Have you guys noticed that? Housing versus home instance. That's going to be sad. Well, I think that's a fairly valid comparison. If it's sad for Guild Wars, then it's sad for Guild Wars. There'll be bits that are sad for Final Fantasy, for sure. I've done coils. I forgot everything about them. I haven't forgotten everything about them. I remember the gist of the story. I would not be able to talk about Bahamut with any level of sophistry if I hadn't done coils. You do realise that? They don't explain anything about Bahamut, really. No, I do know the gist. Don't tell me what I don't know. I do know the gist. The gist is that the Allagans captured the fucking... they're not called Dravanians, they're dragons. And subdued them to continuously keep summoning Bahamut, who they also captured. And they put it in a giant moon, floated it in orbit. That was a power source. And eventually it all went wrong and they all got destroyed. And now there's some other Allagans that have come along. One of them's called Graiatia. He had like one of each eye color, and it's called the Allagan Eye. And he gets reinstated as the ruler of the Crystal Tower where the Allagans once ruled from. That's the gist, and I know the gist. What I've forgotten is the specific stories about how the 13th world of the Void comes into it and what exactly happened with Nero. Those are specifics, they're not the gist. I know the gist. And I wouldn't have had any of that information if I hadn't played it. That's 2 different raids? No, that's all the Crystal Tower Alliance raid series. Oh, fuck, no! Oh my god! You're right. I've just confused the Alliance raids with the... that probably explains why I don't get how the Dark World comes into it. Okay, I'm really sorry, to be fair. I just had such a horrible tone to what I said there. But I think you're actually kind of right, because I was thinking about the Alliance raids. I kind of know that... Okay, so coils, there is overlap. I mean, it's half of what I just said. Yeah, I just need to replay these things. That's what I'm doing tomorrow. I want to be clear, that's what I'm doing tomorrow. But, coils is more specifically about how they put Bahamut in the satellite. You're right. I kind of get the gist. The gist is that Louis Suar's Phantom is in there, and he was a primal that could restore the land called Phoenix, but he doesn't want anyone to know because otherwise they'd worship him, and that would restore the land. But that's bad because restoring the land would drain it of Aether. And that's about what I know. So yeah, you might be right. I mean, I very vaguely get coils. You're right. Sorry, I'm just a complete moron. My brain's not on yet. When you said all of that, I for some reason thought we were talking about the Alliance raid, which I get the gist of a bit better. I mean, they both have glaring holes. I mean, that's completely fair to say. They both have glaring holes, and I need to replay them, which is what we're doing tomorrow. They're kind of a similar plots because they're both Allagan plots. But yeah. I might be about to fail this duty, by the way. Because I haven't paid attention to any of the gameplay I'm doing. I haven't done any AoEing. What's V? Fire 2 is on V now, is it? I feel like such a dickhead. I was so smug there, and I was completely wrong. I'm really sorry for sounding so smug. I'm just feeling ratty because my brain's turning on. Yeah, I was half right. Basically, I know 50% of each story, and I combined them and convinced myself that, therefore, is 100% story. But it's not that, is it, really? There's the half of each that I'm sort of hazy on the details on. I especially want to redo coils because of the Louis Soir connection. Alright, we're all good. You see some thrilling Thaumaturge gameplay there. I think you'll all agree playing a melee tank is much more interesting. You at least move. I'd maybe start as a Dragoon, as I think you wanted to bring up how Estinian was turned into a main character in the review. I seem to really like that. Yeah, I don't know whether I need to experience that, though. On Wood Potatoes 2, someone gave me a great summary of the whole Dragoon class story. Estinians essentially looks like a bad guy through most of it. But then it turns out it's your leader, that your class trainer, who's the bad guy. You're awake. You'll return to us. So here's the question. Will he become a Thaumaturge after all this or not? Thaumaturge and Black Mage is optimizing how not to move. Yeah. Now, I want to be clear. Chat didn't remind me at any point about the Allagan Eye or the clones or anything from the Alliance raid. The thing I forgot most was about the Crystal Braves, not those two stories. The bit with Nail and Livia and all that. Is Livia in the bit about the Garlean interference at the coils and how exactly that connects to 1.0? I don't really remember. And we were talking about that a little bit yesterday because of the Warring Triads. By the way, we finished the Void Ark story today. I'm well excited to finish the Void Ark story. I love me some Diabolos. Every class is mobile if they miss GCDs. How exactly does that work? What do you mean by that? Let's kill these laughing toads before we move on. I appreciate I could have my Chocobo out here, but I'm assuming it's only one kill. Might be two. Yeah, it's two. Probably be a bit of a waste of a Gasol Green. How does that work, by the way, guys? When I log out of the character... sorry, when... Oh, no. When I class swap, it won't save my buffs on the other profession, will it? Or the other class. I should have risked that. Oh, come on. You want me to kill 5 of them? Black Mage has got triple cast. You can move all you want in that. In things in ARR, you can talk about beast tribes. Yeah, Guild Wars doesn't really have an equivalent to that, does it? It should have with the orders. They should have had the orders be the equivalent to beast tribes. Whenever I think about the personal story precisely, I get so gutted and heartbroken about the orders section. Because it could have been such a cool experience, like properly ranking with them and it feeling like it's a lengthy, real part of the story. If they just ended the game at Claw Island, they could have kept the focus on the orders, like, big time. And they could have had all that stuff. The Masteries and Hearthorns, that's not core. It's a core game versus a core game review. Triple cast, Xenoglossy. That's such a crazy word to me. Xenoglossy. Thunder and Fireprox. AM, BTL, Black Mage is definitely the most mobile caster. It's just a skill cap how to properly use it all. Yeah, I don't really know what any of that is yet. I'm excited to see, I suppose. No, I know who the Crystal Braves are now. I'm very familiar with it now, but on the streams before, when I started we're on part 12, right? If you go back to, like, part 2, Like, they were coming up in the story, and I was like, what the fuck is this story arc? It completely went over my head. I don't even think it's fair to say I forgot about the Crystal Braves. I think it's that I completely skimmed everything about them. I think my guess about what happened is that I didn't distinguish in my mind between when I was playing 4 months ago, I didn't distinguish in my mind what the difference between a Scion and a Crystal Brave was. I just assumed there were different terms with slightly different meaning, obviously, but not worth looking into. So my suspicion, and again, it's just a suspicion about what I was doing, is that I was thinking, oh, we're just talking about Scions. Skim, and I glossed over it, like, majorly. Which caused me to just completely zone out, basically, of a whole element of the drudgery that was the A Realm Reborn story. Or the Season 1 story, essentially. What do we call that? The 2.0 series of patches? I appreciate I've just walked, but I actually would prefer to walk. I was talking to Mike a little bit about this yesterday, and he sees it as well. I really don't like how it's just TP around, click, 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 click. Guild Wars does it as well, and I don't know. It looks like there's some kind of debate about which is more mobile, red mage or black mage. And the weather's nice in game at the moment, so let's do it. I like when I see a whole debate about a thing in chat that I just cannot contribute to at all. I genuinely mean that, because it's like we've got proper invested fans that are interested in something. I do not know what the debate, black mage versus red mage. I don't know. I think red mage sounds like it moves more, because isn't it a part of its kit to have a melee in a ranged phase? Sounds like black mages can move almost as a consequence of their kit, but red mage designs for it. Isn't that the situation? Am I wrong? You would think. I mean, I'm a blank slate on this. I'm willing to be influenced either way. Okay, so I get Mana Ward. Mana Ward allows me to block a bit of damage. It's essentially a Scourge F3. Though I assume it lasts a lot longer because the combat pace is a lot slower in this game. A new chapter of New Game Plus has been added. So that's it. Is that the Thaumaturge quest done? I think I finished Thaumaturge, guys. DPS quests? Hey! And then this came in with Living World, I guess? And then this comes in with Part 2. With Heavensward? Part 2. That's how slow my brain's working. That's quite embarrassing. Did I get a crystal now? No. When do I get the crystal? It's not done then. I need to level more? But he's not got a quest for me. I know what you're going to say. Put on the UI element that leads you to quests. It's okay, it's here. Taking the black. Mana font and the soul of the black mage. Macon, I've been waiting for you. In a way, please let me explain. Do you know of the Mamarasaja pit? It's a prison here in Uldar. In prison, a man will do almost anything to keep his mind occupied. Of late, one inmate claims to hear the voice of Nold Thal. No doubt he's lost his mind after serving 100 years of a life sentence. Nold Thal being the god, right? But he knew you by name, Maker. Isn't he the patron god of this area? It's like the twin god of, like, money and fire or some shit. But he knew of you by name, Macon, and maintains the trader's demand you win the gem of Chateauteau and exchange it for his relief. A farce, no doubt. I make nothing of it more than a maniacal ravings of a cell-crazed, sweaty-toothed madman. Sweaty-toothed. But I fear the only way to be sure is to free him of the pit. The prisoner's name is Kukuraka Tartaruka. And as if his story were not proof enough of his lunacy, he also styles himself a black mage. But such magic was lost to Eorzea centuries ago. Who does the senile charlatan think he will fool with such rubbish? Oh, so culturally, there's only really thaumaturges around. Black mages are like ancient. Nevertheless, he's invoked the name Nordthal, and so the Order feel unwise to ignore his words. Though I am still no believer, you have come as he said you would. So let us get to the bottom of this, shall we? Maybe you're an agent of fate, or perhaps you are merely a crooked old man's accomplice. In either case, I ask that you travel to Highbridge in Eastern Thanalan. Seek out the planar fissure, a rift between this world and the next. What the fuck? Fell where the beasts might lurk there, and water the earth with their blood. According to our jailed mama, doing so will give rise to the gem. The gem is no more than some petty stone often mentioned in bedtime stories and the tales of fairies. We shall see if it truly exists. I'll await to see your findings here. Return me when the deed's done. Taking the black. That's not a GOT reference. A Game of Thrones reference, is it? Alright, let's go. Assuming I'm strong enough to do it. I mean, they gave me the quest. A little bit of a story about my first experience in this game. When I was a pugilist, which becomes monk, I finished the pugilist story. And you know how monk unlocks at 30? Just as black mage here is unlocked at 30. I didn't actually get my monk crystal. I didn't do the monk bit. I stayed a pugilist. For at least another, like, 20 levels. Probably, like, I don't know, 10 to 15 hours of gameplay. I just didn't do it. And everyone on Discord was saying, why aren't you doing it? Why aren't you doing it? And I don't know. I just felt overwhelmed by all the stuff to do in the game, and I wanted to take things slowly. Also, I was under the like, as you guys watch this stream, and you hear, oh, he's a thaumaturge. Now he's going to become a black monk. I think there's a suggestion there that a lot's going to happen. That it actually means something to have a thaumaturge become a black mage. And let me tell you now, it doesn't. It doesn't mean anything. It just continues the progression. And to me, I feel like that's a bit deceptive almost. It makes me think of in Maple Story. Let's see, a green. I don't know if you guys have ever played Maple Story, but in that game, you'd be like a beginner class. And then eventually you'd become like an archer. Sorry, you become like a hunter. And then, like 20 levels on, and this is a very grindy game, so I'm talking about months of gameplay, you could choose to take your hunter into either a crossbowman or an archer. And then they would... So it was like a tapestry. It was like you kept specializing as you went along and making choices. So it kind of mattered when... And the new classes contained the old classes, but like... It was like a branch. It was a progression you were going down. Final Fantasy kind of suggests it's doing that with the Thaumaturge becoming a black mage, but it doesn't. But then there is a class. I can't remember what it is. I think it's Scholar. One of the classes does do the Maple Story thing. One of them does branch. So I don't know whether like they had ambitions for them all to branch at some point because they were looking at like Eastern MMOs like Maple Story that did that. Void Scent Blood. What does it say? The cold blood of a creature not of this world. For some reason, it won't coagulate. So they did do... So it's like this sort of... It's like it was going to be Thaumaturge becomes Black Mage or Red. Or Thaumaturge will become black or white, maybe, for example. Obviously, that's not... That specific example doesn't work, but I'm representing a concept. And then they just didn't do it, and new expansions just skip ahead. And I don't know, I'm sort of vaguely disappointed by that. So anyway, when I was playing Pugilist becoming Monk, I kind of just got lost thinking that's what might happen, and it might be really exciting, and it's just not. If anyone in chat thinks I'm wrong on this or has extra information, let me know. Pop your weapon, friend. Kazakh Ka means you no harm. It's Arcanist, that's it. Arcanist branches into either Scholar or Summoner, which is cool, but I don't know, I feel like that should be everywhere to justify the concept. Ashen Tail says you used to have to level different classes to open jobs. Well, what does that mean? That's what I'm doing already. I leveled Thaumaturge to open Black Mage. How is that news? How is that different? You are the one whom the prophecy speaks. So it's the Malja. These guys are basically one of the beast tribes around here. By not your hand was not the blood of these creatures spilt upon this vein. Then you've earned this gem. Take it. I'll know what to do with it in the time comes. Oh, he gives me the gem. So there's something going on. Back in the day, there were different requirements. For example, Black Mage needed you to have a level 30 Thaumaturge and a 15 Archer before you could ascend. Oh. Oh, keep going. Keep talking. What else? There were cross skills. You could use skills from other classes. That's why you needed to level other classes. And they just... Is this 1.0 or is this a Realm Reborn and then they got rid of it? In 1.0, they only had the base classes. The Final Fantasy jobs weren't there. When Yoshi P took over, he thought it was crazy that the Final Fantasy MMO didn't have a class like Black Mage or White Mage, and he added them as jobs in later patches. This is how the game worked all the way up to Heavensward. Oh, wait, all the way up to Shadowbringers? It was all the way up to Shadowbringers. It was a balancing nightmare. Bard equaled 30 Archer and a 15 Pugilist. Summoner was a 30 Arcanist and a 15 Scholar, a 15 Thaumaturge. Scholar was a 30 Arcanist, so it was always a 15-30 split. This ended in Stormblood. Oh, I quite like it. Ah, the thing is, right, it might have been objectively worse. I acknowledge that it might have been worse. But because the traces of the system are still in the game, and I didn't get to experience it, it makes me sad they got rid of it. Does that make sense? I'm going to waypoint, because it's just going to be a nightmare of those. It functions fine and a good way to spot idiots in dungeons. A 50 pugilist obviously missed the plot somewhere. Like a Dark Knight who's never done any quests, except you can actually tell looking at them. I'm guessing you're trolling me precisely there, because I was both of those things. An idiot that lost the plot. I think that's quite unfair. Does Summoner intrigue you? I find it's the most Final Fantasy job. It's really thematic to the franchise. It does intrigue me, and I've seen in Endwalker that Summoners summon their own fucking primals, which sounds like a spoiler to me as far as the story's currently concerned. What with the whole tempering thing. So I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, it looks good, and I like minion builds, so that's interesting just on its own. Well, you certainly smell as though you've been off spilling blood. But will it take more than a waft of foulness to convince me you are an agent of divine will? I take it yours was an eventful journey. I seriously doubt Nordthal is manipulating things here. But something's going on. It's just, I think the old system, when it becomes something you make a decision about, it's justified in the game. You don't make any decisions in the progression between Thaumaturge and Black Mage. If the player doesn't make any decisions, if it's all just on rails, to me, it just looks like completely meaningless fluff and untapped potential. At least before there was an interaction going on, even if it was an interaction of grind. I appreciate the balance concerns they may like to have got rid of. But I feel like the game has lost a little something there. But okay, I mean, I now understand why the game is why it is. It's just another thing on a massive pile of, like, semi-broken... Ooh. And lost features. It's not a spoiler. The summoners will be summoning aspects of the primal rather than the full one. Oh, okay. Holy shit, it's Vivi. Except not quite. Kukuraka, what are you doing here? How have you escaped the pit? With your tongue, you insolent... Oh, sorry. Watch your tongue, you insolent fool. Master has passed a century in meditation communicating with Nordthal. You will address him with the proper respect. It's obviously how the FF1 Black Mage looked too. It's just a quintessential Final Fantasy Black Mage. Oh, this is why they put it in Thanlan, is it? Because Lala fell everywhere and it works. The jailers of the Marasaja pit are very different from the heretics of your order. Suffice it to say, they had wisdom enough to listen. Must I remind you again? The will I speak of is that of Nordthal himself. The true criminal is he who ignores the words of a god. Beware, Kukuruka. The 12 seldom spare those who claim their voice. This mummer's fast will bring disaster to us all. The cause of the disaster will be of no words of mine, of that be sure. Nordthal spoke unto me. By his own declaration, the seal of the Void Gate will be broken. Once thrown open, it can be closed once more by none but he who bears the gem of Shatoto. Is that Nordthal there? I speak of you, Macon Rifgaji. Yeah, the Lalafell names are crazy, eh? The gem you hold is the mark of the Mage of the Black. With it in hand, you must now set forth to gather the keys needed to seal the Void Gate. I feel like I've heard this phrase Void Gate many times. WP needs to make it in the corner instead of this. I know I do, but I haven't figured out how to put green screen onto G-pose. Wait, you can't. I mean, you don't have the right to. I can't let this happen. Silence, you hollow-pated prig. Those who do not shall listen shall not be heard. You take for yourself the title of Thaumaturge, and so I will not suffer you to claim ignorance. You know as well as any the existence of a netherworld rife with shadow and monstrosity, the Void. Whenever we're talking about the Void, we're really just talking about the 13th world, right? We're not talking about everything that... Are we not talking about the thing that destroyed the 13th world, which is much larger and all-encompassing? Are we talking about the world specifically? Is it just that the 13th world has now joined the Void? What is this precise thing? As the power of the Void waxes... Went a bit German there. The barrier between it and... oh, no, I didn't. That's V's into W's, isn't it? It's not W's into V's. And our own world wanes. Eventually, that barrier will falter. The Void Gate will open. Once it has, only the black magic of Eld can reseal it. This is sacrilege. The 13th world is a void, not the void. In this case, the void is the 13th. In this case, is in this quest. The gem of Shatoto is our sigil, the mark of the Magi devoted to the true dark art. In it, you already possess the first key. You have taken the black, but it is time needed before the black takes you, before it permeates the mind and body and colors every fiber of your being dark as pitch. I don't think he realizes he's speaking to a dark knight. He's just speaking to a lowly thaumaturge. The void is a generic term that Eorzeans have given to a dark realm they believe exists beyond their own. When a creature is deemed too unnatural to be of Eorzea, such as Ahriman, they are categorized as void sent, based on the common belief that they were sent by sinister force from beyond the corporeal realm. That description there, I'm guessing you just copy-pasted from Wiki. I quite like how it very much pins these phrases into the cultures that are using them, rather than definitive truths. That's something that ArenaNet messes up quite often. It's something that the Elder Scrolls franchise does quite well quite often. I think the more that you do that, the more you can fuck around and retcon and change things long term. Because you can just say, well, it was the cultures that were wrong. We've added some new information now. Why are you trying to confuse WP? Who's trying to confuse me? People are giving me the name of the 13th world and stuff now, which I feel is sort of spoilery, because I don't know that yet. I just know it exists. I guess I was trying to ask, is there a distinction between the world itself that fell to darkness, or the darkness that it fell to? Is there a distinction? That's what I get. Now, if the wiki description is suggesting there's not really, because it's just a cultural term and none of those people that use the term actually know the specifics, then I have my answer, don't I, really? The answer is both, because it's ill-defined, because it's not hard science when we use that phrase. I should have aetherited, but then again, I haven't streamed any of these areas. I kind of want to go to the shops here and buy a new set of gear for my Thaumaturge. Now that I'm level 30, I'm sure that there's better stuff I can wear. But mind you, did that quest give me... When I beat the Thaumaturge story... I guess it didn't. By the way, last night, I did play a tiny bit of this game, and I had a little look at idle shit. I saw the weapon that has +5 stats on it. But I need like 8 tickets or something. I don't know where those tickets come from, so... Just a heads up, WP, this is the most miserable job to level. Actually, one of the reasons I kind of want to do this is because of that reputation. Oh yeah, this class has multiple weapons it can use as well, which is not something that I've experienced anywhere else. And again, is like I feel like it's a bit of a shame that that's lost. Oh. Fuck, guys. I wish you'd tell me when you can't hear it. I really wish you'd tell me when you can't hear it. Master is meditating in his chambers, for Nord Thought always speaks, and Master must listen. He's entrusted me with guiding you on your path, but you must walk yet alone. Right. Well, we get the crystal. WP, you're looking at Heavensward raid gear. I don't think you're right. I don't think you're right. I was specifically told that eye level cap is 270. Except there is one obscure area of the game where you can get 275, but it requires you to keep playing the raid. Only raiders get that last 5 levels. Even after tomestones and everything was added, only raiders get added it. That's what I was taught before. Am I wrong? Because now someone in chat is saying I'm wrong again. Oh, you can get it with relics as well? So there is a tomestone 275. Can someone just... There's so many messages, and they're all saying different things. Can someone just tell me if tomestones can give me the 275? Yeah, okay. I think tomestones can't give you the 275. You have to raid for it, right? There is no tombstone 275. Thank you. Yeah, which is what I've been saying. So, yeah, you have to do the raid if you want to get it. I mean, it's a bit silly to get it for most players because they would just go into Stormblood and then therefore be getting better items straight away. You understand? But for me, who's going to have a break because this is free trial, it's somewhat interesting to me. Oh, and then the relic gear. Oh, when you guys are saying relic, you're talking about the relic gear. I see. Which also is 275. That makes sense. Okay, we're done with this opener. We can go to the patch now, I think. Is there anything else I wanted to show off or do? I could equip my crystal. And then I can call myself a black mage. Oh, that's going to break my UI thing now. So, yeah, it took all my buttons and stuff away. Yeah, I got to redo all my hotbars and stuff. It's okay, though, because we won't be playing that again on stream, so I won't be boring you guys with all of that. Okay, so... now, for the first time, it's quite interesting. Are they going to take me to Ishgard? For the first quest. They're not. Oh, we're fully out of Heavensward now, it feels like. We're not even starting at Ishgard anymore. 3.1 was Ishgard, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, which we did yesterday. Still started at Ishgard and still felt Ishgard parallel. But this time, we're back to opening here. I quite like that. Feels like we're moving on. Bye-bye, Heavensward. Welcome, Stormblood. So I just want to say again, we had some very generous donations yesterday and the day before, which means in theory I can just buy these X-Packs straight away. And I know that, but I'm actually going to wait because obviously I want to do the review and I want to, like, you know, flesh out my experience a bit more before we go ahead. I'm not going to wait till November 10th, Heavensward late, but I will wait. Tataru has a request for you. Aiken, just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favour? I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forge. It won't take long, I promise. Can I ask just a totally random question to you guys? About Guild Wars. I was looking at the Halloween stuff, and they're really pushing for new players and stuff at the moment with the bloodbound weapons and whatever. They're really, really trying. ArenaNet's trying, you can see, which is good. I was wondering though, are there any? Are they still getting like streamers and stuff? Are popular people moving to the game still? I know that a few popular, and I'm asking here on Twitch specifically because I'm assuming you guys would know this. Why do the colours feel so weird right now? Gloom. What the fuck? Does anyone know if there's any activity? Are there new people? New World took them all away. All the streamers went to New World. Fuck, that's brutal. Is that for real? None at all? Most new Guild Wars 2 streamers are just MMO hoppers. What kind of energy do they put in? Is it similar to what I'm doing with Final Fantasy here? Is it more? Is it less? Like, if anyone has an example off the top of their head of some big streamer that came to Guild Wars 2 and then left, right? What were they doing in it? Was it basically exactly like this? Or was it, you know, in what ways was it different? Should I be putting in more effort? Less effort? I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. Right, everyone, ready to get to work? No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. They did not leave. They went to try it and are going to come back to Guild Wars 2 and prepare for End of Dragons. Well, there's another thing that's going on, and that's that, you know, someone might say in September, oh, yeah, I'll come back for End of Dragons. But 6 months from now, you don't know who that person is anymore, and you don't know how much they stick to their agenda, you know. It's like me with Final Fantasy 12. I've been telling you guys, and with Daggerfall, I'm telling you guys, I will do it, I will do it, I will do it. And I'd like to think that I've built a little bit of trust with my community, that you guys will believe me. But it's very common for people to just drop shit forever. Oh, I got a link here. WP, have you seen this? Guild Wars 2 Remastered. I know about that project, the Stunning Graphics project. I don't know, I guess they finally released it. I'll have a look at that. That might be worthy of looking at Guild Wars 2. They're all finished. The Warrior of Light's every measurement, from heroic head to intrepid toe. Wow, this has provoked a lot of conversation. Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Macon, all in good time. Sorry, I'm trying to focus on the story here. I'm now in, like, 2 completely different conversations. It's hard to keep an eye on everything. Aha, found you. Alphino wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seemed to think it was very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting. I think your FF14 content journey will only improve your other content for Guild Wars 2 and other games. I hope so. I hope I'm not burning everything to the ground right now by doing this. There's a very significant part of me that is worried I am.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Urianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Poor Urianger, he's now like an outcast, so he's in his own base. I really like that double base thing, by the way. I think that's so good.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the warriors of darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
I was thinking this. I was thinking the vibe in the room at the end of the last patch was very weird. It felt more like a group of friends. When we didn't have a leader, it felt more like we were buddies, you know, in it together, but...
Is that all? Well, then the decision seems clear.
Yeah, is he going to elect himself? I think he'll say no.
No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I think he's going to say no, though. In which case, who would it be?
I did not mean to... That was not my intention.
Tataru. No, I don't know. Maybe they'll just force it on him, because who else fits, really? I was thinking Papalimo, maybe?
As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers step forward? Must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
I didn't even consider that Macon might do it, but definitely not. Who would I pick in this situation?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede he might struggle to balance his new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Yeah, but if you're going to expand, or if, you know, people do need a bit of direction, I mean, maybe you don't need a leader. But I think after a certain size, there has to be a coordinator. They don't have to be a leader, but there does need to be some kind of coordinator.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Is everyone back now, by the way? Is anyone still missing? We know everyone's fate at this point, don't we?
Tataru, are you all right?
Okay, I just noticed it's an Aura, one of those dragon people, who I believe is... that they live where Stormblood is, don't they?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Oh god, her VA is not good. What is that? You're not reading a children's story.
Narco! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her.
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
It was obviously a cat. I saw a tail and I thought it was an Aura. I thought it was a scaly, thick-looking tail, not a thin tail.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Yeah, you're totally right. Okay, we just cured you. Will you be our leader now?
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
I've just realised... Am I wrong about this? Oh, I am. I was going to say, I don't think I've heard many Makote being voice acted, right? But isn't Ishtola a Makote? Anyway, I think that these guys the voice actors should go meow, like every sentence. Meow. Every sentence there should be a little meow. And then they move on.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good.
What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
Every time I click, there should be a little meow of some kind.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason.
I'm sorry, Ida. Mew.
Ah, but I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance.
And I think very rarely they should go... They should, like, purr. Wait, they do that in French? Please don't trigger me. They do that crap in the French version. Do they really do that in French? That's amazing if they actually do that in French. That's funny as fuck.
I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
I'm not even listening to her. What is she saying? Okay, she's of the Alamegan Resistance, and one of their leaders, the Griffin, has been dangerous.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
This is really weird. Like, you can feel that, like, they're trying to remind you of everything we just played, because it's been 3 months. Oh, on that topic, on that note, let's, I didn't do it yet, but let's quickly compare where we are, Guild Wars versus, Final Fantasy right now, in terms of timeline. I don't know whether this bores you guys. Once again, in chat, check out this spreadsheet, guys. It lists out the development of both games side by side. So, we are down on the Far Edge of Fate. 3.5. So, we're in January of 2017. We're between A Crack in the Ice and the Head of the Snake with the Bastion and the Penitent for Guild Wars. So Guild Wars is finally in a I would say Guild Wars 2 is in a really good place at the moment. They're away from the, so to speak, post Heart of Thorns raiding content drought that got them such a bad reputation. They're in the very middle of Season 3. Season 3 doesn't quite feel too meandering yet, I wouldn't say either. And it's putting out regular updates just as much as Final Fantasy's putting out regular updates. I think if you were a player of both games at this point, you'd be satisfied by both games at this point. I think there is a fundamental difference, though, and I need to ask you guys in chat. People knew Stormblood was coming, right? Final Fantasy fans knew Stormblood was coming. Can I ask you guys when Stormblood was announced? When was Stormblood announced? Was it already known at Heavensward's release? I doubt it. Was it known at 3.1, 3.2, 3.3? When did they tell you Heavensward was coming? Because a fundamental difference here is that the Guild Wars fans had no clue about Path of Fire. They do it at the Fan Fest. It was announced Halloween 2016. So that is... Oh, that's between the two streams. Oh, interesting. So it was announced right before this patch, basically. Last patch with the Griffin, that came out, and then very soon they said, here's an expansion. So for Guild Wars, that's before A Crack in the Ice. They announced the expansion before A Crack in the Ice came out. It was right after 3.4. So everyone's playing this knowing they're working to a patch. That's really interesting. So there's only actually one patch that is fully, hey, this is X-Pack prep, right? Oh, that lines up quite well because that gives Square Enix 9 months of hype, but only one patch within the 9 months. Does that make sense? The middles bit. Expansions will get announced after the 0.4 patches and have a small trailer. Well, I get that there's a pattern everybody knows now, but at that point, was the pattern really there? So back with the Realm Reborn, 2.4 and 2.5 was setting up Ishgard Ice Heart for Heavensward. Everyone knew there would be coming, and we just weren't privy to the details. Yeah, I mean, no matter which way you cut this, guys, Final Fantasy telegraphs the fact it's having expansions much better than Guild Wars ever did. Can you imagine? I don't want to go into a massive conversation about this, but I just want to, like, note for a second that if during Season 3 the Guild Wars community was confident Path of Fire was coming, I think the game would have thrived. Don't you guys think? Okay, one final question to chat. When they announced Stormblood at FanFest, was there a CGI trailer? There was a CGI trailer. Should I watch that CGI trailer right now then to be in the mindset of the player base? Because in theory I can watch that. That's not a spoiler, right? Or whatever. And I'll be like, ooh, who's this? What's happening? In my opinion, no. It won't make sense. Yeah, but the fans watched it at this point. The fans had seen it months before this patch even came out. You're all saying wait. Alright, alright, alright. My instinct is that you guys are wrong on that, but I'll listen to you. Okay. I'll wait. There were 2 CGI trailers. The first one on the initial announcement, and then an extended one at an even later FanFest. They released a partial one. The full one was later. Was the full one after this release? Well, okay. Well, if there's 2 versions of the same thing, I'll just beat this patch and then I'll watch the full version. All right. Okay, well, yeah, so that's it. That's all. Just a little bit of a look back to Guild Wars. Someone there says the spreadsheet's misleading because some of the Guild Wars 2 patches are tiny. Don't worry, I know which Guild Wars patches are a flop. Look at that, by the way. Everyone go back to that link, or Alt-Tab back. Look at the top. Look at the big black box that just says server downtime. And look at what ArenaNet did with that free time. It was Flame and Frost, Secrets of South Sun, Sky Pirates, and Queen's Jubilee. That's what Guild Wars did. While Final Fantasy was off. That's fascinating for me to see the difference between those two. This is so well made, by the way. Red means no longer playable. Yeah, I could do a whole video just on this spreadsheet, and I didn't even make it. It's from Big Mac, by the way, or Hornswoggle, who's in chat very regularly. He might be in chat right now. Probably is. I think he was here a minute ago, wasn't he? Anyway, the Griffin, you say. I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
Sorry, what? What is Belsar's wall? And which side is the Alamegan side? Are they still at war over there?
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
Yeah, we were looking at your spreadsheet, Big Mac. We were looking at it and admiring it, and we were looking at, you know, the way you've color-coded stuff.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
If anyone has any thoughts about that spreadsheet, improvements or criticisms or whatever, the guy who made it is in chat. It's Big Mag. So just at him and ask him about it. Just ask him about it. I'll post the link to it one more time for anyone who feels out of the loop, and then we'll start focusing on the story again. Sorry about this side track here.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Baelsar's Wall is a fortification built by the Guardians as a part of their castrum station there. A castrum is just a big military base, right? You can see it from the distance at the border to Alamigo from the Shroud. Oh, shit. I've got to go there and look at that. I didn't know that. Has that always been there since 1.0 or 2.0?
Agreed. I should depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours.
Uldar!
Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emmerich and encourage him to send an envoy.
First time for them to prove they'll be a part of the Alliance.
To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
On the topic of the spreadsheet, you know what I want to do, guys?
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end.
Oh god, his narration is not good. If you're going to be the narrator, dude, do you want to sound a little bit less bored?
The war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice.
Oh my god. It was ever conducted with the coin of self.
'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied.
Louis Soir himself taught us to, you know, decide. Like, that's the worst thing you could do! Come on!
So, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
Maybe they're doing a thing where he's slowly going to get more invested in the story and he's going to be a badass by the end. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, you know what I want to do? Oh, you know what I think would be nice, and if Bic Mag would be interested in it. I don't know whether it's because they're specifically their Final Fantasy background. But wouldn't it be cool if we play this, we do the Guild Wars 2 review, then we do the Heavensward review, Heavensward v Heart of Thorns. We do the Path of Fire Stormblood review, right? We do the, and then we're just ready for End of Dragons v Endwalker, basically, because Shadowbringers wins, because should I do a Shadowbringers v Icebrood Saga review? I mean, is there any point? I mean, really, let's think about that. Shadowbringers versus the Icebrood Saga. What do you guys think? Who wins? The Icebrood Saga, right? Definitely the Icebrood Saga. Remember, need I remind you all, when we were introduced to the Icebrood Saga, we were told it was expansion level content. I think that qualifies it to go head to head in the arena with Shadowbringers. I think it's perfectly valid. I mean, ArenaNet themselves are telling you it's valid. Anyway, we do those. Here's to the main point. Then we go play Elder Scrolls Online, and that spreadsheet adds a whole other column. And you can match up how ESO had developed over time. And then we do another one, and slowly the MMO landscape is filled in. I'll foist this epic project onto Big Mac over the next, 3 years. Which part of IBS was expansion level by the end? Well, let's see. We got 3 new maps. How many maps did Shadowbringers add? Did it add more than 3? Hello, Lucia. 6, damn. Alright. Okay, look, maybe Shadowbringers wins on the topic of new maps. Maybe. Alright. I'm not even willing to confirm that it has. But the Icebrood Saga surely wins in other areas. Let's talk about story quality. Let's talk about big, impactful moments. The Icebrood Saga has the death of 2 Elder Dragons at once. Okay, now I know people think Shadowbringers' story is good, but I don't know how they can beat that. Greetings, Warrior of Light. What brings you to Ishgard? I see. Wait here. I will summon Sir Emmerich. For the people who don't quite get it, I was dripping with sarcasm there. It is good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will, of course, send an envoy to attend the council. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make, not mine alone at any rate. Given the eminence of the threat... See, why didn't you just become the new pope? Then it would have been your decision. Given the eminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? Yeah. I think they're going to say no. I think it's going to be a bittersweet ending to Heavensward, where we find out that they've become a wishy-washy, uncontrollable democracy. The ums and ahs. And has no one mind, and stays out of the conflict anyway. Fury speed you on your way. I don't really think that. I think they probably will help us. But they won't help us much. It's going to be, yeah, we can, but we couldn't get the votes for a full contingent, so here's like a petty little skeleton crew. Sorry, buddy. And then the Warrior of Light is going to nod. If you have no other business in the city... By the way, this is the equivalent patch to the Bloody Banquet last time, which was a huge thing, so I wonder what they'll do this time. If you have no other business, join me in the Gates of Judgment. We must be ready. So I want to go... Oh, we'll do it in a bit. I want to go to Gridania soon. I like the story in Guild Wars 2 way more than FF14's. Look at that. Look, somebody prefers the Icebrood Saga. That seems pretty definitive to me. I honestly thought these things looked like roller beetles for a second. They look very cute. Can you guys just assure me you can hear the game very nicely, right? The footsteps on the snow and then on the stone and all that. Because I didn't listen to the VOD for a couple of days. Alright, I'm gonna tell you guys something else as well. I've tried to bump my microphone volume again in a different way today. I've recorded to mono for years and years and years, and today I've put stereo back on in the hope that maybe the sound will be a little bit wider. I mean, which doesn't really make any sense to me. But I was reading about like stereo widening plugins and stuff the other day, which people like, but I thought it sounded a bit weird, so I'm just trying something. I've been really hoping someone will say, "Oh, the mic sounds better today," but there hasn't been a single message. So my guess is that it sounds exactly the same, which was my instinct it would. But yeah, we meet again. Not I concede that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it's my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone, not with the ink scarce dry in the Republic's Book of Statutes. I'm curious about the fact that these crystals came from Ishgard. That means they've got someone here who wouldn't be happy to see the Ishgardians assist, right? I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Dragonhead. Stereo widening on vocals does sound weird. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I was reading on Reddit, some guy was like, "Oh, I do this to my mic, it's really good." And I was like, what the fuck is a stereo widening plugin? I listened to examples of it, and it just sounds weird. I don't know. I don't think it quite works. I mean, it definitely would make me sound louder, but I would rather the game sound wide and the voice sound central, which is why I've always recorded in mono. But maybe there's some middle ground by going back to stereo. So anyway, that was the grand theory, and that's what I'm doing today. God, it's so weird being in this area. Hello, Boots. The garrison waits within. Why not accompany me? Whoa, WP, your Dark Knight is looking good. What the hell? Thanks, man. It's just the class armor, really. Make an old boy. How wonderful to see you. And Amaric, too. To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? Au revoir. I'll have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you will excuse. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Au revoir. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. Okay, so the Alamegans are, like, stirring shit up, and we're gonna go attend a council. Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as natural as breathing to a to an Imperial. Wait, why did he stop himself saying Garlean? Oh, because Lucia is a Garlean? And thus we shall strengthen our patrols, as you suggest. But she's not Imperial anymore because she's defected. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel at the Observatorium. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm. Hello, Manolane. You and me both, old boy. I doubt I ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Oh, there's a picture of Horshathorn back there. Aww. Yet we can but play the hand we're dealt, and with a little help from the veterans and Honorar's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old boy. Off to Gridania with you. It's so weird. The more I play this, the more I think it was a mistake for Guild Wars to get rid of the side-by-side cutscenes. That's so fucking nuts of me to even consider, right? But I don't know. At least you get a little bit... I think the proportion of story told in Guild Wars, where it's just gameplay story, like you're just standing around like this, is just too high. And side-by-sides kind of were a way of getting some of that middle ground. Final Fantasy has the middle ground with little cutscenes like that we just saw. If they just improved the side-by-sides by allowing more emotes to play instead of just generic / talk, I wonder. Okay, so, the border of Alamigo at the Black Shroud. I've got to see this wall. I would assume, given that the world map, it's here, top right, I would assume it's beyond the Sylphlands. Side by side also allowed you to skip. Exactly, yeah, and it was more skippable. I mean, the side-by-sides were so hated on, though, guys. They were so hated on, and even by me, you know, you can find me. I'm on the record as saying they weren't good. I'm on the record as applauding when Season 1 stopped doing it, and when Season 2 added Commander voice acting back and stuff. I'm on the record, Heart of Thorns, as enjoying the in-game telling more. You know, but now my opinion's changing, and I think I was just wrong. I might have been wrong. Maybe I'm not, though. Where am I going? Southeast East Shroud. Southeast East Shroud. Right, okay. Side by side is worse, but they should take control away. Well, the main thing Guild Wars needs to do is this. When I click an NPC, not that NPC. It's this. They connect the camera to them. This is really good, because now I can zoom in and I can see the guy. Do you know how annoying it is to get a good shot of someone speaking in Guild Wars? It's incredibly aggravating. So, in terms of, like, the in-game, Final Fantasy's better. But they also have those little cutscenes like the ones we saw a second ago, which is something Guild Wars doesn't do at all, really. And it's a shame, because I think it really works. I'm really, like, doing my Let's Play of Guild Wars, it's so annoying trying to get a good shot of the person that's speaking. And the sad thing is, ArenaNet puts a lot of work into the animations. They do. If you, like, look, if you're playing Season 2, and you watch, like, Timey or Marjorie or someone speaking, you'll see they're gesturing their ass off. Oh, is that it over there? And it's the edge of the map. So that's a castrum. Castrum Oriens. So what happens when I buy the expansion? Does that become an exit to the map? And I always could have seen this, could I? Even from level 20. Is there an NPC to speak to? That's a player, right? Oh, he's got a cool mini. I like that mini. Look in the distance. Oh, the wall's that. That's the wall. Oh, I thought the wall was the little thing. Oh, there's someone still. Oh, my lord. Okay. So this is what we're dealing with. Right, let's go now back to the council. Is that the Dominion wins? Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that. I was thinking big walls in fantasy settings and MMOs are very common. I remember when I was playing World of Warcraft Classic, there was a big wall that I could see in that game as well. It was like in the northern areas of the right-hand continent. I'm sorry that's such a bad description. Obviously Guild Wars has the Dominion Winds. Guild Wars 1 had the Great Northern Wall. Guild Wars 2 has it too, technically, I suppose, but... Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I'm as enraptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now as when I first laid eyes on it. I fear this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. Alright. It seems we have a matter to... It seems we are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand. A pleasant pace to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Tis of course, tis like that we are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? After the wall is destroyed, the plot will skip forward 2 years and I'll be in the real game. Imagine that. Imagine all these hours, all this content. This is all just the equivalent of pre-searing. You know my little MMO world building project? I have the pre-searing equivalent in that, which kind of goes for something like that. Not to the obscene degree that we've just joked about here with this game. But yeah, I kind of have like a sort of a shire-y type place. Well, no, that's actually not a good example. But it essentially does a similar thing. I really like how you kind of had 2 parallel games in Guild Wars 1 going with different economies and different everything. Just based on their little pre-searing situation. It's always so epic when after some time the devs let you go beyond that wall. Guild Wars 2 with the Dominion wins. Nope. I don't really think it's equivalent. Guild Wars 2 has its own pre-searings as well. They're just tiny little tutorial instances. But you can be there. I mean, actually, with all the new items in the game, I'm not going to run all the way. It's too far. It's too far. We're going to the Lotus Stand, right? So then what's the name of the closest data, right? Sorry, I'm really confused. Oh, that's a different quest. They want me at the Conjurer's Guild. The envoy from Ishgard has arrived. Very good. This way if you put... Ah, and the Laminson party as well. Okay, so this woman with the black hair, she was introduced during the 2.8. She was introduced right before the Ishgard story, basically. She used to constantly wear a face mask, and we didn't know what her face was. She's a refugee from across the seas. I think she's a refugee from where Stormblood is. She's one of those Aura. Now, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the features of Heavensward was a new playable race, and that's these guys, the Aura. So when Heavensward was about to come out, she took her mask off and she said, this is what I look like. And they sort of said, okay, this is one of the playable races in Heavensward. Like a dragony looking people. Which is interesting because in lore and in story, the Aurora are going to be more connected to Stormblood, but they actually became playable in Heavensward. And we saw a little bit in my Dark Knight story, if you've been following these streams, how Aurora aren't really appreciated in Ishgard and stuff. I'd hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Admiral, always a pleasure. And Macon, I trust you're well. It is a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you're well acquainted with my escort. Macon, I was glad to hear from Riol that the missing signs have now been found. Her name is Yugiri. And we sort of helped her. She's like an Alamegan in a lot of ways. She's a refugee. There is much more I'd like to discuss with you, but first let's attend to the issue at hand, shall we? It's good to see Melwood talking and doing things. This isn't visible in the main story quests, but there is actually quite some story about the Aurora in Ishgard. You see more of them in the job quests or the Alexander quest line. What Aurora stuff was in the Alexander quest line?
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gir Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Okay, Mead wasn't Aurora. Well, but it didn't talk about her nature, or did it? It didn't talk about the Aurora in any way. It just had an Aurora character. I don't think that quite counts, does it?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This Griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove.
You're here now, man.
Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
Oh! Does he have the authority to say or do that?
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
Okay, so Doman. I don't really remember. I'm guessing that's a city-state in the Far East that I'll visit in Stormblood. I don't know if anyone wants to clarify that a little bit. The other thing, by the way, is that, and I only learned this in Discord like 2 days ago. Anything that people want to tell me about as well in chat now. During the equivalent of Living World Season 1, they added a class, didn't they? They added Ninja. Ninja isn't a Realm Reborn class. It was added after the... And she's a ninja, isn't she? Is that right? It's like it wasn't in an expansion. It was just... Yeah, Ninja was 2.4 when she took her mask off, I think. It was the same thing. So, yeah, that's crazy. And that's something Guild Wars never did. So, for the purpose of the opening review, Guild Wars 2 Core plus Season 1 versus A Realm Reborn plus Season... plus 2.x. I mean, they added a class. That's pretty crazy. Have they ever done that again? It would be like a class getting added yesterday, wouldn't it? No, they've never done it again. I mean, sell them with an expansion, I would. Oh, Blue Mage? Was Blue Mage a patch class? I know it's not a full class in terms of how you use class, but I think if we're thinking about design and development effort and money spent and all of that, and how it's packaged within the game, I know that you can't get a Blue Mage to max level, and I know it's locked out of a lot of content, but nonetheless, doesn't it fulfill all the criteria of a class in terms of, like, it has a crystal, it has a progression system, it has a main storyline? I mean, it is a full feature-wise. The player base won't respect it as one, but I sort of feel like if you're breaking it down into the nuts and bolts, it is a class, isn't it? And if that got added in a patch, I think it's fair to call that. It looks like people in chat don't want to acknowledge it as a real class. It's more like a mini-game dressed as a class. If you want to count it free trial. Hold on. Blue Mage. When was Blue Mage added? It's not free trial, is it? Blue Mage is after all of this. Wait, was Blue Mage Heavensward? It's Shadowbringers. Yeah, it's way down the line. It's not free trial. Whoever said it's free trial, it's not free trial. Obviously, you can take it back into the older content, but... Oh, it's Stormblood. Well, still, it's down the line. It doesn't matter whether it's Shadowbringers or Stormblood, it's down the line. Yeah, I have started the blue quest. That wasn't on these streams. That was just something I accidentally started. Because I was doing blue quests. Alright, the Doman people too would join. We'll talk more about Blue Mage when it's relevant, I suppose, guys. But yeah, Doman, sorry, I missed your messages. Doman, they're just people from... the Far East, right? Is that about sums up? And they now have like a little home here in Eorzea. I helped them do that in 2.x. That was about it, right? Okay.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift, and there is much to be done.
Well, there you go. I would say that the Griffin has got his way. He spurred them all into action, hasn't he?
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defences seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
I love how often I'll consider or think something, and then Alphino's like says the same thing. Blue Mage doesn't have limit break. Oh, that's interesting. That's a shame. All level 80, so it's half a class. But the thing is, next expansion, it will get level 80, right? It's just everyone else will be 90 at that point. Like, I feel like... You know how I'm doing these patches on a Dark Knight? By the way, I'll probably change to Monk for Stormblood or something. You know how I'm doing these on Dark Knight? I feel like I could have done all of this on Blue Mage. Should I play Stormblood as a Blue Mage? Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it almost... maybe I'm wrong. Well, I'm almost definitely wrong, because I haven't seen it. I don't know. The Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good. You've yet to depart. I fear I'd missed you. Monk is very appropriate for Stormblood. Samurai, ninja. What do you guys... Is there like a dragoon equivalent? Is there something would really sync well? Sir Emmerich. Master Alphino, a pleasure as always. And Mistress Alice, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I'd hoped to thank Macon for serving as our escort before the other duties called him away. I also wish to thank our Daemon ally. Forgive me, my lord. I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit made me keep the shadows. No apologies are necessary, Mistress Yugiri. I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed Elder Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciated the gesture. I only did my duty, Emmerich. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we're grateful for the opportunity to fight your side. I don't know how much assistance they can really offer. They're like nobodies, aren't they? Alright, I've got to go. Bye. Whatever's wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? That's how we adults speak, dear sister. Ha! Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to the Revenant's Toll, Yugiri? Oh yes, I'd love to. Actually, I think I'll first pay a visit to the East Shroud. I'm curious to know how Papalima and Ida fared in their talks with the Sylphs. Not to mention what's been going on at Belisar's Wall. I'll join you at the Rising Stones and none. Oh, we're trying to recruit the Sylphs to fight? Is that because it's very close to the territory? Monk fits, but Samurai fits better. Start as a monk, level Samurai as you go. Okay. Do I like the game so far? It's got its strengths and its weaknesses. I'm having fun. It's a hell of an amount to get through before it really starts clicking, but... The Sylphs and the War in the same map. Yeah, I know. Each expansion has a canonical job. Or in the case of Stormblood 2. 1.0 was Archer, A Realm Reborn was a Warrior, Heavensward was the Dragoon. Stormblood starts as Monk and changes to Samurai about halfway. Shadowbringers is Dark Knight, and Paladin will be Endwalker. What does that mean, though, a canonical job? Why is Dark Knight Shadowbringer? Is there like a special connection there? I get Heavensward Dragoon, that makes sense. Oh my god, don't spoil it, chat. How is that a spoiler? Now that you've said that, I feel like I need to... You've now turned it into a spoiler by saying that. In a way, because now I'm not going to be able to get that out of my head now. We're most grateful this kind of situation would not have arisen ere the calamity came and made Kurth's night uninhabitable to its local fauna. With their water hoarded in vaults of ice and their herbage held under the snow, the larger beasts have become positively infernal in the need to survive. Take heed if you head northbound. For know that you are riding into battle. Okay. Oh, it just means the job that's in the trailer the most. Oh, okay. It's not a spoiler, it's literally just trailer based. Be careful when you're done with free-to-play. Endwalker pre-order includes both Shadowbringers and Stormblood, but you can't access them until Endwalker itself drops. Yeah, we talked about this, and I had a donation, so I've had 2 donations. One will cover the price of Shadowbringers, and one will cover the price of the other 2, so we should be okay. Thanks purely to chat's generosity, which I cannot get over, can I just say. Welcome back, Macon. I don't know about you, but I'm heartily glad that all of the talking's over. I understand these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak? I doubt I'll ever feel at home in the realm of politics. You should tweet out the stream again, is how I remember to tune in. The thing is, I don't like that my tweet is just stream announcements. That said, people have always been known to change. I'm hoping that when I do the reviews of this game on YouTube, what I might do is I'll tell people obviously I'm streaming it. That hopefully will get more people watching this. But the other thing I might do is right after the review videos, I might do a YouTube stream. Just the one. But like I'll properly like announce it and tell people it's happening. And in that way maybe, because I mean there literally are thousands of people who just don't know I'm doing this, and it might be nice to, it might be smart. I don't know. Oh, it's the same choice though of these 3 foods. They always start a patch by giving you some foods. What am I in the mood for today? It's got to be the carbonara again, I'm sorry. Cheese and pasta, you can't go wrong. Okay, Alice seems eager to discuss the council's decision. I'm uploading the VODs to YouTube. I am, but only to my second channel, which most people don't look at. Because again, I feel like Twitch VOD spam on my main channel is just going to piss people off. I mean, complete silence pisses people off as well. I don't know. No matter what I do, there's people whine about what I do, and it just fucking cripples me. As much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brothers and the others will not be long. Okay. It's a very, very quiet entrance to the patch here. Very meandering, very slow. Much slower than all the other ones. We would have done a dungeon by now, I feel. As a Twitch partner, you can't stream on other ones. It's the... Well, maybe I'm wrong, but you can't do it at once. That's the thing. I'm not prohibited from doing it ever. It's just I can't do a double stream, right? Isn't that the thing? I'm not allowed to be on both. I'm not allowed to what do they call it? Restream? Ah, you are returned from the council, but what of Alphino? Did some other matter require his attention? Can we change the char look after playing some time in FF14 for free? Yeah, I want to become Ronso, so I'm gonna become a hairy beast man. What do you mean, can we change the look? You're asking, can the stream affect the way the character looks? Is that what people do? Is that how to be a successful streamer? Greetings, everyone. Oh, Cryo, how's Nargo doing? She will be alright, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataru's keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon well enough if there's any change in her condition. Hornless. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If I can do a broken horn, I'll be so keen on that. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I'm certain she'll make a full recovery. I don't really know anything about that furry race, by the way. I haven't seen any of them yet. Do they live in the Far East? Now, mayhap you would like to share with us the Council's decision. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, is committed to providing military support. The Eorzean Alliance will soon have a significant force within the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial caught between the Resistance and the Alliance. Edie, you cannot seriously. One does not lightly go to war with the Guardian Empire. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there was some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. We saw in the flash sideways at the end of the last patch, the cliffhanger, he does have another ambition, doesn't he? It may not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath Baelsar's wall, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Al Amigo, which may equally serve us as a way in. Precisely, if we're all in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I'm familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want, I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It's been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. It's been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi. Is he referencing to something that I should know about? What's he alluding to here, guys? Should I know this story? 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase our risk of detection. Kryl and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, Levieurs? Well, I'm going to go to the East Shroud and watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worst, 'twould seem be wise to be on hand. Might I prevail upon you to accompany me, Macon? Gridania will be safer for your presence, and, while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might ask that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on. Oh, fuck off. If I was Alice, I'd say no. Yeah, fuck you. To hold the fort, you mean? Oh. Very well, I suppose the task must fall to someone. You've got the lone wolf doing bitch work. That's what you've got. He was hanging out with you, Giri, at some point in post-ARR? Oh, I see, okay. Hello, Alphano. If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray attend to it now. I would depart for the Hawthorne Hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobscured view of Baelsar's Wall, and I should be interested to speak with the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at its top. Well, no, WP isn't a team player. If I'm being Alice, I'm not being a team player, because that was her thing. Hello, Flamin. How are you? So Tyra and Kral took their resistance fighter to more private chambers that she might recuperate in peace. The poor girl was in quite a state, wasn't she? I suspect Atari would have little trouble facilitating communication between our forces under normal circumstances, but I can see she has her hands full nursing the resistance fighter. No matter, my turn in the field will come. Alright. Do these guys all update as well? Like if I speak to Homie, didn't he miss his friend? I wonder what Isildur would have to say about our wounded visitor. His own injuries keep him abed. I miss savouring a cup of tea alongside his usual observations. Wow. Clements. We have some training in the healing arts, so we'll take turns with Mistress Kral in caring for her patient. Otra in particular seems rather eager to learn from the experience. I like the people wearing green. I want to wear green. Alright, good luck with your infiltration mission. I am no ninja, but I did spend some few moons in the Sharlayan homeland learning how to move unseen. Between Ugiri and my humble self, Ida and Papalima will be well protected. He did indeed, as we learned in 3.2. I think it was 3.2 that happened. Talk to the horny girl. What do you mean horny? There's a whole plot going on back there. Is there really? Macon, there you are. Come. Amasaix's spy awaits. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to appraise us of any developments of the war. Fancy meeting the two of you here. We're about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alphano. We'll have the Griffin by the scruff of their neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Ida. Nary a moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the Griffin by the hand rather than by the neck, so which is it to be? Does it seem best to decide before we enter negotiations? Trust me, Papalimo, I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I leave to you. I mean, she is sympathetic to his cause. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let us be on our way, shall we? Some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our Alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. Oh, so now we're going to the wall. So I kind of jumped the gun a little bit. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you're here to speak with our commanding officers. You'll find them on the observation platform. Please proceed. Greetings, my friends. It's good to see you both well. I was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged half the watchers, see, and the sight of you might help remind them why we bothered. If memory serves... Oh, it's the mongrel. I've not seen many of you since the day of the Grand Melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, I must say what an honour it is to stand at your side. It's heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All's been quiet. Oh, and then there's an explosion. Report what? 7 hells. Fighting's broken out on top of the wall. A full-scale assault. So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has. And what's that supposed to mean? The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colours. Impossible. We gave no such order. Of course, the wall was never the Griffin's target. It was bait. We've been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace, which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Macon, we've got to get to the wall. What? Just the two of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course. They're likely halfway to his command post by now. They'll emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It'll be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we're careful to avoid the skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin, and if we can do that... Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety? Ha! I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare for the Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm. I didn't really understand the situation. I thought that the Garleans were like... I thought it was like war was already happening. It's just no one was actively inciting one another. I mean, there was no treaty signed. There's no peace. There's no accord, is there? That I know of. But I guess having an actual conflict, this is a bigger deal than I realised. I mean, to be honest, I think the Griffin's fine. I'm not mad that we're invoking war. I mean, they built a fucking Agrius. We learned that they built a new Agrius, guys. And what are we doing? We're just derping around. It's fine. Like, come on. I don't think it's... I quite like this guy. Forward, comrades. The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo and force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free no matter the cost. He's just fighting for his people's freedom. And oh dear, the Eorzean Alliance is actually using its military might for a minute. I get that the jeopardy is the Empire is way more capable than we realise, so our only choice is really to hide in the shadows as they consolidate their strength and get worse and worse and worse. But you know what? It's like the enemy team is snowballing against us, you know? At some point, you've got to take a team fight. Alright? You can't just keep farming all game. They're going for the Nexus. Alright, I'm going to stop. I shall make straightaways for the tunnels and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask you scale the wall. Oh my god, we're going to climb it? No, that I would not propose... Let's get a spreadsheet going how this lines up with the Game of Thrones story. I want to know which plot points have happened already and where they're blatantly copying from the genius minds of D&D and GRR and Martin. But the time has come for so is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions, cut a path through. Once we're free of the tunnels, we will make your position with all due haste. Oh, what? What? Isn't the Agrius 2.0 disabled at Azizlar now due to Shiva's ice magic? Yeah, it's not easy to find that info out, but Shiva essentially encased the Agrius engines in a permanent ice that doesn't melt, and they didn't manage to break out. The ship is essentially dead. What? When was all of that said? I didn't see that happen. I think that info is from a sightseeing log there. Oh. The more this is happening, the more I think I need to play side content in Heavensward. TL, if it's true. Well, do you know what? The fact that there were a lot of people in chat saying, oh, I didn't realise that, has at least revealed one thing to me. The Agrius doesn't come back as a story point in Stormblood or Shadowbringers. Surely it doesn't, because otherwise people would be like... So, therefore, what does that mean? That means that Heavensward took the time to talk about an Agrius 2.0 and then just, like, put it to the side. And it's put it to the side for about 4 years. Right? Sir, as per Marshal Terrapin's orders, we will provide a feint to cover your advance. May the crystal light your way forwards. Alright, here we go. So what is this? It's a dungeon. Marking the border between the Black Shroud and Girabania, the legacy of Gaius van Baelsar is a towering monument to imperial tyranny, and now smoke rises from its iron crenellations. In a bid to drag the armies of Eorzea into the struggle for Alamegan liberation, the Griffin and his resistance fighters have disguised themselves in Grand Company uniforms and laid siege to Baelsar's wall, while Alphino seeks to call your companions back from their now meaningless mission of diplomacy. You must ascend the war-torn fortification by the swiftest route possible and persuade the Griffin, by force, if necessary, to abandon his reckless ambition. Here we go. What the fuck is going on with my mouse? Hello? What the fuck is this? Click it! Hello? Oh. Okay, I needed to clear selection. God, I would have looked like a fucking monkey smashing a rock against something there. Jesus Christ. What a fucking ape I am. Alright, we're ready to go. Just click it more. It will work. Click, click. I thought it was the cursor was like desynced from its location a bit. Alright, to be fair. To be fair to me. You already look like a monkey? Yeah, that's the point. That's the roleplay. Right. I think we just wait for it to pop now, don't we? Anyone got any concepts I could do while we wait for it to pop? Why do you guys keep saying sloppy? What is this? Is this the new kiddie meme thing? What is it? Slopper, slopper. It's a Final Fantasy meme. Smiley face. You'll see soon. Smiley. He lacks critical information. End of the dungeon spoilers. You guys have been saying that for many patches in a row, though. People have been saying sloppy loads. Is there like some really bad story bit? Some like badly delivered line? It's not a fucking spoiler, Jesus. Alright, well, we'll see. He just said slop air loads. Is it slop air or sloppy? Mr. Streamer, you read a text box. That's a spoiler. Do I need a healer? Help with the queue time? Oh, I mean, if you want to join, I can't send invites or anything. If I see a party request, I'll accept it. I mean, I don't mind. Yo, can I post a link here? I think you should be able to. Try it out. Try and post it. Did you try and it got censored? I looked at my Twitch settings a little bit. There you go. Look at that shit. Okay, can someone who isn't subbed try and post a link, please? Someone who isn't subbed, can you try and post a link? It should be that subs can, non-subs can't. Yeah, brilliant. Okay, guys. All right. Brilliant. Yeah, so if you're subbed, you should be allowed to. If you're not, you're gonna get removed. That's brilliant. Thank you, everyone. Okay, what's the link though? What is it? Peter Lacko? What are you trying to get me to look at? I didn't troll. I mean, a 5-second timeout. Oh, boo-hoo. 5 seconds? Ignore the link. So there you go. We had that as a little bit of a problem recently. Rocker did say, hey, message me when you want to do better Twitch TV. But I had a bit of a rough night last night, so I didn't get around to it. So I don't know. We'll hopefully figure that out as well. For people that want to put... I don't know what that thing was you guys wanted. Some kind of stupid fucking animated emote. Cat channel, that was it, yeah. Oh shit, what is that? Some kind of Gobu thing, but with armor. That looks cool. Oh, we got 2 monk DPS and a white mage. And me, of course, the hero of this story. The Black Mage Extreme. I think I missed some of the targets. Oh, I don't have tank stance on. What? Sorry, everyone. I got it now. Alright. I'm going to hold them all still now, so that my monks can do their thing. I don't want to overpull. I don't know how dangerous it is and stuff. Most of them have been okay, though, right? So, I don't think we'll have too much problem. Oh, I turned off player animation culling, by the way, so you can see what everyone's doing now. I don't know if it's going to look too noisy. I don't know what the fuck that giant AoE is. What is that AoE? 2 packs at a time is a good rule of thumb. No, it's not limited. It's not cold at all. Basically, I did a Levin roulette with a friend last night, and he said he wanted to see his paladin, so... I'm going to try and keep him as still as possible, because I know how annoying it is to DPS as a monk when they're spinning constantly. Like, look at that animation. That's ridiculous. I'm not spamming one button while not moving. I'm not spamming one button at all. I'm not saying it's the most engaging gameplay, but I don't know why you've been so critical of the dungeon. Just because I've dared to say I like playing them. There's a lot of this button, don't get me wrong, Unleash, but I'm using Flood of Darkness, I'm jumping, I'm debuffing them, I'm giving myself defensives, I'm using Salted Earth. It's not just one button. And compared to the rest of the game, it is enjoyable. I'm standing by that opinion. What would you rather see me do? Just spam Aetherites and left click through dialogue the entire game? Open the gate. Sorry for the holy spam. You don't have to be sorry. I just wanted to see what they would look like with different colours. Holy, as far as I know, is an AoE stun, isn't it? If anything, I would say it's more boring at these moments with the bosses. The bosses are more boring than the trash. At least I can pull and position and move shit with the trash, and there's like aggro to think about a bit more. The bosses aren't really that entertaining, even though I use way more buttons. You know, now I'm doing like the full 1, 2, 3 combo instead of just 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. But I don't actually think it makes it more fun. These are generally kind of boring. That guy just got fucked up. Was that my fault? Magitech Ray. Oh, do they want me to hit these things? I thought I should just aggro them. They're breaking it. I mean, I'll do some range damage. Do I get my blood gorge gauge at the start of Stormblood? Impossible. This was the latest design. I like how the guy's just sitting on it still. Oh, I don't get that till Shadowbringers. Oh, wow. Oh shit. Do I have to dodge all that? Oh my god, no, it's all next to me. Sorry, everyone. Oh, I completely thought we were going to do like a jumping puzzly thing there. Oh, look at that. I can see the monk animations because I play monk and the 2 DPS near are monks. That is so insane, that animation. What the fuck? That white mage ability. Wow. See, the monks don't actually create too much visual noise. Not really. I mean, when they're AoEing a little bit. Well, I'm trying to target that guy with flicking and it wasn't quite working. I'm going to move them all over here. Sorry. Oh, he's not hitting me yet. Oh, that's interesting. I used my stun there, and it didn't last long because the monks have used their stuns as well, and it gets slowly less effective. WP still hasn't disabled party skills. Yeah. I mean, that's what Twitch is like, guys. You're gonna have people just come in and then they'll make a comment, and sometimes it's not gonna make any sense. I'm slowly coming to terms with that fact. Yeah, let's try fuck, I don't remember where it was, and we're in fights, so I can't do it. Sorry, that's bad tanking. Just know that it's not pure bone idle, it's because I was on my limit. And I anticipated a few more seconds before the next wave. See, this isn't that interesting because there's no pulling, there's no, you know, oh, how many packs can I get before I'm being too risky. There's no real balling, it's just sort of an arena fight this. Nice, I got a double crit on my what the fuck's it called? Abyssal Drain. Holy shit, Edge of Darkness double crit there as well for 5k almost. It's interesting that at this point in the game, the numbers are still lower than Guild Wars is. Like, on a per skill kind of thing. Actually, they're quite similar, really. Actually, this is, in terms of just pure numbers, this is Guild Wars balance, isn't it, really? $2K on an auto, 1K on an auto, 5K on kind of a meteor crit. I bet some classes can get up to 10. Mind you, I'm just a tank, though. I bet the DPS are hitting way harder right now. Oh, I clearly fucked something up there. Magitech 6. What was the ability that hit me? Oh, shit. That was cool. One of the least creatively named enemies here, just armored weapon. But I think that's not a lack of creativity. I think it's like, you know, like Ultima weapon. I think it's just a sort of a Garlean brand. Oh, I did it again. Fuck. Fuck! Thinking about lore. I'm going to use a regular defensive here, not just a magic one. His launcher ability is magic damage, so I would be defended there. We're going up this elevator. Now, where was it? It's character. I think it's that filters tab. I think it's character, filters. Nope. Character. Ah, here you go. Party. Let's do show limited. Okay. So we will see stuff, but just less. I don't know how much less. This feels rather dangerous. Oh, that AoE ended because he got stunned. That was what that was. A monk basically stunned it. So my moving was unnecessary. If we were like coordinated, I would have known that. Gunships down. And we get a key. So we're on the wall properly now. You enjoyed watching my video titled Star and Star after Nudie's latest expose of NA's PvP cheaters. Well, I'm glad, man. I mean, I don't know. I think people are just interested in drama more than they are actually fixing PvP. Like, very few people actually care about the fact I was like being targeted specifically and maliciously at many levels by hackers that were seeking to tear down PvP. They were just more interested in the fact that I swore to get an admin. And I think that says a lot about what people really care about, and it's not PvP. They don't really care about the hackers. They don't really care about cheating. They don't really care about selling. They just like a bit of drama. And I think that's the unfortunate truth. Right. And it's kind of hypocritical, I think, as well, because people they like to judge ArenaNet for not caring much about PvP, but they're only following the crowd in not caring about PvP. The truth is, the community doesn't care about PvP, doesn't endorse PvP, doesn't support PvP, doesn't watch PvP, so it's hard for the studio to then, like, bend over backwards for them. But the community will tear at them from both ends of the stick, do you know what I mean? They'll do both. Alright, it's sloppy time, apparently. Oh, it's him. Oh, I should have guessed. He's Rabon's friend. He's the Griffin. Oh, I should have guessed. I should have made that speculation. Oh, it's Ilberd. I should have known. So, hold on. Does Lolorito know about all this?
Yeah.
I should have known. That's cool. That's a great development.
How'd you like these?
I bet people have been speculating that on the forum. Fuck me. Oh, well, it's a nice novel.
Sloppy. I'll tear you limb from limb.
Floor of the Griffin.
Yeah. Sloppy.
Oh, he says it in the fight. Oh, I see.
For amigo!
Should I stop DPSing so we hear it a lot? Can I interrupt that? No? Oh my god, Blade of the Griffin. Should I do anything about these? Should we stand away from them? Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna break the one in the middle, thus creating a safe space. Oh, it's an eye mechanic. I succeeded.
Yeah!
6.1 damage, that's good. Sanguine Blade.
Sloppy.
Sloppy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Should I aggro that fully?
Yeah.
Maybe I should hit it.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Sloppy.
Sloppy. Wait, what's going on?
Yeah.
I couldn't quite see why I couldn't hit him there.
I'll tear you limb from limb. Yeah. Sloppy. For amigo!
Oh, I was targeting the healer. That's cool. Yeah, it makes perfect sense that that was Ilberd. The problem with me is a lot of the Ilberd / Rabon thing was like before my 3-month break, so... I mean, did we see Ilberd at all? I think we saw him very briefly in Heavensward, didn't we? There was a tiny bit early Heavensward where he was in one scene and he walked off. So I'd kind of pushed him out of my mind, really. Yeah, when I saved Raban all that time ago. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I like it.
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
Okay.
We did it! We showed the bastards!
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea.
Laurentius. Do I know who that is? I don't think I've ever seen him, have I?
They die that others may live.
Hold on. I think I've seen that machine somewhere. He was a Crystal Brave betrayer. He was a Crystal Brave. Okay. And what about this machine? I feel like I've seen this. Have I seen the machine before? That machine model is reused in about 30 places. Okay. EU servers are down, by the way. Lucky you. Yeah, how often do servers go down in this game? I'll need that information on hand for the review.
Seven hells. Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
Gods help us! What are we thinking? The Empire's too big, too powerful.
So, sorry, what's the development exactly? That they have mecha spiders?
Mighty Ralker, grant us the strength to crush.
Is this? Are we genuinely going to see one of the 12 as a primal? Because this is a bit like that baby goblin that was really sad and really emotional, and then, you know, procced Titan.
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Illbird. I should have known.
See, look, Alpha Note always says what I say. That's basically what I said. I should have known. I didn't say it like, you know, a movie.
This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
It is you who is blind, Alphino.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand. You truly are a sheltered child, Leverrier.
He's got the eyes. Oh, they can sound.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
Is he going to summon Ralga using both eyes?
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
It would be really interesting if he's got a plan to do essentially what the Archbishop did, but right in his moment of enacting it, the power goes elsewhere because, like, that random dude summons Rhalgr instead.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned?
Right, so he's set all of his allies as lambs for the slaughter. Okay, so I see what they've done. The Kobold. What did the Kobold Arc teach us? The Kobold Arc taught us that when people die, their souls are kind of fuel for primals, right? Like they're fuel for the fire, just the death. So all these dead bodies, they don't need crystals. All these dead bodies around are a fuel. Ilberd knows that. The eyes are more fuel.
You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power!
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
Bahamut, the Black Worm. That's a cool title.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
Go, Ida! I feel bad for her. This is probably not a good move. Oh. Oh, he's doing the Dragoon pose.
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
Oh, what the fuck? Did we need the splat noise? Wait, did it fail? I don't think it failed. His own body, he wants to be fuel for the fire as well? Is that the idea? He's happy to die for this? Oh, shit. If it failed, what a twist. That would be very cool. I think it's going to work, though. This guy, it's Rhalgr, right? We're going to summon one of the 12. This is very cool. It's taken them a long time to finally do this. Oh, man. It's quite grim. A pile of corpses. And he's still smiling. Oh, shit. What exactly does Rhalgr stand for in general as a god of in their religion? Berserk shit destruction. Right, okay.
This light, is it...
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
Can I just remind you all, alright? I don't know how much this is going to spiral out of control now. Can I just remind you all, when we saved Rabon and Ilberd was there, Ilberd just like walked off and we're like, we can stop him! And then someone said, no, don't worry. And that was it. Do you remember? It was like with the worst writing. It was like, oh, we can't because... Never mind. And then they just moved on. I just want to say, maybe we could take him into custody back then.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
He can't die. He's the
But that's
narrator, right?
impossible. We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days.
Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Ooh.
Timtimati, of course. The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalimo! I know how that spell works.
He's pulling a Louisoix.
It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
Oh my god, he's not really doing it, is he?
If you're staying, then so am I.
Music's good here, by the
No,
way.
Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here. Not like this. Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down!
Oh shit.
Thancred!
I'm really into this at the moment.
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
Thancred can't fucking fireman's lift me out if I don't want to move. I guess we're gonna... Oh, this is cool! I'm staying. This doesn't actually matter, does it? If I pick the wrong one, it's just gonna force me away, surely. Alright, fine. Force me away.
Hilda! I think he means now!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida.
Shit, man. Well, you didn't really do much.
Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Shit, it looks like Dalamud. So is that it? Is Papalimo gone? It's in the sky now. Can I really see it? Oh, fuck. Look up there. And the music was the same as the Coils music? It's the same pose and smile as Louisoix in the trailer when he did it to Bahamut. Damn. So yeah, is Papalimo dead, or is he like maintaining the seal? Because again, we need to replay Coils, but Louisoix like sacrificed himself and became a primal, didn't he? He became the Phoenix. That doesn't mean Papalimo is Phoenix now, does it? He is the seal. He is the seal. Okay, okay. He used his life force to make the seal. Oh, Louisoix failed at the spell. So therefore Louisoix had to do a whole other thing where he became Phoenix. Oh, Louisoix only became Phoenix because of all the prayers of Eorzea afterwards. Oh, I see. The seal is Papalimo and Papalimo is the seal. Oh, wow. So he's like dead and he's going to be our narrator as we go forwards. Phoenix was plan B. Yeah, okay. So Papalimo actually did a little bit better than Louisoix himself there. Wow. How many more must we lose? I understand only too well the desire to reclaim one's homeland. I cannot condone such slaughter. I like how they set all that up, you know. They taught me about the bodies and stuff, and, you know, really, before this patch, you could have guessed it was Ilberd, and you could have guessed that he was going to try and summon. You probably could have guessed every detail. You could have guessed it was Ilberd, and you could have guessed that the plan was to summon Rolga, and the plan was to bring everyone into unnecessary conflict and just use their bodies, their souls as fuel for the summoning. And you could have guessed that it would be accompanied by the dragon eyes. You probably could. All of it works. You genuinely could have, like, speculated that. I quite like that. It's been explained to me what the light represents, and I've ordered our forces to stand ready. It seems little what we can do, but wait. Every Ishgardian gets taught that the Sea of Cloud churns in the grip of the warring elements of water and wind, enough to tear you apart, they say. No one's ever gone to the bottom of the abyss and lived to tell the tale. So how did that bastard manage to get his hands on Nidhogg's eyes? Of course, because we're going to be wondering that now. How did they, by the way? I mean, I just assumed the Warriors of Darkness just went there. They're not around to tell us anymore. Elidibus could tell us. Papalimo knew what he was doing. I could not refuse him. You tried, man. Yeah, I know Elidibus gave it to him, but Elidibus got it from the Warriors of Darkness. It was a Rogadin Warrior of Darkness that actually got it from the Abyss, and he gave it to Elidibus, and Elidibus gave it to the Griffin. I know that. I'm not confused about that. What I'm talking about is the Rogadin getting it from the Abyss, which I thought was irrelevant, but now that they've just had another character question that, I'm wondering if maybe it is relevant somehow. You guys think it's because the Warriors of Darkness are spirits? They didn't have real bodies? Oh, you think that the Rogadin just called Elidibus on a link pearl? Well, we didn't see any of that. Are you guys just guessing? We didn't see any of that. We saw the Rogadin looking at the abyss and smiling. And then later Elidibus had it. So, I mean, the assumption is obviously the Rogadin gave it to Elidibus. That bit's fine. I don't mind that bit. It's the specific retrieving from the abyss which I'm interested in. Well, I wasn't interested in it until one of these characters said it, because I was assuming the fact they say it means that, you know. But maybe it doesn't matter anyway. Why didn't they let me stay? He did talk on the link pearl. Yeah, but talking on a... I know we saw in a cutscene he's talking to a link pearl, but you're still making the jump that he's saying to Elidibus, hey, it's here. Elidibus, will you go get it for me because I'm incapable of doing it? That's all in your heads. That didn't appear in the cutscene. The very brief moment we saw him on a link pearl could have just been saying, hey, the eyes are down there. That doesn't mean anything. You know, we can draw it, we can guess it, but that doesn't make it a fact, does it? Papalino, my friend. I should have been there with him. The Warriors of Darkness are dead. They aren't alive. Yeah, what? Of course they're dead. We're not talking about that. We're talking about before they died. Are you... Oh, you're saying... Oh, I get what you're saying. You're saying they were dead. The whole time they were on Eorzea, they were dead, so the Abyss was never a threat to them. So the Rogadin could have gone down because he was dead and he's just a spirit. I understand that. Yeah. So that's a way it could have worked, for sure. You could see it in his eyes, because I didn't even do the side quest that talked about the mechanics of the Abyss. You can see in his eyes, Ida, he knew what he was doing. We had to do what was done. Master Louis Soir wore that same look right before the end. Do you think I don't know that? Alright, I know. There's nothing more you could have done. Ilberd caught us all off guard. Even Macon was powerless to stop him. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you will never forget what Papalino strove to protect or the lessons he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Man, yeah, Ida and Papalimo are like a duo, and now the duo is broken. That's always when characters become most interesting. Leave Ida with me. Go on, go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened. Can I do the side quest now? I think I could in theory. Honor the Fallen. I feel like I've seen this quest name, Honor the Fallen, so many times. It's because it's a side quest that we've had like the past 3 streams. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words, but Thancred is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and appraise our companions of all of this. Make way there. I'll send word to Ishtola and the others. Alright. So I gotta be honest, I was really excited to see the Rampaging Gods, but I guess now that's just on hold for like fucking ages, probably. I assume it's resolved via the Stormblood story. But there's a part of me that thinks that might be a bit like Nidhogg now. It might not even be resolved in Stormblood. It might not be till Stormblood fucking 4.5 that I actually get that fight. Or 4.3. Do you know what I mean? It might be ages and ages and ages before that actually turns into anything. Just watching chat to see if someone says, oh, that's an Endwalker story. Like the Agrius 2.0. 'Twould seem you bring ill tidings, brother. Aye, behind the Griffin's mask we found the grinning face of old adversary Ilberd. I know not how, but he had in possession of his eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual, even as we looked on. So our mistake, just tossing that over the bridge instead of giving it to Hraesvelga, caused a lot of problems here, by the 12, and got Papalimo killed. I don't understand. To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's aether. Not one, not even grandfather could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort. I'm certain Papalimo was aware. Thus did the people follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilberd came to possess the eyes. In the depths of the sea of clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind aspected aether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions. Then mayhap it was the work of an Ascian, but now's not the time for idle speculation. Kryl and I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain to the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we'll glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense so much through the barrier, but I'll certainly do my best. I didn't realise Papalimo was like some kind of god tier mage. I thought Ishtola was the god tier mage. Do you think Ishtola could have cast that, guys? Could Ishtola have done that had she been there? Could Kryl have done it had she been there? I mean, they're all Sharlayan students of Louis Soir, right? No, because Ishtola is white mage. Why does that matter? Wait, without so much as by your leave? Pray forgive Archon Ishtola her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. A desire to comfort Ida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I too must contend with the grievous loss in my own way. By thy leave, Lady Alice, I shall honour our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light. I know he said he was the best student, but that's just you know, that was amongst the people who were in the scene, and that's his own perspective. That's not a fact. Not necessarily. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papalimo's sacrifice. Quite, we must begin preparations to face Ilberd's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. Papalimo studied under Louis Soir directly for a long time in particular. Papalimo was the senior in their group, I see. He was the first student. Why does the white mage thing matter, by the way? The interminable wait for news from Gridania seems to be taking its toll. It doesn't. Okay. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I couldn't figure out why that mattered. Macon, I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged. Meaning, we have no idea how long it will be before ... Oh god, a phone call. A communication from the Alliance, one moment. We kind of helped the Empire there as well, don't you think? I sort of feel like Papalimo shouldn't have done that. As long as that monster's directed towards annexed Garlean territories, and if you can like push it over to Ilsabard, that's where it's from, right? The Empire's from Ilsabard. Let it sort of rampage over there for a while. Obviously, there's no guarantee, and we can't control a primal, so. Yes, of course, our representatives will be present, my thanks. Word of Gridania. The council will shortly be reconvened. The alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. I literally... How about this for a play? How about we go and treat with the Emperor? I forget his name. How about we go to him and we say, look, bro, that was an insurgent plan. They were going to completely fuck everything up, and we stopped it. You owe us. Are you going to chill the fuck out? And they'll say, aha, well, I do not like it. Fine. Yes, but the Elder Seed Cid doubtless shares concerns about how long it will remain so. I'm told that Cid Garland has been called in to add his expertise to proceedings. A wise decision. The more minds working, the better. Well, then I suggest we leave the Rising Stones in Tatari's capable hands and make haste for the Lotus Stand. Bye-bye, Tatari. Varys Zos Galvus. I mean, he seemed like an alright guy so far. A bit, controversial among his kinsmen, perhaps, but that's to our benefit. What the fuck is this? It's interesting that the Far East has not been involved at all. Hello. Some new character?
If you would, good sir. This place. It is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay. Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Oh?
Eh? Yes? You're in Eorzea?
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again.
This guy's a Norn. I didn't realize there were Norn in the Far East.
You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port.
I mean, you guys joke, but that is 100% a Norn. Barrel-chested, big. I mean, that is a Norn. I'm sorry.
Though, it would perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order.
So I'm really happy that there's Norn in this. I didn't realize they did a Guild Wars 2 crossover as well. I know that about the Monster Hunter one. I didn't realize they'd done a Guild Wars one, and the Norn were literally... I mean, this is literally a Norn.
Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Look, he's hungry. He wants to eat. He's a Norn. Comic relief.
Good man, are you all right?
He's a Norn.
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
I want to be clear here. I'm specifically trying my hardest to aggravate the pedants in chat who are desperate for me to acknowledge it's a Rogadin. It's a Norn. It's a Rogadin! Say Rogadin! It's a Rogadin! Rogadin! It's a Norn. I know how annoying that is as well. It's like calling a Char like a Tauren or some shit. Fuck, and now I'm here, so I don't get to see what's going on back there. If I waypointed back, could I talk to them about this guy? You've called him Weeb Norn the first time I saw him too. So, to be clear, the Rogadin of the Far East don't have the pale skin, right? That's Merwib's race, right? But they don't have pale skin? WP, you're so bad at recognizing which race is which. The joke falls flat. Well, thanks for being a party pooper. Welcome, Warrior Light. This way, if you please. Yeah, I definitely for real thought it was a Norn. I'm just really bad at recognizing the races, so I definitely thought it was a Guild Wars 2 race. I'm just that stupid. So the joke fell flat because it's perfectly believable that I thought there was an actual fucking Norn in this game and that there was a crossover that I didn't know about. That's perfectly believable. Anyway, time to return to the Pale Tree.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken.
Well, good.
After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Can I ask, is there a meaning why they'd say thrice damned? Is there a meaning behind thrice damned? That seems oddly specific and alluding to something I should know about Rhalga.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
This is not where I thought it was going at all. I thought this patch would be like... I don't know.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
Wait, is this Nero again?
What in the hells are you doing here?
Oh, baby.
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Is Nero a main character in this X-Pack? I'm well up for that. But hold on. Yesterday, we saw him as well. We saw him in the Warring Triad story. What did he do? He was like near Tiamat or something. He was looking at something on Aziz Slar. What was he doing on Aziz Slar? I suppose that's relevant to whatever he's doing now. Oh, it wasn't Aziz Slar. Oh, it was on Cartano. Yeah, he's a frenemy. He's very good. I like him a lot. That wasn't a Warring Triad either. It was a main cutscene. He was at Cartano. So Cartano is where Bahamut was, where everything happened. With Louis Soir and Bahamut and so on. And that's where the game servers went down, basically. And the calamity happened. Oh, it was the ruins of Dalamud that I saw. It was all Allagan tech, and I thought it was Azizlar.
Who is this man?
Right. Oh, yeah, Amric's never met him. Oh, I've got some catching up for you.
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend.
Does he?
As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? Hold on. The very creation... So, Omega captured the Elder Primal once before. So, sorry, are you telling me that the summon Rolga has been around before? Or are you telling me, or is he talking about Bahamut? Is Bahamut the Elder Primal he's referencing? Bahamut is the Primal he's referencing. Bahamut was captured by technology, was it? I thought it was just... I thought Bahamut basically wreaked havoc, blew everything up. Oh, you're talking about when the Allagans had him inside the moon. Right. I see, okay. So the Allagans were fighting against the primal Bahamut, and they had to subdue it before they could put it in the moon. And then they sustained it with the enslaved other dragons. Right, okay. So the Allagans had a thing called Omega. So he's looking at the ruins of the satellite.
That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartanau since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
Can I ask real quick, did the A Realm Reborn story go into Omega at any point? And I've forgotten? Omega was talked about when Teleji was trying to get a hold of Cartanau once, very briefly. Just once. Okay. And Omega didn't feature in the Calamity, the 1.0 servers going down stuff, right? Okay. Okay, I like this. This is quite cool.
Sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer. The mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity.
An Ultima weapon is a Garlean thing, much more recently. Ultima weapon was the story of A Realm Reborn, in which the Garleans had created a weapon to subdue primals. And I'm guessing Ultima was based on the concept of Omega. Oh, Ultima was Allagan as well. Oh, it was all Allagan. Oh, I see. The Garleans found Ultima, and the Garleans refurbished it. Because the Garleans were using it, weren't they? Okay, so what's the distinction between Ultima and Omega weapon, then, in this universe? Is Ultima weapon essentially trying to do the same thing as Omega? It just wasn't as good. That's a spoiler? The difference is a spoiler? Okay. So just to be clear, was the wreck of Ultima weapon at Cartanau as well? And the Garleans just happened to get a hold of that one and not the not Omega? I think Ultima was actually up in Ilsabard. Oh, Ultima was an Allagan relic in the Empire's own continent. The story didn't even specify where the Empire dug up Ultima. No, Ultima was under Alamigo. The Empire is vast. It's possible they just excavated the Ultima weapon somewhere. Ultima weapon was found in Alamigo. The story did specify it was Alamigo. Okay, well, whatever. The Empire found Ultima weapon, and Nero rebuilt it, and then the main game story was about Ultima. Now, Ultima weapon, would you guys, can chat just confirm for me? Ultima weapon is very kindred to Omega. They're both Allagan devices, and they were both in the business of subduing primals, right? Ultima weapon could fight primals. Wasn't Ultima weapon able to absorb primals? Wasn't that the thing? At this point in the story, I've already fought the Ultima weapon. So the Ultima weapon, what defined what the Ultima weapon did? The Ultima weapon was absorbing primals, wasn't it? Ultima weapon absorbed primals to power itself up, someone says. Ultima weapon is an anti-primal machine. Okay, so they are both anti-primal Allagan machines. That's fair. I appreciate you guys think I'm skirting around a spoiler, and that's fine. But just to be clear, they're both anti-primal Allagan machines. And precisely, Ultima did have the capacity to absorb them. Right? I already know that. As far as I know for now. Okay, correct. Okay, good. That is the knowledge I have. Okay, brilliant. And the reason Nero would suddenly mention the fact that he'd rebuilt Ultima is because he just said, oh, Omega, and everyone's like, what the fuck? And he's like, I did do it with Ultima, you know. So, there we go. Brilliant.
And as luck would have it, I am graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
He's saying, let's do it again, baby. And it makes sense.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
I can't remember what he did at the Crystal... I can't remember what he did at the Crystal Tower. He was there for that story. I think he was just, like, exploring the tower looking for Allagan information, wasn't he? Or some shit? I can't remember what he did that was bad in that.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame?
Now that I've played Final Fantasy 15, this guy, Nero, reminds me a bit of Arden in the way he speaks and looks. Just a little bit.
Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Well, I mean, it's just something, though. What's your plan? You got a better plan? Did I like 15 FP? WP? A lot of people say it was bad, but I loved it. It would take me way too long to fully divulge how I feel about the game. I love parts of it, I hate parts of it, and I'm just sad about it in general.
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Did I stream or play it? No, I played it with Kerry. It was not something I streamed or anything.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
I do. Give me another plan. Give me another plan, and this is a decision. This is a discussion. Oh, I like it. They give me a choice every time. He makes a convincing case.
He makes me grind my teeth is what he does. But I suppose we don't have much of a choice.
Kerry is my girlfriend. I'm saying I played it off stream, you know, in private.
Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. It would seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Carteneau and take command of Omega. Cid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
I like the way he sort of shrugged there, like, these fucking people. Alisei and Alphino said nothing this scene.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Carteneau being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
Hey WP, I watched all your Guild Wars 1 videos leading up to Guild Wars 2. How are you doing nowadays? Wow, it's been a long time since you've watched me then, man. It's good to see you. I'm doing good. I'm looking at other MMOs at long last.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
Wow.
My blade is yours.
I can't stand her hair. I usually don't care about this kind of stuff, but her hair clipping through her ear, it's like, what? I can't unsee that shit. Every time I look at her, I'm just staring at it.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
It's not clipping? It's clearly clipping! Oh my god, everyone loves her and they hate the idea that her hair looks bad. It looks bad, everyone. It's clipping. You have to see the horn from another angle to see how it's shaped. Her hair clearly is going through the horn. The hair looks bad. It's not just clipping. Where is she? Is she in this scene? Oh, she's not here. You don't understand the shape of the horn. Wait until you see. Okay, all right. That's such an overwhelming response. I like how I make an idle comment about something superficial and it can spur people into more action than anything else of substance. Hey guys, I think Alphino looks stupid. Don't you guys think Alphino looks dumb? Look at his stupid pointy ears. What a loser. Well, that was a rather unexpected development, one which raises a number of questions, not least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place. True, he's like 12. Alright, I need to find something more controversial. Question mark, question mark, question mark? Sid and the others... Yeah, look how beautiful I look, exactly. Sid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Alisei is already on her way and will not do well to lag too far behind. Let us be off. Pick on Ishtola. Is there like well-known, like, sort of love 'em, hate 'em kind of characters? I know I could aetherite, but let's enjoy the sights and sounds of the city for a few seconds before plunged into a tumble dialogue. No, Tatari's my favourite. I think Tatari's my favourite. Do you know what I really like about Tatari? The way that she like waddles around. Have you seen that cute little toddler walk she does? Oh, it makes my heart melt. Oh. Isn't she beautiful? Goody witty little Tataru. She's adorable waddling around. Oh, my favourite waver. My favy wavy. If you don't feel that way, you're a monster. Wait, what the fuck is wrong with me? Oh, I think we we go up. No. The greater obsolescence. You? No, you're an arms mender. Isn't there a... Oh, there is a way down, isn't there? It's because I tried to jump and I saw I couldn't, so I then thought there wasn't a downstairs, but there clearly is. Hello, Sid. Macon, Alphino, ready to go? The others have stepped out onto the landing for a moment, lest you wonder. Nero insisted he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. I love these two. They're so good. And you let him, despite his very timely offer of assistance. The thought of that man poking about the workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alphino. Your sister was adamant that you would never leave her sight. She and Yugiri are... Ah, well, here they are now. Tataru is the closest thing to Timey. Not bad, but I don't have anything worse to say. Right, I think that's everyone. Should I set the course for Cartano? Might ask we delay our cap departure slightly. I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear the latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Saki. Hold your tongue! When we want your opinion, we'll ask of it. Should I voice Alice as like really like horrible? Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such a time as you have finished procrastinating. All right. While Alphino speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordina, and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones. Mine apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Ishtola and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I'm able. Macon, pray accompany Alice back to the Rising Stones. I should feel safer knowing you're present to entertain our guest. Right. Everyone headed to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl and the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave. Alice grows a lot. She's my favourite present day. Yeah, a lot of people really like her. I think she's alright. I quite like her too. And it's still early days right now. I don't think of her as a brat or anything. You're traveling with Master Garland, sir. The Enterprise Excelsior is right there. So why are they forcing me to take an airship here? I guess because we're going to get waylaid or some shit? Some kind of cutscene? No. Hello. Not quite a door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in the Tull's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones? Yeah, alright. God, I haven't been here for a long time. This, by the way, is where the Crystal Tower story takes place. There's a camp here, and most of the stuff you do with the Crystal Tower is at the camp. And the Crystal Tower is near here as well, as far as I know. You love the sky in Mordona? Yeah, it's weird as fuck here. This is where the Agrius was brought down by Midgård. The real fight. This is where... Right? Or is this where Cartano is? No, Cartano is elsewhere. Where's Cartano? There were different events, right? This is the place where Midgård happened. Cartano happened. I don't really know where else it is. Oh, they are the same place. Cartano's across the lake. Okay. So a lot of history here. This is like the Ascalon of Eorzea. In as much as there's been a lot of layers of shit that's piled up. You think it's called Camp Blue Fog? Okay. Well, welcome to our base, Nero.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight.
Alice, in my opinion, is the worst character. I'll never understand why the player base likes her. Oh, what do you think about that, guys?
It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in Magitech innovation.
Wrong, get him, burn the heretic. Scorching take. That's just wrong. Ooh, I feel bad for the person who dared express an opinion against the hive mind there. I wouldn't know anything about that
Reg
myself.
calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
We have a Magitech kettle, that's it. The kettle is a major plot character in the future, by the way. I don't believe you.
returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
A plot-relevant Magitech kettle. It's a legit story. Is it really? What was it called? Remember the name. What's the name of the kettle? The Thermocoil Boil Master.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
Wow, her voice is different. She sounds sad. Do you think she's actually doing that on purpose? She sounds gutted that he's dead.
By your leave!
Oh, hello.
Good God, that voice could fell a gigas.
It's Braham.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Oh, he knows her.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Why, yes, he's from the Shiver Peaks.
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly.
It's not Doma, it's Doma. Okay.
But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
What is the dire peril?
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary.
Okay.
And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused.
Okay, so
dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Okay, are you going to stop? Okay, alright, let's talk about the horn. So, am I to believe the horn comes out, and now it like hooks forwards, and none of this is touching her hair? Her hair's further in, right? I'm to believe that it's out. Right, okay. So it's like a gross little, like, tube thing that connects it. Oh, yeah, because we can kind of see on the other horn that it's out a bit. Okay. Alright, so in which case it wouldn't be clipping because it's underneath. But there's no shadow there, and I'm not playing with my 3D glasses on, so I can't see. Alright. There are plenty of issues, but this isn't one of them. Alright, I understand now. I understand. Do you guys see the way I was interpreting that, though? And I think it's fair to say that would be quite weird. Right, okay, let's go on. Dire peril, no. Yeah, okay, so she's got to stay. Well, tell me what the problem is.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
Yeah, they're door handles. By the way, I'm sorry, though. Look at the horn now. You going to tell me that's not clipping? I'm clinging to this. Look under there. Huh? Outrageous. I can see a couple of clipping pixels there. There's a couple of clipping pixels right there, everybody. No, it's still just the shape. Oh, maybe it is. That's her face. This looks clipped, I can tell by some of the pixels.
In the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? You, Giddy? You draw steel against the curse of Garlemald?
So are they on the other border, right?
Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
Basically, are they, are they the Eastern Front? They're Russia, we're, France, etc. No, I get that culturally they're not Russians. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the two fronts of the Garlean Empire's war. I'm putting in the context of World War II. Do you remember when I had you meet me at the Diamond Forge and we ambushed you? Oh, Dorma is completely occupied. Oh, it's not a front. They're not resisting. They're just occupied. Oh, that's what I'm saying. Well, if we had your measurements, I set to work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before I left. I'm not going to wear this to Taru. Sorry. You can try it on now if you'd like. Oh, God. But she worked so hard. Oh. If I didn't have the greatsword with me. Assuming we measured correctly, the fit should just be just right. Snug but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So, how does it feel? I feel like I could go to the ball. So, you're not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can't tell you how much this means to me. To have crafted something worthy of the Warrior of Light let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile. Can you have done this for all of the politicking I was just doing at the Lotus Stand? I also sewed in a blood pearl charm to, bring you home. May it always protect you. Eh? What's a blood pearl charm? To bring me home? Well done, I'm now Tataru's adopted son. It's a charm, innit? You collected blood pearls with Tataru back in 2.55 before Heavensward. This was before my break, so I've forgotten shit again. It's a thing she digged up for good luck. Oh, it's just so that she's just being sweet, is she? Oh, well, I'm immediately getting out of those clothes. How dare he mock the science like that? If I ever had to sew a set of traveling clothes for him, I might just forget to take out the pins. Ooh, feeling daring, are we, Tataru? Ida's eyes shine with rekindled determination. So, we have to wake Omega up, right? When do we start? Ida, are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well. I'll remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alphino, mayhap you could return to Gridania and assist Tola and Kryl. A fine suggestion. The rest of us will form Cartano Expedition Party. Nero and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Macon, Ida, and our Domin friends will take care of the security. I love this guy. What's his name again? The Excelsior by the lake is just by the lake. Gosetsu. What a bouse. I like him a lot. Bram. He's Borge the Sun Chaser. Right, what was I going to do? Fuck, there was something I was going to do as soon as I got out of that cutscene. I've forgotten it now. Oh yeah, I was going to remark as well, I've quite liked the story in this. In that, you know, the whole way through Heavensward, I was kind of thinking, oh, this person will probably die, or this person will probably die, or something. Like, this is a good place for the drama to... But it was kind of tricky to predict. Maybe Lady Ysayle a bit, but not really. And then, in this patch, you know, there's quite a sudden big death that there was no way to really get. And I quite like that. It feels quite unpredictable and organic. Soon, Omega, soon. I'll see you rise again. Okay, that's not ominous. Will this contraption truly bear us through the skies? Oh, they don't have airships there? Gosetsu is an accomplished swordsman. Should it come to battle, he will prove a staunch ally. Would that I could say the same for Nero. Does Nero have like a class? Is he like a machinist? I was a bit lost for a while there, but I'll be fine, trust me. I feel like you're not going to be fine. So, let's take a quick look here, by the way. That lake, right? You see that building, that tower in the lake way over there? It's actually a lot closer than I think they want you to believe. Oh, can I fly over to the fucking thing? This is Midgarsorm's body wrapped around the Agrius 1.0, right? There you go. I can get pretty close. Can people just be clear with me about that? So this is like... This is background story to 1.0 before the game even came out. This is what you see in the CGI cutscene. And the lake... This is a special lake filled with aether, which the Agrius was trying to tap into or some shit, and it would have fucked up the live stream if they got it. So that's why Midgarsorm defended it. And there's a dungeon that I've played where you go in there. That back there is the Crystal Tower. That was like the Allagan seat of power or some shit. That connected to like the power from the moon, Dalamud or something. I don't know really the story. I can't remember. But anyway, that's where we met some Allagans and a cat guy called Grahatia. Who you haven't seen in any of these streams because he's not a character right now. But later I think it becomes a bigger one. What else is there? And yeah, this is where the moon crashed down and everyone was fighting when they brought the servers down. This is where Louis Soir did his thing. Crystal Tower is the energy receiver for Dalamud. Yeah, it's something like that. Don't worry, we'll probably play that on stream in the upcoming days. Hello, Sid. I'm very close to you right now. Would you like to be closer? What did he say about Gosetsu? Something about he graces the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we'd best be on our guard. Given that Aline Rael was still active when Omega was discovered, we can be sure the Empire has been long aware of his existence, and if Nero deemed it obvious solution of the threat posed by his primal, it's not impossible that Garlemald might do the same. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me you're in for a fight. Yeah, I was thinking that we'd probably find the Empire here. Yeah, there's a new game plus to replay. Exactly, that's what I think we'll be doing. Zaitan, Glory of Tyria, Tower of Nightmares. Got it. Tower of Nightmares isn't a great... Okay, the closest thing to Guild Wars... The thing is, Guild Wars doesn't really have history on the scale that this game does. It would be like a seer building.
Now, where was that?
If there are any seer buildings you could find, the Crystal Tower is like something built by the seers. Or maybe the Onyx Gate with a Massal or something like that. But ArenaNet really do not go into this depth of history at all. Do you think I'll be buying the game? I will be, but I haven't yet.
I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Someone says Guild Wars constantly retcons and dumps on their own lore. They don't constantly retcon and dump on their own lore. They don't do that. That's not a fair criticism of Guild Wars.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes.
They make a ton of mistakes. I'm not saying that they do everything well at all, but they don't retcon.
But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
Am I going to be taking a break to make the video on the free trial before continuing to Stormblood? Right now, I don't have a plan for the free trial. I'm thinking of doing A Realm Reborn versus Guild Wars. A Realm Reborn plus the 2.0 series of patches versus Guild Wars in Season 1. And then I'm going to do a video that is Heart of Thorns and Season 3 versus Heavensward and 3.x. That's 2 videos. I'm thinking of doing 2 versus videos.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland.
And the difference between the free trials will probably be like a side note in one of those videos. It will probably be like just a little comment. Who is this? It's another big boy.
Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it?
He's another Rogadin.
It's like all my name days have come at once.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
Okay, Spike.
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
Sid is a really great character when he's with Nero. Oof, the ARR video is going to be brutal. Yeah, it's not going to be very... Basically, the way it's looking to me is Guild Wars...
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
Guild Wars is an infinite... Guild Wars core is infinitely better than a Realm Reborn core. But then the story starts to change. I think in the second video, I think it's going to go another way. Oh, that would have looked good in 3D. That right there. Oh, shit. He has his own theme. This is the samurai preview. Okay. Oh my god, it's been a while since we've had a fight. Fuck me.
You watching, Papadino? I don't know.
Look upon a samurai of Doma.
It's all over now. Leave this to me.
Maybe I should start AoEing.
It's my right to strike.
No holding back. No surrender.
Surrender, we have you outnumbered. I don't think so. Wouldn't be the first time. Are you still playing with all those soldiers? I suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. Has he activated Omega already? No, it must be something small. Oh shit, it's one of these Machina things that I was riding around in the core game. Behold, the Red Baron. Now end this nonsense. Am I going to have to ride it? What the? No one told me they'd have Magitek armor. Forward for the Empire. The honest Kerr thinks to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend the rest of his minions. Oh, this is their gem store, is it? What's it called? It's called the Mog store, is it? Is it called the Mog store? Mog Station. Magitech Cannon.
This one'll sting.
Shit, I didn't mean to do that.
No retreat. No surrender.
Oh, I'm not allowed in it again. I misclicked.
With soul and steel.
I misclicked. I was clicking to ground target the fucking guys.
It's all over now.
Oh no, they're all weak anyway, because this is just a fake little fight to impress me about the armor.
Leave this to me.
Look how weak they all are. Okay, I don't need your armor, Nero. Do I get credit for the story branch because I didn't rely on Nero's tech? God, I hope this isn't too bad. Should I kill the Colossus?
Your defense is lacking.
Get in it now. Well, I'm still in combat. Colossus died. Why'd it be any different now? It's just that my castle's getting interrupted. Okay. Oh, alright, we're in. I have to ground target all this because...
It is my right to strike!
I don't have it set up properly.
This one'll sting.
Photon stream.
No retreat. No surrender.
Magitech Cannon, 4,000.
With soul and steel!
It's all over now. Leave this to me.
Wow, that skill's really strong. That's 9,000 in an AoE. That's like gonna one-shot everyone, basically. This is some kind of nightmare. Hey, you can't just run off. Deserting a battle is punishable with death. I order you to stand your ground. Come back here now, please. Oh, that's just embarrassing. Oh no, he's crawling off. Pitiful. You bring this fate upon yourself. God damn in the 7 hell. I'll kill you, bastard. It's the last thing I do. Can I get back in?
Your defense is nothing.
Look upon a samurai of Doma!
Look upon a samurai of Doma. I appreciate he read that one out loud. Monkey versus gorilla. It's not exactly fair. An ape can fuck a monkey up. Any type of ape. Ah. I get the distinct impression I could have just popped the defensive and stood there. Oh, that was cool. Did my whole party move out of the AoE, by the way? There's a guild chat tomorrow about exploring Xingji. Yeah, I'm really hoping that that's fun, brilliant news that I can make a video on. The Scions always do mechanics. Cool. The AI response to AoE's mechanics. It's funny, Guild Wars does not have that. They never scatter in Guild Wars 2. In Guild Wars 1 they do. And I think in the betas for Guild Wars 2 they did as well, but they removed it. And they've never put it back.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
This cutscene finished PS3. Was this the last PS3? We move to PS4 in a minute, do we? Or are you guys making a joke about how it dragged frame rate or something?
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
What the fuck? We don't even have control of this machine. It's just gonna wander around and do its own thing. We're about to have a kaiju battle. This plan seems a lot crazier now that I realise that.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown.
Big Mac has marked it in the spreadsheet as well.
Complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
I don't know about this now.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing?
What do you think?
What do I think?
Yeah. How are you doing?
All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
All right, it's on her. It's not on me.
Yes, that's the one.
It's not on her. It's not on me. It's on her. It's not my fault if this goes wrong. I didn't like this at all. I saw Nero. I thought he looked like a dickhead. I warned everyone to stay away from him.
You
He's from
too
Garlemald.
much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
And look, she's just acting emotionally there. Completely irrational. It's just grief. I wash my hands with this. I'll just go live with the people in the Far East. The Norn.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty. Show us what you can do.
Holy fuck, he's unhinged. He's a nutter. My pretty.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
I like the idea of Sid giving Nero the side eye there. Like, fuck me. He reminds you of Super Hands. Really? Nero? I mean, he's got a bit of that crazy energy, I suppose. A little bit. Holy fuck. Oh, they don't even show Omega much. I want to see more of him. He looks like a spider. See, that looks like Garlemald tech, not Allergan, but hey, whatever. Oh shit, Ralga's like a dragon thing. Not Ralga? Oh. shit, we get the Kamehameha laser beam moment. There's always got to be one of these beam battles, yeah. Holy shit. Well, hold on. Where did that happen, though? That wasn't near any population centers, was it? Oh, it was all around the wall. Well, I guess, yeah, because he just came out of the wall. Is that them, the two of them? So they fought, blew a ton of shit up, but didn't even kill each other.
Huh? Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
It lost. Well, maybe they took each other out.
Signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
Is there a term for these primals, like Bahamut level primals? Is it like a super primal, or like like how do we distinguish? Because they act like they're all like super deadly, right? Like all of them. Elder primal. Oh, okay, elder primal. Elder primal was for Bahamut. Is this thing that I thought was Ralga also an elder primal? I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. Is there going to be story about why that thing is what that thing is, by the way? Or are we just to assume there is story? Okay. Well, I mean, everything, because there's a lot of story about what Bahamut was as a dragon in life, and after it came back, there's a lot of story, you know? This, I thought that if they'd made it one of the 12, that kind of, but now you guys are telling me it's not one of the 12, in primal form, right? I would assume there's a lot more story. It's not just like, oh, this thing's new or whatever. We need to see what happened for ourselves and soon. Like, what did Ilbard have in mind? What did all the dead people have in mind? What does the dragon eye mixing into it do? Are those eyes consumed now? I assume they are. I assume that's why it looks draconic, because it has the dragon eyes. It's kind of like Nidhogg get reinvented as a primal or some shit. Alpha Noah's look of a man with much to say. This is it. This is the last quest. So, by the way, this was a double patch, right? It came out on separate days. What's the story there? Did that... This is 2.56 now, right? What? So, how did that work? Can anyone tell me, release-wise? Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Wait. We must first. The Elder Seedseer is expecting us. Worry not, Alphino. Gosetsu and I will watch over it. You may safely attend your meeting. Why do I feel like when we get back, Yugiri will have left with him? It's curious. I honestly thought that 3.1, 2, and 3 would all be Ishgard, and then 4 and 5 would all be about the Far East. But it's almost like it's defied that expectation in a lot of ways. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the Lotus Stand. All there are eager to hear your testimony. Okay. So the two patches were 1 month apart from each other. 6 weeks, 1 month. Is there a reason for that? Was that always planned, or was that crunch, or like what's the situation there? Can anyone tell me? Was that anticipated? Will there be a similar thing after Stormblood's done? And I'm in the post-Stormblood content. Will there be a split patch there as well? It was all planned. So what was is there any reasoning? What's the story? In the modern era, does Shadowbringers have a split patch? There's always a 0.5 and then a 5.5. Every 0.5 gets an extra little bit with a final bit of story. So when was the split here? Was it before that Omega weapon fight that I just watched? Just after? Wait, it just happened? This here, the Far Edge of Fate, is... Oh, the split occurred before what's his name again? Is it Gosetsu? Right. Fuck, I shouldn't have walked. I thought I was going the right way. Now I don't know where I am. It's a gatekeeper. I've messed this up. Oh, no, I'm not too far away. Yeah, I'll just go back to the Conjurer's Guild, yeah. When I see an Aetheryte. 0.55 then, FanFest, then 5.6. Oh, there's a 5.6 as well. .56 doesn't have any story, though. What was 5.6 then? Oh, sorry. Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm on 5.6. It's not 0.5 and then 5.5. It's 0.55. They instantly called it 0.55, right? They didn't... I much prefer ArenaNet's way of just naming a release. My friends, fully eagerly have we awaited for your return. Few indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You're too kind. As I recall, we were as good as demanded the right to try, but tell me, how did it unfold? We succeeded in waking up Omega, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. Would that words could do justice to such a scene. None of my choosing, that much is certain, but I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, so we got it just in time. From its midst rode a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies above Girabania. The Primal's might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magics as I have never seen, and I hope to never see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight, until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamegan soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eye it seemed as if each had landed a fatal blow upon the other. While most among us could only think of Bahamut when looking upon the Primal's form, the Domans were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature of a Far Eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer to it as such. So this is a common super boss. This Shinryu's face... Shinryu, you know, if you've watched my 10 Let's Play, Evray, it's kind of based on Shinryu. I don't know which game exactly it was first introduced. This Shinryu's... And there's a Shinryu in 12 as well, I think. And indeed, that of Omega is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Girabanian side of the border. Aye. Which is why we have sent our main force under the command of Marshal Tarapin to capture the wall. With the guards in... with the Imperials in... Shinryu is probably one of those big four bosses in one as well, isn't it? We have the perfect opportunity to secure the Gradanian's border, assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men. So most of this damage was done over Alamigo itself, the real Alamigo, which I've never been to. So does that mean Stormblood? I'm going to go there and the place is a fucking wasteland? That explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we'll re-engage Omega's stasis system, so even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it won't be of any use. Save perhaps as a statue. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they managed it at all. Such reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is one of several concerns. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representatives in Girabania. Though Ilberd has forced our hand, it would seem the logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation. And by working in concert, it's not impossible that Al Amigo might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp. Which means that Ilberd didn't die in vain, despite his twatty ways of doing things, going about things. This operation to take the wall will be Ishgard's first military action under Alliance banners. Though I have no appetite for bloodshed, a part of me is glad to be of the chance to begin reparations for our past action. It helps that Shinryu is a dragon-looking thing. You know, that'll get the Ishgardians happy. The nation built 1,000 years of militaristic action against draconic entities. Pray accept my humblest and most earnest thanks once again, Warrior of Light. Had Shinryu been suffered to roam free, the 12s would certainly have been laid to waste. I oversee the operations at Baelsar's Wall. You've done your part. Leave us to handle the initial Imperial reprisal and rest. I want to talk to you about Ilberd, man. With the primal emerged, it was for an instant transported back to Cartano. Oh, I was for an instant transported back to Cartano. For the moment, the Black Worm made an 8th hell of the battlefield. Glad I live out the rest of my days without seeing such a sight again. It's a shame. I'll tell you one thing that this game isn't doing that I thought it would be doing at this point. And chat, please tell me if it happened later. I very often think, when I think of Final Fantasy, I think of CGI cutscenes. I think of pre-rendered, expensive-ass cutscenes that spike in every now and then. I would have thought that Omega versus Shinryu would have been a CGI moment. But they don't do it, do they? Do they just do it for trailers and that's it? You know, I really would have thought that would be a CGI scene. Only the trailers. That's a shame. That's a shame. Because obviously we saw the Bahamut fight in CGI, but that's because it was all sort of trailery. It wasn't just Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9. 10 did it, 12 did it, 13 did it, though rarer. 15 did it, though extremely rare. It's like a thing in the main series games since the PlayStation 1 era. Anyway. Nero, how are you feeling? I should very much like to see this Shinryu creature for myself. Yeah, defeated the Omega weapon. As it seems likely, we put Omega into stasis after. What did they call it? Ah, yes, Shinryu was defeated. We should have little to fear from either one of them. Right. You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour. Ishtola and the others have gathered at the Amasarax's spire. And I imagine that you two would be interested to see what has become of the wall now that the cocoon's gone. What is the spire? Can someone teach me in chat what's this spire? Should I know about this already? Oh, that's true. They did do it in the Coils cinema. They did do Coil cinematic, didn't they? It is decided then. Lead on. It's just a watchtower near the wall. Okay. Right. The far edge of fate. It was the tower you were at before the wall? Oh, like the really little lookout post where this patch's story started. I feel like this has been the longest one so far, by the way. Of all the patches, 3.2 felt pretty long as well. But that might have just been because the subject material wasn't really that great. What the fuck is that thing? Is that a mount version of the Omega weapon? Oh, it is. It's a mount version of the Omega weapon. Okay. Shit, did I fuck this up? Hello, Ishtola. It's a lot smaller than I thought it'd be.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
Oh, by the way, we had a sub. Edartle, you are the only person who has subbed all day. We're going 4.5 hours here, so thank you for that. I've been trying to keep an eye out for it, so thank you to you. My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am. They say that Omega's clash with the primal shook the very firmament. I really appreciate that.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
You ignored me subbing yesterday? Don't use the word ignore. You make me sound like such a dickhead when you say ignore. I'm not trying to ignore people. I just might miss it sometimes. I'm trying to juggle a game and read chat, and sometimes something will slip through. I'm really sorry. Ash and Tail, thank you for the sub yesterday. You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the battlefield. We were able to observe in relative safely, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall. Oh, Captain Papaya
It was
just
like
subbed as
watching
well, or
nightmare
gave a sub.
unfold
Thank
before
you.
our very eyes. Ilbert's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
So these guys saw it straight up.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
Oh, wow. A Schoenfob, thank you very much. Has just gifted 5. So 5 of you got lucky. You might want to look and see if it was you. I say lucky. I need to figure out what I'm doing with the emotes. If anybody who's been regularly at these streams wants to help out with the idea of emotes or whatever, let me know. Go to the Spud Discord and drop a message in Guild Wars 2 content, in Wooden Potatoes content help, or the Final Fantasy chat, or the WP content chat, any of those places, and I'll see. I do want it to, I kind of like, if I'm doing a lot of this, I kind of like the idea of it being actually good to be subbed. But yeah, anyway, thank you. So, am I to assume, chat, that the eyes are gone now? Am I to assume that they're just gone? Wow, you kicked up a train there as well. Seamot, thank you for the sub. Smiley face, who knows? No, yes, smiley face. Okay, so we're still not done with the eyes. I really feel like at this point our characters should be saying, hey, shall we go find them? Because in theory they're just on the floor with all the bodies, aren't they?
I'm certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by a mega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
What's the deal with bits? I don't know. I need someone to teach me and to give me cool ideas for what to do. I really need like a role model or someone to teach me this shit.
Have you spoken with her?
Because I just don't know.
She's up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhaps she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
I can't put it all on Rocker. Rocker's helpful enough. He's got his own life. He's got his own stream. He's got his own stuff going on. You'll notice I don't even have an active mod, really. I have Rocker who pops up. I quite like that, though. I think that shows our maturity. We just sort of chilled, you know what I mean? Don't need a mod. They got absorbed into Shinryuku, if you remember.
It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
I was reading a Reddit thread last night. It was like, have you ever left a Twitch stream due to toxicity? Because I was reading like I wanted to know if I could do something about my microphone, and then I was just like idly reading while I was feeling ill and I had insomnia. Just to like vaguely feel productive in the early hours this morning. And there was a thread that I ended up on where someone said, have you ever had to leave a community because of toxicity? And it was a really sad thread, like just filled with messages of people talking, oh, the streamer wasn't toxic, but the community was, or the streamer was toxic, or a toxic mod came in, or I asked an innocent joke and I got timed out for 10 minutes, and then when I asked why I got timed out, they banned me on Twitter, and all of just this crazy shit, and it was like such a sad thread to read. But one of the most common stories was, oh, a mod came and ruined the whole thing. There was a story on it of a guy who quit his job to stream, and he used to have 40 viewers, all right? Which is no small amount. I know it sounds to some people like when you watch these massive streams. 40 streamers is a small amount. But a guy had 40 streamers and he quit his job apparently to do it full time. But it slowly went down. And then when he only had 20 viewers, it was like a year of a guy streaming, slowly getting angry at the world and mad at his audience for not growing and all this kind of shit. And it's just like so depressing to read. And it was from the perspective of someone who was like, it was like their friend and they wanted to support the stream. But then they decided to leave because the person had just got so bitter. Why aren't I growing? It's the audience's fault. And like now he only had 20 viewers instead of 40. It's a fucking rough place, this, man. It's a rough place. And then you look at the people who earning millions, like earning hundreds of thousands of dollars every month, and they'll get gifted like 300 quid just so that someone says their name. It's the whole thing with the leaks these past few days is really fascinating.
There's no need to explain.
There's like all these debates going online of like, I say debates, that's too grandiose of a term. There's all these arguments going on where people are like, oh man, why do people give money to big streamers? And then other people defending it. And it's like I can kind of see both sides. You know, people are welcome to throw a donation wherever they like or do whatever they like. But it does seem a bit weird to sort of throw a lot of money to you into the pocket of a millionaire and then go online and talk about rich politicians and all this kind of shit and how much you hate it. Eat the rich, but here, Mr. Streamer, have my next paycheck or whatever, so you'll say my name. And it's been really fascinating to read. I don't know what side I really fall on with all of that. Because in a lot of ways, I do sort of feel the anger that some people do. But then they all get treated like twats too, so who knows. Anyway, thanks for the level 2 hype train there, whatever that means. That we just got. Thank you.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask.
Oh shit! She took off her mask! Whoa. This is the moment. This is like me getting a face cam, guys. Look at this. Whoa. Did you expect that? Yeah, sorry, I got sidetracked.
20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric.
I thought his surname was Thorn, wasn't it? Isn't it Mad King Thorn? I'm getting confused.
And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do.
Anyone who took that as a really terrible joke and cringed a little bit, I'm glad, because I kind of want you to feel that way.
But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too. And I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
You're whatever you want to be, baby. It's not a problem.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them.
Okay, chat. Did I ever at any point know the real Ida? I mean, even in 1.0. No one did. It wasn't like a 1.0 character. Someone said in 1.0. She was in 1.0. Ah, see, so there you go. So she was like a friend. She was a part of the group back then. 1.0 players saw a memory of the real Ida. Oh. She was in Echo flashbacks. You never interacted with her before she died. You saw a memory. She was already dead in 1.0. Yeah, because that's 6 years, right? 1.0 is 5 years ago. Ida died 6. Why did you never tell me?
I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise.
Lise. Okay, can I just go? One of you guys in chat here as well. Ari Man said Ida was a comic relief character. Lice's writing is very inconsistent, and the expansion would have gone way better with other people in her place. Is she... She's that important to the Stormblood story, is she?
When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done.
She has a new Lice on live. Whoa! I like it. You can have a gold star. Is there a system on Twitch in which I can give out gold stars?
I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself. And it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it.
Oh, shit. It wasn't even a real tattoo. She was just faking being an Archon. It's not a real doctorate.
So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
I'm such a dickhead. I didn't even really think about it when the tattoo was going away. I honestly, I disrespect the story by not spotting that. So this is why she was so sympathetic to the Griffin. So Lice is controversial,
War is upon
eh?
us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
He hasn't specified what's going on there, though, really, has he? Am I out of the loop? I don't know what's going on there, right? Right. Yeah, Papalimo cast a glamour to fake the Archon's mark. That's why it faded when his essence finally waned. Right. It was brave of Lice to remove her mask after so long. Though she has scarce come terms with Papalimo's loss. That one act made plain by a determination to move forward. Oh yeah, speaking about that Reddit, that Reddit thread I was reading about people leaving Twitch communities, there was one that was really weird for me to read, where someone said they watched someone who did no face cam, and when they started doing face cam, all their content changed and they didn't like it anymore, so they left. And I was like, oh man, it's hard not to look at that and be like, oh, that could be me one day. And should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on this road she has resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We have quite a story to tell to Tyra and my sister. Like, this kind of content, really, I should have a face cam. I've always said that. You're going to get success way quicker and way easier and way better if you just put a camera on. I mean, people like to look at that. The reason I have lists there, but can I ask, guys, you see I've got lists there. How often is your eye drawn to lists? Ever? Was it when you first joined the stream? Oh, fuck, we're on the credits again. See, if people are never looking at it, I may as well turn it off. I mean, look at her. You preferred the potato cam? Oh, shit. This is a big moment. Am I going to get a bit that says free trial is over? Ooh. I'm going to turn the music up a little bit as well because it's a lady singing. What, I'm assuming I've heard this music before. Where did I hear it before? Malenko says, can I still play? I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see. It's the dragon song. This is the Nidhogg the Nidhogg fight. In case you're wondering, the English voice actors are listed second. Oh, okay, right. So Manalian, Onowa, Praise Felga. Is this a copy? I'm going to watch the whole credits. We're going to respect the product and we can just chat. It means I can look at chat the whole time though, so that's good. Is this just a copy-paste of the credits we already saw, or is it a little bit extended now, maybe, because... There is some new stuff, the pictures are different. So, what we're going to do next, guys, is we're going to watch the trailer. Can somebody... Only subs can post links. Can somebody please give me the link to Stormblood's trailer? What I'll do is I'll download it, I'll put it on screen, and we'll watch it. Oh, you think I can watch it from the game launcher? Oh, there's a free trial. I might not be able to, though, guys. Thank you for the links. It's in-game when you own the game. I can't. I've only got the other ones. Unless, like, now that I've beaten the story, it's unlocked. Yeah. It's really interesting watching the messages here where, like, people will have the gut reaction and then the next flood against the gut reaction comes in. Yeah, I only have the first 3 trailers on there. Which is kind of weird, to be honest. You'd think they'd put the Stormblood trailer on. I mean, it's to sell the game, right? So, I mean, you'd think they'd do that. There's no limit on playtime, so you can just keep playing in ARR and Heavensward if you want. Which is what I'm thinking of, but we'll probably be doing that for about a week. As we conduct our reviews and as we like explore some of the other content. Don't go anywhere though. We're gonna watch the trailer. Then we've got the Void. This is the final Alliance Raiders now as well. We've got the Void Ark story to complete. We've got my homie. That sounded so weird. Diabolos. Dunscaith. I think I already did Dunscaith, didn't I? Wasn't that the first one? Oh, no. Dunscaith is a place I went briefly. We got the Void Ark and the Warring Triad. Oh, both came at once? Oh, was one of them 5.5, the other one 5.6? I've already done the first 2 chapters of the newest Alliance raid. I just have the final one. Okay, Dunscaith. Oh, they were both at once. I thought I'd been getting told relentlessly that they don't come at once. Even Brits can't pronounce Dunscaith right. How am I meant to be saying it? Dunscaith? Oh, it was Alexander that wouldn't ever come with an Alliance raid. I see. It's trials that come every patch. Right, so it was like Nidhogg and then Thordan. It was like Thordan and then Nidhogg and then... Yeah, I get it. So, I have to say, guys, as well, Kerry is not a big fan of Stormblood. She says it's a bit messy and goes all over the place. How do you guys think Stormblood is compared to Heavensward? What do you think? Am I in for a good one or are we going down a little bit now? It is messy, it's slow, it's messy. I liked it. The production and cinematic presentation is way better. Only the main story content is better. Story's messy, but the content's fun. It's okay. Sloppy. Sloppy?! .1 is way better. Stormblood is meh, but post Stormblood is awesome. So you know how everyone starts properly wanking away when it comes to Shadowbringers? Is that actually Stormblood's living world that they're wanking over? 4.x is where it really reaches new heights? .1 to 4.3 is great, 4.0 is bad. Shadowbringer's main questline is just godlike. No, we wank over Ishtola. I do believe she's one of the sexier members of the cast. Shadowbringer itself is a masterpiece. It's a league of its own. It's god tier. God, my god, guys. I am waiting with watchful eyes and squinted lids to see how great Shadowbringers really is. Don't overhype. Believe me, I don't know how people could... I don't know what would look... If this isn't overhype, I don't know what is. I've never heard of a game be held in such high regard. Not in my whole life. Well, let's think about this. Have I? I really don't think I have. I really don't think I've heard such unanimous, overwhelming, deific description of a game than Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers. Does anyone have any other thought on that? Breath of the Wild. People are pretty fanatical about Breath of the Wild, I agree, but it's still, I don't think it's quite far enough. Mass Effect? Nah, I don't know. Maybe the hype going into ME3, but... By the way, I would say that Mass Effect is a more fun RPG than everything I've played in 14 so far. Obviously, one's sci-fi, one's fantasy, but BioWare through ME1 and 2 is pretty... I mean, if I was going to say the god of RPGs, I would say BioWare are the god of RPGs, or classically were. I think the past 6-7 years we've not justified that too much. Witcher 3 possibly is up there. Yeah. Deific. Well, people said it's godlike. They said it's godlike. Fun fact, the same team who wrote Shadowbringers is writing FF16. Oh, interesting. Half expansion Mike, I only ever see you stabbing the knife in the side of Guild Wars as a joke. So it's interesting for me to see you here in chat. Talking very comfortably about Final Fantasy. As a joke. Well, yeah, I mean, he's obviously doing it for the entertainment. What about FF7 Remake? Well, I don't really respect 15 that highly. I don't really respect the FF7 Remake from my gist, but I haven't played it, so I can't judge it. Which, chat, can I ask, when was the standing ovation for Yoshi P? Is that because of Shadowbringers, right? Or was it because of Stormblood? Or was it because of Heavensward? Or was it because of A Realm Reborn? I doubt it was A Realm Reborn. When was the standing ovation? Apparently there's some famous video where everyone gets up and starts clapping when he walks on stage or some shit. It was... Oh, it was for Ishikawa? It was the writer of Shadowbringers. It was a standing ovation for the writer, Ishikawa. Ah, okay. The writer. You cried twice. It's good, maybe overhyped. Ishikawa is writing 6.0 as well. Endwalker, you mean? Isn't that Endwalker? Hold on, how is the one writer working on both Final Fantasy 16 and the Endwalker expansion for FF14? How is... She is not. With great difficulty, she's not on FF16. She isn't on 16. The writers for Heavensward are. Oh, it's the Heavensward team on 16. Chat just got the 16 thing wrong. The guy was wrong. Oh. That makes sense to me. I don't know how political Stormblood's going to be, and I don't know how political Shadowbringers is going to be. But when I look at Final Fantasy 16, to me, that looks like a politic-y kind of Game of Thrones-y, kind of Great Houses fantasy game. And I think that makes sense to me, that the guy who presented Ishgard as I just experienced it, or team, or whoever it is. Cool, these credits are long as fuck. Alright, anything else you guys want to say? I might skip the credits now. If I skip these, will I see the cutscene at the end? Since we did already watch them, and we are just in the middle of the stream here, I want to get to this CGI cutscene. Okay, hold on. Let me download this thing off of YouTube. Fuck, I never clicked the link. Oh my god, chat will have moved way too far. I forgot. Guys, can someone give me the Stormblood trailer again? The full one. Thank you. Wow, look how quick you guys responded to that shit. Okay, 4 minutes? Is that the full one? The 4 minutes one? Or is there a longer one? No. Okay, 4 minutes is the full one? Okay. Stormblood trailer. 18th of February, 2017. Complete the quest first? What quest? I have finished it. Oh, are you suggesting that there's going to be a cutscene cliffhanger in a second, and that will be on the trailer probably? The trailer will allude to it. I'm guessing that's what you want me to do. You want me to see a cliffhanger before I watch this, don't you? You have to get the achievement first. Alright, well, we're downloading. It's downloading very slowly. The ETA right now is 15 minutes. I'm assuming that'll speed up. Alright, whatever. I'm skipping. Oh, change scroll speed. Oh, it's not bound. Well, there was no... If there was a cutscene, I might have skipped it. A friend request, thank you very much. Can I just remind everyone as well, we're looking to do the extremes in the upcoming days, synchronized with the Echo. So not like super hardcore, really difficult, but we are wanting to do the extremes and see what they look like and have fun with them. So we'll need a team of 7. So if you're on the Aether Data Center, throw me a friend request in the next coming days. That's something I'd really like to do with you. You may have mentioned, but Alphino has apprised me of all that came to pass. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm. Lys has chosen her path, and as her friend, we must do what we can to support that choice. We're fated to join in the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Girabania, we have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom, but indolence. Correct? Wait, that's a quote from somewhere, right? I would look... is that what Louis Suarez said? I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as I rather suspect do you. Alright, here we go. Post-credits. Quick, march! The Imperials will soon be to their senses, and we must be ready to face their retribution, says Pippin. Oh my god. Oh, never mind. It's almost time, Father. Hey, thanks for the sub, dude! Brewdaxian? Thank you. Stand firm, Pippin. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me. Sir, I was hoping you could tell me if you're on the 30-day trial or something else. I only see a 30-day trial. No, there's a fully free version of the game on Steam. I'm not on a trial. Everything I'm doing is fully free, no time limits. I'm 100% free, and it is on Steam. It's called the Final Fantasy XIV free something or whatever. It's just infinite, man. But yeah, I will get a free 30 days after my first purchase. Very well, Ilberd. Oh, look, I said I wanted to talk to him about Ilberd. I will take our homeland back. For the both of us. Oh, see, he still loves his friend. Go down there and pick up the eyes, bro. This is the Empire theme, right? I'm assuming we're at the seat of the Empire right now. Is this the Empire's banner? Imperial officer. My Lord Viceroy! Our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Baelsar's wall has fallen to the Eorzean Alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown Icon continues. Though both yet elude us, my lord, their battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work? Are you going to rebuild the area? Who the fuck is this? Aye, forgive me, my lord. I did not intend. Your will be done. What? Does he have mind? Is he a telepath? Viceroy. Unknown. My spies tell me the Domans call it Shinryu, and that it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. It's so cheesy, man. It's unreal. I do think this game is so relentlessly cheesy for so long you become blind to it. Oh, it's a woman. I assume because of the lips and the blonde hair. Or is it a guy? To the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to eastern skies and behold their crimson hue. A dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. I fell right into the trap. He's a boy, is he? He's just androgynous. All right. A new chapter of New Game Plus. Let's just enjoy the appearance of... Why am I so bad at this? Heavensward complete. After 1,000 years of bloodshed and sorrow, the shade of Nidhogg, rage incarnate, fell at last to the Warrior of Light. So it was that the Dragon Song War drew to a close, and the survivors, bloodied but unbowed, could begin to pick up the pieces. A new day dawns in Ishgard, and her champions may rest easy, if only for a moment, for every ending marks a new beginning. Oh, that progress. Look at that. 12 streams for these 4 boxes. Yeah, no pop-up to buy the expansion or anything. Hold on. No. There might be one. Next quest, Beyond the Great Wall. I can keep going. Oh, no, here we go. That's it. That's how they get you to buy the game. This quest is not yet available. Stormblood installed and registered. It doesn't even say Stormblood isn't installed and registered. It just says Stormblood installed and registered. Like, you can tell this is registering false. I wonder how many people actually see this. How many cheapskate fucks get this far and refuse to spend a coin? Like yours truly. Yeah, I get that it's in red. I understand what it's doing, guys. I understand. You just would have thought they put in a little bit more effort. Do you think they'll extend this when Endwalker comes out? Do you think Stormblood will become free? What do you guys think of the odds of that? If all proceeds according to plan, we should be receiving word that the Alliance forces have secured the wall. Until then, however, we can but ensure we're ready to move. Not immediately. They haven't said they will. Maybe. Maybe not in 6, but in 7. The end of Endwalker. 50% chance a bit after Endwalker comes out. Lady Flamin. I sent her outside to enjoy a quiet cup of tea. Much has happened in these past moons. And we can all use a rest easy every now and then. So what's this, like, love story going on here? I made a fool of myself on our last mission, but I'll show him what I'm made of. Come now, Hori. Is that the best you got? Should the Archons be called away, it will fall to us to deal with the Scion's usual obligations, and thus we must remain in peak condition. My sister has the most curious ideas about courtship. Okay, so she wants him. Is that it? Aenor wants Hori Boulder? And Ocha Boulder over here is just watching on? She wants both. Oh, I see. It's like that, is it? I understand. They're both a lot bigger than her. And she wants them both, does she? I feel like you could put a video camera on that and upload it to a website. A selection of websites, indeed. Alright, okay, so, who else we got to speak to? Isildur? I was able to rise from my sickbed, but the pain when I tried to take up my axe. Ugh, so sad, an old man. What an old man I've become. I don't know who he's talking about. Back in the Far East, we treat back pain with a long soak in a hot spring. What say you to a short journey, Isildur? I'm told the waters at Camp Bronze Lake are famous for their healing properties. Hello, Tataru. The Scions will be spread thin in the coming days, so Riol and I are discussing assignments. I may have to reorganize my filing system. Things are heating up in Alamigo, but we can't afford to lose track of what trouble might be brewing for the rest of the realm. Don't you worry, though. I'll be keeping an ear to the ground, my nose in the air and one eye on the horizon. So, Stormblood begins with Alamigo fucked up in the wake of a battle between the Omega Weapon and Shinryu, the fate of which neither is known. What are some other stories that they've been breadcrumbing? I don't know. What are some other cliffhangers going on? There's a mysterious person of the Empire. And the Far East has got something else going on. Oh, and then Lice is happening. Alright, okay, so let's watch the trailer for Stormblood. I assume it's downloaded. No, we've got 5 minutes left on that. So, let's go begin the Void Arc conclusion, which will finish in the Solar. My bad, I shouldn't have left. We have 2 alternate endgame things to do here. This seems like a really meaty patch. We have the Warring Triad, and we have... wait, is this Sid's electronic room? Yeah. And we have the Alliance raid, and I'm assuming a dungeon got added. Which dungeon would that might have been? Hard mode Sormal, since it's there in the list. Tiamat is still locked in Azizla. Yeah, they're not really teasing her as a cliffhanger in any way, though. I feel like the story's happy to forget about her. It also feels like they're happy to forget about the Agrius 2.0. Wait, who's always in chat but gets ignored? Who am I ignoring in chat? Hello, whoever I'm ignoring. Your presence is well known to me. Okay. A deific simulacrum. So this is the Warring Triad thing. What do I want to do most? I'd like you to have this Warrior of Light. We'll get to the trailer in a second, guys. It's an Allagan tombstone, similar to the one we recovered after your victory over Sephiroth. 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 The records contained within describe the goddess at the height of her power and will enable Azizlar's reality augmentation technologies to generate an idealized simulacrum of Sophia against who to test your skills. Okay, so this is just extreme. It's all very fascinating, I'm sure. He passes for now. Sephiroth. Wait, is it really Sephirot? Why do people keep saying it's Sephirot? Unukulahai has requests regarding the final icon of the Warring Triad. WP, please do /playtime. My playtime as of the conclusion of the free trial is unavailable at this time. I'll do it when I get out. Greetings, Warrior of Light, but one pillar of the Warring Triad remains. Zervan, the icon known as the Demon. According to the histories I've uncovered, this monstrous being was worshipped by a race of Mericidian beastmen. These creatures... By the way, these three are references to Final Fantasy VI, by and large, which is, like, widely regarded as the best Final Fantasy story of them all of them. Better than 7, better than whatever game you started with and probably have an extra affection to, which is undeserved, such as me in 10. Better than Shadowbringers, better than it. Apparently 6 is the god game. It is the ultimate game. I've never played it. But anyway, these three are like referencing that there were gods in that. And a guy called Kefka goes and fucks with them, I think, and then like becomes the bad guy or something. I don't know. It's imperative that we determine their exact location as swiftly as possible. We dare not risk repeating the near disaster we suffered at the hands of Sophia's servants. As such, your fellow Scions have already begun an exhaustive search. Let us go to Azizlar. What, really? No, I'm not even trolling. I'm not joking. Apparently 6 is a very, 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 very good Final Fantasy. Kefka is not 10, no. There's no Kefka in Final Fantasy 10. Kefka is a Final Fantasy 6 character, I think. Alright, okay, slash play time. Fuck, I must have culled it out. What does it appear on? Echo? No. If it's a system message, that's disappointing. It's not a system message. Because system message keeps printing whenever I change the audio. Oh, hold on. Maybe it doesn't work retroactively. It is a system message. That's 9. Okay, I have played for 10 days, 21 hours, 42 minutes. So 240 hours plus 21 is 261. I've got 261 hours, 42 minutes. It took me 260 hours to reach the end of the free trial. So there you have it. All right, now let's put our thing on. You guys ready for this? I've never seen this. I don't know what we're about to enjoy here. Possibly going to get copyright struck. Okay, you ready, everybody? Let me put this on my main screen. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, very pretty. Giant statue. Oh, I know what's happening. Oh, I've seen this. I saw this when this came out. I've watched this before. Was that, Lice? Who's that other guy? Oh, it's me. It's the Warrior of Light. It's me versus her. He looks a bit like the Warrior of Darkness. I see, so we're a monk. So I should go back to my monk for this episode. Oh, that statue is Ralga, is it? That's cool. What class is she then? Oh, no, Alamigo, I understand that. She's also a monk. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay, so we're... Oh, is this where underwater comes in? Are we underwater now? Oh, okay. Okay, so we see a little hint as to what's wrong with them. Are they... Is that the Empire? Just like in the... A slightly different... Oh, who's this? This is me again. This is me as a samurai. Oh, slice the bullet, baby. Slice the bullet. Oh my god, we sliced the 3 of them. Oh, I'm quite interested in going to a city. Eagle? What? Don't judge me. Oh, it's these guys. Alright, well there you go. There we have it. Wow, that final that final shot there, June. Yeah, I don't know. That trailer did not actually have... I thought it was going to be more story oriented. It was basically just some fights in the new area, right? I mean, it doesn't really reveal anything, does it? You saw clipping? It was still nice though. It was cool. This is the worst of all the trailers, you think? I've seen that before. I've seen the people fighting on that hand. I must have watched it around that era. You remember, this isn't that long ago. I know it feels maybe like still long ago to some people. But can I just put this in context? This is like just before Path of Fire comes out. I mean, it's a bit before Path of Fire comes out. But it's around... We're in that era now. You know, or like Apocalypse and stuff. It doesn't feel like... It's that far off. It's not quite half a decade. Maybe that's just my Guild Wars perception, like clouding me like stupidly because they've had nothing else since POF. Like to me, when I think POF and everything around it, POF, Season 4, Iceboot Saga, that's modern era Guild Wars to me. That's modern era. I wouldn't call any of that old. When you play a game like this, though, that's continued marching forwards, eventually it does become feeling old, right? It's cool to see the Crystal Tower over there, though. Now watch the Path of Fire trailer. Well, they don't do CGI cutscenes, so it's obviously it's going to pale, isn't it? And by the way, it's not really... This is a lot... that trailer came out probably around, like, Ember Bay or some shit. It's not really... I mean, it's early around its fancier looking, so... I would call Season 2 at Heart of Thorns and Season 3 like the middle era of Guild Wars. And I would call Launch and Season 1 early Guild Wars. but everything else I'd say is modern era. Anyway, there you go. So let's go now to... I want to do the Alliance Raid story first. I have to say, guys, I want to do that. So I'm going to go to Abalathia's Spine, I think. Spire. And I'm going to fly over here to hit that banner or whatever. ArenaNet can't afford CGI. Yeah, I mean, I think you could. I could. What do I want to say? I think what's much more important is word of mouth, and the product itself has to be good enough. It might well be true that CGI trailers are just throwing away money. It might well be true that really it's not necessary. So, I mean, who am I to say, though? I don't know how much it costs. I would have assumed that it'd get cheaper over the years, but maybe it doesn't. Kate Sith just sent me out to find you. You have a proper knack for showing up just at the right time, you know that? Anyway, Kate Sith cracked open the tome that we got from Radlia and has been studying all the Nullstone secrets. He thinks he may be onto something important, not just concerning Diabolos and the Shadow Queen, but also the cat himself. So come on, let's see what he has to say. Right, let's go to the floating skybase. I love this place so much. I really like it. Okay, guys, the entire stream, I haven't moved from this chair. I want a cup of coffee. So give me a second to get one of those. I got to turn on the lights. It's all dark and stuff now, and then we'll be on with the Void Ark story. So just to remind you all, 3 ancient nations ushered in one of the calamities of the past. The Black Mages fled to the skies in a Void Ark, powered by demons. The demons broke out, killed them all. And now the Ark is flying around, and we want to stop it. And we're a bunch amongst the pirates. So that's sort of the plan. I'll see you all in, just a few seconds. Maybe this is time for you guys to go have a piss or whatever. Sorry, use the little boy's room. See you in a second. Alright, I'm back. Just give me a sip here. Alright, what are we saying? You think it's funny how WP can be on a free trial, but the account I paid for 2 years ago is locked out after a Realm Reborn? So weird. Yeah, that seems really strange to me. Seems very odd to me that they would do that. I feel like this game has a reputation of being hard to pay for, right? And it's like all over the place with where it does sales and stuff. It seems like they really don't... I don't know how to sort of consider it all, but it sort of seems like they don't... they don't care about... I don't want to say this, but like they don't care about the money that much. Or they're not corporate enough about that sort of thing. Which I suppose is fine. Oh, this is a very good idle cam shot. It's rare you get a shot that good. Depth of field is perfect behind him and everything. Their account back end is probably ancient. It's just Japanese. You think it's something about Japanese game development that's like that? Chat, I won't be here tomorrow, says Rocker. I need you guys to spam WP to do his fashion report until he actually does it. I need you to be persistent. I don't know what that is. What's a fashion report? Yeah, sorry about the word piss there. The CGI, so it's TC Factory says the CGI trailers come out pretty early before the expansions. More of a teaser kind of thing. A little before they release, they do a launch trailer that shows actual in-game footage and voice lines and teasers for what's to come proper. More like what Guild Wars 2 trailers are. Right, okay. So is it worth me watching the Stormbloods thing that you just said there? The in-game one? Have I seen the Gold Sorcerer at all yet? No, I haven't, and that's something I need to do for the review. Right, before the sun completely sets, let's go continue our Diablo story. In many ways, I'm enjoying this story more than I'm enjoying the main story at the moment. I've never been to the Gold Saucer. I'd say it's worth checking out. Might be a better ground for comparison too. So these FanFest things, is that what happened the other day? When ArenaNet revealed the Blade Sworn, the Vindicator, and the, whatever the other one, the Catalyst. That was a FanFest day, was it? It's a crime I haven't played Triple Triad at all. I know, I liked it in 8. I thought it was good. I don't really remember how to play it anymore. Also, the Gold Saucer has a huge FF10 boss reference event. A boss? I want to do Bismarck Extreme, just because that's clearly a Sin battle. Bismarck is Sin, and I want to do it again. He's just like mini Sin. He's like a little Sin. As I suspected, this tome was penned by a... Oh, fuck. How do we say it? How do we say it? Mackie? Sorcerer? Of superior standing. As well as detaining the methods by which the power of the Nullstone might be unleashed, its pages also contain a number of revelations concerning my master, High Void Mage Cessair. If these histories are to be trusted, then it seems Cessair herself was responsible for summoning Diablos. Mackie. But I thought you said your master was opposed to support in the war effort. Why would she be the one to call upon that bat-winged monster? Cessair only agreed to the ritual as a means to bring the conflict to an early resolution. From what I can glean from these passages, Diablos was intended as a bluff, a threat that was never to be exercised. Mac is pronounced as mock, and Mackie is pronounced as mocky. Are you serious? How many people agree with Jassot in there, in chat? Is Jassot correct? That Mac is pronounced as mock? Is that really true? It's mock? But those arrogant imbeciles ignored my master's carefully laid restrictions and elected to unleash the fiend upon Amdapor. It was when Cessair moved to protest this act she was branded a traitor and imprisoned. I believe so. Kappa. I say it is Mac with an A. I saw Muhak. Nobody knows, do they? I'm guessing it never appears in actually voice line. Once they had contained the opposition, the Void Mages studied all manner... So, hold on. There was a Mocky sorcerer of superior standing, as well as detailing the methods by which the full power of the Nullstone might be unleashed. His pages also contain a number of revelations concerning my master, the High Void Mage. If these histories to be trusted, it seems Cessair herself was responsible for summoning Diablos. But I thought that your master was opposed to stopping the war. Why would they summon Diablos? Cessair only agreed to the ritual as a means to bring an early end. So basically, they were like, Diablos is like a nuke. It's like, we've got this technology to bomb you with Diablos. Don't make us do it. Put down your arms. That's the idea. It's a gambit. From what I can glean from these passages, Diablos was always just a bluff. It was a threat that was never meant to be exercised. But those arrogant imbeciles ignored my master's carefully laid restrictions, and they elected to unleash the fiend upon Amdapor. So, the Mocky civilization, who were black mages, nuked Amdapor, which was a civilization of white mages, by unleashing Diablos on them. Meanwhile, one of them also put a plague on the Nimians, right? So rip to them too. So then that's why Diablos is in the dungeon, the lost city of Amdapor. The Warrior of Light fought him there, and now Diablos is in the sky. Once they contained the opposition, the Void Mages studied all manner of otherworldly arts at the taloned feet of their new pet. The most dangerous of which was the rite of summoning Skathacht, and the method for chaining her power. So after they did that with Diablos, they had the Nullstone, so they could control him. They were like, well, let's do something bigger, and then they summoned the Queen, who Diablos works for. Yeah, even after all they'd perpetrated, these ambitious fools had the gall to come crawling to Cessair when the coming of the Great Floods was predicted. They begged her to take control of the Void Ark for the salvation of the Mocky people. So hold on, what's the Great Flood? Is the Great Flood the actual calamity itself? One of these calamities was a proper flood, right? And then they're like, all right, let's get in the sky. Right. So they've done all this insane shit with demons, and now they're like, all right, we're gonna go to the sky to escape these floods. As you saw yourself, however, the energies of the Shadow Queen broke loose and turned the vessel into a derelict nest of void sand. I love this story. It's so cool, isn't it? A fucking flying ancient ark filled with demons. It seems obvious now that the arts taught by Diablos were deliberately flawed. The only saving grace in all this madness was that when that damnable fiend was sealed away by the white mages of Amdapor, and the fucking white mages dealt with Diablos after all that, I shuddered to think what would have happened had he been reunited with his queen. So now, 1,500 years later... By the way, 1,500 years... This is actually not the hugest of timescales in Final Fantasy terms. This is not a super ancient calamity. This is a fairly recent calamity we're dealing with. 1,500 years. For the Guild Wars fans out there, that's about as far back as history goes, full stop, for Guild Wars. I mean, we've heard the suggestion of previous Elder Dragon Risings, and we know that 10,000 years ago there was one, and it wiped out the Seers and the Messiah and stuff. So you can date 10k years back in Guild Wars 2. But the thing is, there's really very little substance to any of that in Guild Wars. Real histories are only about 1,000 years old, the Exodus. 1,500-ish, right? And Canthan history and culture and society only goes back about as far as this. So it's quite interesting how different the two franchises are in that terms. So now, 1,500 years later, Diablos is looking to finish what he started. I thought the bat-faced bastard was some opportunistic underling, but turns out the main villain behind this whole mess. Yeah, if you put it in real-world terms, we're going back to the year like 500. Since we're at the year 2000 now. Were Cessair alive today, as she would accept the responsibility for unleashing Diablos upon the world. As the High Void Mage's familiar, it's my duty to act in her stead. Do we ever meet Cessair, by the way, herself? I have deciphered the secrets of the Nullstone, and with its undiluted power shall I erase Diablos from existence. Hey, I like your spirit, puss, but try not to rush in too quickly, eh? Getting yourself killed won't do us or your master any good. Oh, the 4th calamity took out the Alligans. The 6th one was this one. That's cool. The 7th was the game's launch, right? Do we know about all of them? I'm not asking you guys to spoil that, if it is a spoiler. But do we know, in the lore, do you know what every single one of the 7 was? Bahamut is 7. Floods was 6. Something. Then an earthen one that wiped out the Alligans. And then something, something, something. We know the elements, but for the most part we don't know. We know the first one was wind related. We know very little about the 5th. This is very cool. I could imagine being a Final Fantasy speculator. Hi guys, into Final Fantasy Mysteries today. We're going to talk about the 5th calamity.
And I'm going to give all this nerdy bullshit to you.
Wait. No one's rushing anywhere just yet. Or have you forgotten that we're in the middle of scouting the fiends at lair? We've got the compass to go by eye, but who knows what kind of place it will lead us to, or how many demons will be lying in wait when we get there. We're flying with our eyes open or risk getting slaughtered just like the Talons. Oh yeah, speaking of which, the tome made mention of a potential location for... Just wait for Shadowbringers, WP? Well, look, I already know very loosely that Shadowbringers is a world with too much light, I think. My guess is that Shadowbringers is a world where Bahamut Calamity never happened, maybe? That's sort of my vague guess. I'm speaking to you rhetorically right now. I'm not actually looking for an answer to that. But my vague guess about Shadowbringers is it's a world where Louis Suar's alive and, like, maybe things went a bit differently. I don't know what the key divergence point is, though, for that timeline or whatever. I don't even know if it's really fair to think of them as different timelines. Leofard! But it's something like that. I have two theories. Shadowbringers is either a world next to Eorzea, where there's a battle of light and dark going on, right? Somewhere in the middle. Or it's the world of the source, because I heard yesterday that the source itself is its own world. It might be that too. I don't know. My theory is one of those. I don't know anything else though, really. Sorry, what's going on here? Oh, he's here! Motherfucker! Oh, look how cool he is, man. At long last. At long last. This is far from over, demon. We will not allow an abomination like the Shadow Queen to rule this world. Then thou knowest naught of ruling. It is might which decideth dominion. But believe what thou mayest, frail creature. You are playthings. Your screams of denial shall amuse me as I send this rock, and all upon it, to shatter upon the ground below. Oh shit, is it Radlia? Her crew? Oh, the source is Shard Zero, which is our world. Oh, I'm at the source? Did they tell me that? Gods, is that Radlia? Where's she been hiding in that ship? Where's she been hiding that ship? Yeah, this big old ship here. Are you sure it's been mentioned I'm on the source? I would not tie my arm with the swatting of so many flies. The nullstone is mine, and there is much yet to be done. All that to recover the nullstone in the previous raid, and now we just give it to him. So if you guys remember, at the end of the last patch, she left and she was like, I can't help you. But it looks like she's had a change of heart. Also, I thought all of her people were fucked up. There's a lot of them here now. Who are these people? Whoa, they've got weird eyes. Did she reanimate their bodies? Well, well, ain't I a lucky sod. 2 demons in 1 day. Found some new dogs to lick your boots, Radlia. Is there any way to welcome me back to the life? You needed allies, and persuading our reluctant fellows to join in common purpose is a feat only a woman of my charming beauty could accomplish. I thought their weird glowing blue eyes made me think they were zombies or something. And besides, you look too injured to be much use to anybody. You'd best take care of your bed, old man, and let me and your champion take care of the void scent. What? So you can tuck tail and run again at the first sign of trouble? You'd not even be standing there if it weren't for me, and even with my arm busted up and still twice the pirate you are. Nay, I think you should stay behind this time, Leofard. We must pursue Diabolus without you. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to wait for you to heal. We must take advantage of Radlia's reinforcements and proceed with all haste. Did the demon drop you on your head, Furball? Without me to run things, you'll just end up getting in Macon's way, and no one's making haste anywhere until we know what we're flying into. Again, Radlia may hold the answer to that dilemma. I suspect the island where she uncovered the Mocky Tome is the very location where Diabolos has chosen to lair. This floating marvel I speak of is not a natural occurrence. It was constructed as a haven for refugees of the floods. The tome makes very clear reference to the island's purpose and describes in detail the void sense sorcery employed in its creation. As the void ark never arrived in its destination, however, the island remained uninhabited. I can imagine no more suitable hideaway for our scheming friend. Even better, Diabolus will not expect us to suddenly arrive on his secluded doorstep. The Talon fleet will carve us a path through the lesser fiends, and one shall strike swiftly into the heart of the confusion to seize the Nullstone. Once the relic is secured, I'll use its power to obliterate our devilish foe. As a sky pirate, surely you understand how an assault relies upon speed and surprise. We cannot have a wounded companion slow us down and potentially doom the entire enterprise. So, you think you're in charge now, do you, puss? Poor broken Leofard's just some dead weight you need to cut away. You know what? I've had a belly full of your muling in any case. Go on, fly off without me, and see how far you'll get your thrice damned enterprise. Thrice damned again. They are just using it as an expression. Captain Radlia, compare the direction indicated by the ecto compass with the navigational records, if you please. I think we'll find the coordinates coincide with the island in question. Certainly. And feel free to board our flagship when you're set to depart. My darling's large enough to accommodate your adventurer and his fellows with room to spare. Yeah, I turned links on for subs. I also changed... they had an option that said if you want to respond to people in real time, turn this on. If you don't need to respond to people in real time, turn it off. And I turned that on, which I think will reduce Steam delay. I don't know why that's an option, though. I was hoping it wouldn't affect video quality or whatever. I've been watching chat to see someone say the quality's shit today. But nobody said that, so I don't know why that's an option. I mean, it's just beneficial, right? Don't you worry, I'll keep an eye on the captain while everyone's off on this grand adventure. Without him... are you certain you don't need me to go with you? Yeah, I feel bad that Leofard's not going to be here. This adventure's all yours, Macon. I'll be cheering on you... cheering for you from my sickbed like a good little pirate. Case's only talking common sense. The captain took it hard, but I think he knows it too. We're doing the right thing leaving behind, ain't we? This is the way it must be. Considering our need for haste and the extent of Leofard's injuries, my conclusion was merely logical. Captain Redbill's primary concern should be securing the freedom of the skies, not limping into almost certain death at the hands of the Void Scent, no matter how much he chafes at being excluded from the voyage. And Radlia? I acquired our splendid flagship after the Ishgardians saw fit to abandon her. I hear she was an attempt to match the airborne agility of their dragon enemies, but the vessel never did live up to their expectations. When she passed to me, we replaced all their improvements with structural reinforcements and made ourselves a flying fortress. Our stately lass will be soon kicked from the sky. Done scathe. The ancient tome recovered by Captain Radlia of the Talons tells of a floating refuge, an island created by Maki sorcerers to provide safe haven from the calamitous floodwaters. With the disaster that befell the Void Ark, however, the island's intended residents never arrived. Oh, I see. However, the island's intended resident... Kate Sith is convinced that Diablos has instead claimed refuge as his own place, transforming what was to be a bastion of hope into a void-sent nest of shadowy nightmare. And it is to this fiendish lair that you must delve. The Lady Radlia stands ready to bear you across the skies, assault the island, reclaim the Nullstone, and cast your demonic foes into oblivion. Okay. So I've got a party invite here. Oh, there's a bunch of you. So yeah, we'll go for it. I can't queue us in, but if you guys would like to. Sounds good to me. The durability of one of my pieces of gear is noticeably low. Well, I'm not at town, so... Invite me, says Rocker. Aim Rocker. Thank you for the sub! I've streamed enough now that I'm actually much more interested when somebody subs and, like, actually paying attention to it. Divinations. Thank you very much. Oh my god, they even gifted some. Wow. This gifting thing. Some of you guys are really generous. So, 5 people just got lucky with subs. Jontman was one of them. Jontman, you've got a sub now. So anyway, thank you for that. That's very nice. Also, I might have missed it. I didn't mean to ignore you, but Brudaxian earlier, 47 minutes ago. Maybe I read your name out already, but there you go. Divination says, I've actually been following you since 2018 when I played Guild Wars, enjoying the FF content. What was your experience with Guild Wars? Here's a question. I'm going to do a poll, guys. I'm going to do a poll.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for fun.
All right, there's 3 options.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for fun, potatoes.
Okay, it's what kind of Guild Wars 2 player are you? Are you an ex-player? You're done with the game. Are you an absent player? You're just away for now. Or are you actively playing? 3 options. Which category are you? Ex, absent, or active? Ex, absent, or active? I've got a poll going on Twitch. You guys can vote in it. I don't think you need anything special like an account or anything. And let's see where that goes. Also, in the meantime, there was a gift from Bankrotus, who is unbelievably generous. So 10 people got lucky there. Cut Grass, Roxy, lots of guys got lucky there. Thank you, Bankrotus. Thank you, guys. So yeah, I want to know what you guys are as far as Guild Wars is concerned. Oh my god, look at that. The majority of people are absent. Also, 30% are ex-players. 27% are active. Holy shit. For what it's worth, you guys might see me do 12 Final Fantasy streams and think he's absent as well. I would not call myself absent from Guild Wars. I wouldn't call myself absent from Guild Wars. These 12 days of playing this game, this is like nothing to me. I could have been doing 12 days playing... I don't know, what's another game that I've been playing recently? Ark. Survival Evolved. I just didn't stream it, so you didn't see it. I wouldn't call myself absent from Guild Wars. I reckon I'd have to go at least like a month or more not logging in and not reading news and not looking at it to call myself absent. So maybe your guys' perception of what absent means is a little bit more generous than what my perception of absent means. WP, if you're going to do more, maybe the poll thing I sent you a while back would be interesting. Yeah, dude, it's piling up, isn't it? I've got to look at that poll thing. I've got to look at this Better Twitch TV thing that I saw you message me about. I don't know, I just finished this. I'd rather just stream than fuck about making it a good stream. I don't know. I need to do it. You're right, you're right. Anyway, yeah, I think that's fascinating. So here's my next question. To the considerable chunk of you all, 30% of you that call yourself ex-Guild Wars 2 players, when did you leave and why? You chose active, but you only play once a week to clear the raid wings with your friends that still play daily. I'd call that active, yeah. Wow, I don't want to have anything to do with any of ArenaNet's products whatsoever. You quit about 6 months after release. Oh shit. Rozon Como. What? If you quit Guild Wars 6 months after release, what are you doing here? Did you just browse to me on Twitch? In which case, hello. You just like my content? You've watched me cover Guild Wars for 9 years. Wow, no, it's not been that long. Yes, it's been 9 years. What the hell, man? That's crazy. You stopped in 2014 when the only thing to do was fractals, and they only gave it minor updates. I think the crucial thing that I think we can all agree on this. The crucial thing that Final Fantasies are doing in these updates is there's always a co-op gameplay thing. There's always a repeatable co-op gameplay thing. And quite often they'll do something hard as well for the hardcores to dig into. Every patch has that as a component. And ArenaNet has decided, no, we don't want to do that. I mean, that's just mind-blowing. I think that is the fundamental difference, really, when it comes to retaining invested, you know, dedicated people. That's the fundamental difference. Every patch, Final Fantasy's done that. We can talk about inconsistency, and we can talk about, like, not knowing whether they want to do expansions or not. I don't think any of that matters. We can talk about story quality. We can talk about open world quality. We can talk about fundamental combat stuff. We can talk about tutorialization. We can talk about all of that shit, and none of it, to me, is as relevant as this fundamental difference. Final Fantasy XIV adds a co-op and a difficult thing every patch that lasts people the 3 months. People were happy to do this Alliance raid for 3 months, boom, next patch. 3 months, something else, boom, next patch. Every time it's there. And you know what? It's not even that Square Enix is a geniuses. It's that they're just fucking copy-pasting World of Warcraft and Blizzard and proven concepts. And ArenaNet challenged every fucking thing they could. ArenaNet was the drunk guy in the pub saying, no, I don't like this, and I don't like this, and I don't like this, and they kicked everything over, and some of the shit they created out of that rubble is really amazing. But a lot of it is just rubble, and they haven't reassessed it in 9 years. Does anyone else want to join for Dunscaith? We're on Aether. Speak now, I'll be silent forever. Well, yeah, you guys can do that if you want. Blizzard is awful in the last few years. Well, look, I mean, I'm not a Blizzard fanboy or anything. I don't even understand whether they're good or bad, really. But I'm just saying that for the errors of the game we're discussing right now. Like, I can see very clearly the main difference between Season 3 and 3.x. I mean, does anyone have another argument for me? I mean, I'm here. What? If it's not that, what is it? I think that is the big difference. I've just played through their version of Living World Season 3. I played through it with eyes wide open. I've looked at the timelines. I've thought about what each patch contains, and that is what I see. Sadly, you got to work in 15 minutes. So I'm really sorry. This has actually been a really long queue. A lot longer queue than I would have expected. You think after the end of Dragon's trailer, you lost hope ArenaNet will be competitive? I mean, I kind of feel that vibe a little bit. I have to be honest. I kind of feel that vibe. I feel like End of Dragons needed to be a lot bigger and more ambitious than it's proven to be so far. Can we just remember, by the way, there is a stream tomorrow. Shinji, actual exploration, real gameplay, something to look into. I'm really hopeful for ArenaNet's stream. Keep an eye out for the Guild Wars 2 stream that will be going on about 24 hours from now. Maybe slightly earlier, maybe slightly later. Watch out for that. I'll be in chat watching it live. I won't be in chat. I only ever lurk. I don't type. But I'll be watching it. And hopefully I'll be doing a YouTube video about it as well. I'm hoping to be captivated by that. I'm hoping all my doubts will melt away as soon as I see real End of Dragons gameplay. And tomorrow is the day. So, fingers crossed. But I get that vibe right now. I get you. I mean, in theory, people doing roulettes will just queue in on this, won't they? You went off of Guild Wars 2 when they added those weird scenarios where you have a different spell kit and need to use items and in a group. I didn't understand it and it put me off. I don't even know what you're talking about. You went off of Guild Wars 2 when they added weird scenarios where you have a different spell kit and you need to use items and in a group. I didn't understand it. What's he talking about, everyone? Sounds like he's been given a bundle or he's been transformed or something. But bundles and transforms have always been core parts of Guild Wars. It's actually a part of the combat system that I think Final Fantasy does really badly. Look at how lame and gimmicky and clunky that mount fight I had was a second ago. And then think about Guild Wars when it transforms you as a matter of course of the fights and stuff. Guild Wars is really good at that stuff. Costume Brawl? You think he's talking about Costume Brawl? 2012 Halloween? He gave it like a couple of days and then he quit. He's talking about Ryland mission. Kaith in Season 2. It was in the story. I don't know. There was a bunch of chars, not a fractal. When you say chars, do you mean characters? Or do you mean char, animal, taurens? Yeah, maybe he's talking about playing as Kaith. I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, which... Did you quit recently or ages ago? Can you help us with it? Oh, Final Fantasy XIV does have story quests later where you literally play as a different character with totally different abilities, and I kind of like them. That's cool. That's something in my little MMO thing as well, my MMO. Someone, I don't know whether I mentioned this on stream, but someone told me something quite fascinating. I think it was in the Wooden Potatoes 2 comments. Or was it on stream? I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself. Someone told me that Pokemon YouTubers, there's a thing that Pokemon YouTubers do where they invent their own fan game and they do a YouTube video short talking about the towns and the routes and the Pokemon you would catch and why. Like, they design fan games and the game doesn't exist. They just show it as a YouTube thing. Okay, there you go. It was Benji that told me. That sounds really cool to me. I kind of want to do that with my MMO. It would actually be something productive from it. Right, okay, here we go. Coffee's still a little bit too hot, but generally speaking. I'm looking forward to it. I really like Alliance raids. Call me a casual, call me a noob. I know they're easy, but I really like these. I think they're very cool. Shit, we're on the Gloria Tyria. I mean, can I just say, you know how the Glory of Tyria has a reputation for being a big cinematic special moment in Guild Wars? Because they do that shit so rarely. Alliance raids casually do stuff like this constantly, to the point where when I'm in Final Fantasy, I don't even blink at it. With Guild Wars, I get down on my hand and my knees and, you know, I wank away at how incredible it is. But this game's like, does this sort of stuff so much that I sort of don't even acknowledge. I mean, look, this is about to be better than the Zaitan fight. I can already tell. It's going for the same vibe and it's about to be better. Are you ready? It's an unfair comparison, obviously, because they're not equivalent patches. I don't know what I should do here. I don't know any of the mechanics. I'm dead. I don't know why I died. Except Raze. Oh shit. Am I safe in here? Is this how this game works? I'm safe, right? Right, let's try and keep our eyes open. The dragon's there. There's tornadoes. He's using Void Arrow. Oh shit, someone got blown off the edge. Nice Soul Eater crit. Reaping Winds, heed my command. Strip the souls of their worthless. Oh, he's on the other side. Oh, really? Is the ship actually moving? It'll be an illusion. Everything else is moving. Stay away from greens, right? That's the thing in this game, to stay away from greens. Which is weird, because green means go to me, but hey. Thank you for the res. What the fuck is that? Do I stand on that? What is going on? It's just the green causes red wind damage. How does this work? Look at all these nerds that have played it before. It's okay, we get to examine the boss now. Oh, I get another raise. So green is wind element damage, so stay away from it. Should I fight the sprites? Casting Void Death. We're getting sucked in. I'm going to stay with everyone else. No! Arm's length so he can't move me. Ah. Look how quick Rocker got the res there. They all knew. How does this work? I don't know what's going on. Oh god, that guy's got green and he's moving on me. It looks like we're losing terrain to these squares. I sort of get that. My poor mana. Void arrow. Fucking hell. Alright, I'm okay this time though. I think I'm going to save my gap close and try to save myself with it. So I'm not going to use it. Oh shit, I got a green. I'll stay inside him, right? You happy with that? Void arrow, he's going to do it again. This is the push, right? No? Bolt of darkness? I can't tell if people are hyped. What? Use the ice as a wall to stop yourself. Instant raise again. There are no hard mechanics, just make sure you don't get yeeted out. But how do I know when I'm going to get yeeted and in what direction? How do I know? The tornado in the middle will push you. So these tornadoes will push me. Those. Or is it another tornado? Void blizzard. Not those tornadoes, the big one. There's a big tornado we need to look out for. Okay. I'm not going to save my gap close. I won't have time. My reaction time won't work. Start with Earth. Void. That tornado there. That one. So everyone's just running away from it. Arm's length. No, that is a puddle of death that pulls you in. It looked like a tornado. You hesitated because of the squares. So there's 3 types of tornadoes and only one of them... Oh. What about that? What's that thing there for? I don't know. Oh my god, is this ice? I did not see a tornado in the middle. I didn't see a tornado in the middle. There wasn't a tornado that pushed me. That's different from the tornado. What? I've never died so much in any content in this game. Alright, here we are. We're at the island now. Should I just res? There were 3 different instant death mechanics. Why am I so bad at seeing them? Is there an expectation I should know that whole fight now at this point already? I have no fucking clue what was going on there. Well, look, it's Endwalker. That fight is always chaos. Okay. Oh, I do like these so much, guys. That fight always goes like that in pugs. Wow, I don't think I can blame the pugs, to be fair. I am the pug. Those poor white mages. I'm guessing they were fighting people here, demons here, and I missed it. Oh shit, look at the gargoyles. I guess this is Mac. It's not really Mac. It probably looks a lot like what Mac would be. This is where they were going to go live. Away from the flood. So it probably looks a lot like their civilization. But, oh, there's an eye there. I should look away from that, right? Get a dragon. Yeah, we just learned that this was like a city that they were going to live in, but they never made it because the demons blew up the ship. Well, didn't blow up the ship. The demons took over the ship. And the demons are living here too now. It's good. This is essentially Dorstonis. This is, Man, why is it escaping my, Why the fuck can't I remember the floating city in Evilis? It's on the continent of Dorstonis. Should I go in? I'm not gonna aggro first. This guy looks cool. Bujerba, thank you. Bujerba's the city-state, yeah. There's another phrase though as well. How did you guys like that Papega punch? Yeah, look, I'm getting all the terminology. I'm getting everything. Out of 10, disgusting. Holy shit, that's a lot of targets on my enemy list. Oh shit. Did I just hear a chicken sound? Don't stand in the spinning thing. Was I standing in a spinning thing? Is it that? Is that the spinning thing? No? Oh my fucking god. Oh my god! Feridad's fool. Oh shit. I don't want to be in that. I'm going to save my plunge to go back to the boss. Feels like we did this a bit... Oh, well, I'll do it over here. Did all that a bit slow, really. Aim him away from everyone. Oh, he sounds like a clown. What is that laughter? The thunderous applause. There's simply no pleasing you. He's a jester. Oh, is he the Queen's Jester? Is that the idea? Sorry, I don't mean to aggro him onto everyone. Oh, shit. Probably panicked and used both cooldowns a bit unnecessarily there. Is that what I'm standing in? Galvanized. I'm galvanized because of this magic barrier. Oh shit. Oh, it's expanding. Sorry everyone. I'll pull him back a bit. There we go. They should be happy with that, right? Holy fuck. I pressed this, and that was magic damage, and I nearly died. Did I just save myself from a tank buster? Oh shit, should I go onto that? Oh, I pressed it too late. But was that the idea? How do I know that, I mean, I definitely did press it. I saw it was blue, and I was like, I'll press it. How do I know that it's a mega kill on me, rather than just a regular attack? Is there any way to know? Alright, that's points to WP at least. Recognize the stack with Party Martyr. Well, see, I don't know where... if I was a DPS, I would definitely go there. I don't know whether I should as a tank, though, because it might draw the boss's attacks over the whole group and get you all cleaved down, right? I don't know whether, as a rule of thumb, tanks are meant to stack at those moments. I understand it's pretty obvious if you're a DPS or a healer or whatever, you should do it. But I don't know. It feels to me like maybe tanks shouldn't. I don't know what the rule of thumb is. Oh my god, Proto-Ultima. Oh fuck, I have aggro. Sorry, I thought the other guy had it. He was standing in front. I know I have stance on. Proto-Ultima. This guy looks just like Ken's Ultima. Long, slow casts. Are you like this? That's a tank blaster. So I'll put a 30% damage reduction on. That looks like that was a global to me. Oh shit. Whoa. Oh my god. Everyone else is over there. Am I making a mistake? He looks quite small when he's not. Oh, there's dreadnoughts. Oh, there he is. He's back. He still has aggro on me. I'm going to pull him back over here a bit. Supernova. Holy fuck. He's casting it again. He's casting Supernova right now. Seconds. So I guess the quicker we kill this, the less damage Supernova will do. Oh shit, or is that just a game over if he gets the cast? Oh shit, I feel like 30 seconds. Oh, is that, do you have to race him to kill him there? If he goes up as a wipe, I want to see what that looks like. Doesn't Sephiroth use Supernova? Isn't that his final ability? Oh wow, look at these flowers and things. Is this her? And the LP you do, this is where you had a clip of the white mechanic. Yeah, you're never going to see anything. This is the closest you'll ever see to a Let's Play of this game. It essentially is a Let's Play, isn't it? Yeah, there she is. Wow. There best be a Diablos fight, though, afterwards. Holy fuck. Oh, shit. I didn't move out quick enough for that. I'm pretty sure I got... This game's AoEs feel very different to Guild Wars', and I'm not quite sure. It's like you get a lot more time to react in this game. Have you guys noticed that? Guild Wars, you have to be a lot faster to react to shit. They don't really ask for as fast reflexes in Final Fantasy, I don't think. It's much more just about the strategy of, like, knowing what's coming. That's not a criticism. I'm not saying that as a bad thing, actually. I think it might be the better way to go. When it comes to do with different frame rates and control schemes and latency and shit, I feel like asking people to go too fast is probably a bad idea. Oh my god. I should have moved away, shouldn't I? Okay, we're still alive. Just about. Like that animation there, that's actually quite a tricky one, but I'm playing at max melee so I can get out of it quickly. But that's quite rare. I don't often see that too much. Like, look at how long these blue lines are there for. I also think it's because the fundamentals of this game's combat execution are a lot easier, so maybe it's just quicker, it's easier to respond in this game. When you can see what's coming, that is. That first airship fight, I had no fucking clue. I shouldn't have used Dark Mine there, that was a bit dumb. I don't know what that flak mechanic is. By the way, guys, there is no such thing as, like, blasting in a fire field might in this game, right? Oh my god, what the fuck? What's happened to the windows? Oh. So I definitely, like there, I shouldn't be pairing off with people, right? Like right next to them. I'm not asking if combo fields exist. I'm asking if the essence of being stronger because I'm stacked tightly on someone exists. That's what I'm asking. Like, is there ever a moment I recognize, oh, that's a black mage. If I stand close to them, I'll get more damage. That sort of experience. That's what I'm trying. Oh, I could have interjected. Oh, I did. It said interrupted. I think someone else got that, though. I think that wasn't me. She's using blinding shadow. $30 souls. Is that a tank buster? I'm going to put a defensive up. I don't know. I don't know how to recognize. Fuck, what's going on with all these meteors? I think I should have held her there. Limit break coming? Is somebody going to do it? Well, somebody did it. Oh, everyone needs to collapse onto me now. I feel like I killed her with plunge there. Alright, defeat Diablos. He is. He's coming. And thus the Shadow Queen doth fall. I commend you on your victory. Yeah, such skill and strength are deserving of a more fitting stage. Come, mortals. Oh, shit. The whole thing's an elevator. Oh, shit. We're going up. Paladins have a defensive tether buff and Dragoons have an offensive. Closest you'll need to getting to be grouped with someone. So a Dragoon. I should stand near Dragoons. Oh, there he is. Oh, who are the statues? Everyone ready? We meet again, Diablos. Many moons it has been since our duel in the city of Amdapor. Let's see what you got. That's an eye. I'm moving away. Shall I thrust open the gate to the void, he says? Oh, there's the doors again. That's like in the dungeon fight. Nightmare, he's doing it again. I'm facing away. Create some kind of shield. Nocto shield, a magic barrier granting resistance to stun. Ruinous omen. Holy fuck. I can't do anything about that. Defensive up. Get over here. Oh, I keep that badly. Ultimate terror. His Nocto shield isn't going down. This time, some battle hath dragged on over long. Enough! Oh, he's going in front of the moon! That's so good! The energies of the nether will be mine. I will bathe in primordial darkness. Fuck me, everyone's running away from him. Should I be? Whoa! There's a door. The life gate. Bow before the shrieking majesty of the void. Holy fuck! What have you done? You seek to wrest control of the pool? Oh, dude, look at how fucking cool that is. I'm contributing with unmen. Oh, each time we DPS it, we put the orb back. So be it. A contest of strength then. Oh, you pushed it back a little bit. I'm assuming we'll just dick it here because the power tree. Oh, this is actually kind of rubbish. It's just hit a gate. Is there anything else I should be looking at? Impossible! I'm the Lord of the Void! You cannot... Oh, he's weak. Mine imprisonment weakened more than I imagined. But you have not bested me yet. Witness now the true purpose for seeking the Queen's coffin. Oh, fuck me. Yes, the glory and infinite well of shadow. What has he done? He's merged with her. Shadow itself will be my armor. Oh my god, he's fucking killing me. Sorry team, I'll put a defensive up. Such defenses will be mine. Pierce. Right, I had defensives that time. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. We're not doing any damage. Oh, there we go. Hollow Camisado. What the fuck is that? I don't think we want to be in that, do we? Should I pull him right out so that... Oh, there's an eye. Oh, it's a group mechanic and an eye mechanic at the same time. Oh, fuck me. Living Dead. Oh, I should set up a macro that says I'm using Living Dead. Oh, it saved me. Living Dead saved me. Oh. I shouldn't be panicking though, right? Okay, I put up mitigation. Oh. I've used too many of my defensives, so now, oh, it's the eye. Oh, Diablo must be pissed off. Okay, I've got a defensive again now. I'll eat this one. I'll take this one to the chin. Yeah, that's fine. Shadow spheres. Should I deal with the shadow spheres? Oh my god. Oh my lord. Faced away. Oh, everyone else has gone. I don't know whether it's bad being at the edge here. Alright, I'm defending that. Because I assume the healers have got a lot to do right now. What is that? What are the blue things? Stay away from them. Shade for us. Oh my god. What are these things? Oh, I think we're fine. I've spunked all the good stuff again immediately. Oh, we're limit breaking again. There's been lots of limit breaks this run, right? Stack? Maybe? Holy fuck. What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Okay. You gonna come over here now, bro? Double edge. I must entreat the very spectre of death to get rid of you. Okay, stack on me, stack on me. Oh. Where do you think you're going? Oh shit, he did like a cross attack. Oh, it's on me again. Is it always on the guy with aggro at this point? Couldn't I troll the whole group by sprinting away from them? Oh my god, and me again. And he's dead. I thought he still had a lot of health, to be honest. What's done is done. Troll? No, I'd probably die to attack. Oh, they're coming to save me. I thought they were coming to save themselves. You may have noticed already, but when you fail a mechanic, you get a Vuln stack, which makes you take more damage for a minute. Right, so yeah, you can sort of see when it's something evadable by seeing how many of those stacks you've got. Repair your gear. Yeah, I only got the warning right before we queued. Alright. What loot waits for us? Void matter? There you go, the wind-up queen. Surprisingly visible despite being a queen of the shadows. Do I take the triple triad cards? I can't remember. $92, $35, $5. Take the cards, everything. Alright. What about the void matter? Should I take that? I don't need this weird gear. Should I take the void matter? Check the armor looks, you say? I don't think... Oh, I can wear one of them. Oh wow, that one looks crazy. Void matters for crafting. Well, I get that. I mean, like, what? Getting all the triple triad cards is the true end game. Do people actually do that? Oh my god, there's more shit. This is monk gear. Does all this content have unique skin sets? Always. I'm going to pass on those. There's actually a mount for collecting all the cards. How hard is that to do? In Final Fantasy VIII, you gamble with the people you fight. And that's how you play the game with. That's how you get most cards. It's not like really... So, is that in this game as well? Takes a long time, very time consuming. So if I did a Final Fantasy XIV Master, that would be one of the objectives, would it? I can commend this guy as well. We almost got a full group from chat, AWP. That was fun. Thank you for saving me, Rin, if you did that. That was cool. I like that. Some cards have 1% drop rate from triple triad games. It was fun. Thanks for dying. Hey, I got one living dead. If I live and dead and fall off the edge, what happens? Do not relax your guard yet, Macon. The air is still heavy with this foul presence. You just die anyway? Okay. What is the craziest shit that Living Dead does work on? That's my question to you, chat. The Final Fantasy nerds. What is the craziest shit that Living Dead still works on? What's your answer? Already taken care of the Fiend, have you? And you didn't even need that dusty old relic to do it? Be careful, Captain. Diabolos yet lurks in the shadows. He's back. Blackest Night you will love a skill. It's crazy good. Oh! What the fuck? I mean, it was gross already. Finally, I have claimed the Shadow Queen's power over mine own. Yet I am still harried by your noisome weevils. I must needs quit this realm for a time, and when I have grown accustomed to my newfound might, there shall be a reckoning for your insolence. Dude! Hey? This ain't the time for napping, Furball. You still got a job to do. Oh, is it Leofard? It's alive, is it? Heroic sacrifice for Leofard. Oh, he dropped the scepter. You moron. They're holy bullets, guys. They're silver-tipped, holy doused bullets. That's why they're good. Do it, Cake Sith. Alright, he's got the charcoal off of him. I thought the Cake Sith was dead there, and I thought that was a brutal way of killing the cat. Hi, my work here is unfinished. In Cicer's name, I unmake thee, Diabolos. My master's will be done. He thinks he's Vincent Valentine. I actually never played Dirge of Cerberus. For 15 centuries I have yearned for this power. Thou canst not unmake me! No! No! Liz looking mightily impressed on the bottom left of the screen right now. She's been in the audience the whole time. Do we know yet why the cat looks so unnerving? No, we don't. And I remember when it appeared on screen, everyone put smiley faces and shit in chat as though it would make sense. So, I'm waiting for that. It's going to be something like, oh, I am a Voidborn or something. I mean, it's a familiar, isn't it? What does that mean exactly? Is it a minion just animated or some shit? You think she said already? Oh, did she? What did I miss? Should have known we were wasting our breath. The captain only heeds the siren in his heart, and damn the consequences. Ha, I told you you'd be lost without me, didn't I? And look at you, Perse, getting knocked out cold in your moment of glory. You weren't like to get another chance to honour your master's memory, and you almost missed it. But I suppose you pulled through the last. I'll give you that much. She's a familiar of a mage from a seat of black mages at the time. Yeah, I know that much. Yeah, they've mentioned that many times. But why its proportions are so fucking weird is what I'm getting at. Spare me your concern and your lectures. You all knew I wasn't like to stay abed with a grand adventure in the making, and I'd rather break every bone in my body than be stripped of my freedom to go where I please. Besides, all's well that ends well, eh? Diablos is dead and we're all alive. That counts as a victory in my book. It's just a pity that cost me the Ramil and the doing of it. I hope she rests easy on that island refuge. Do you know what? You know how Sharlayan, the new Sharlayan outpost, the Sharlayan colony in Dravania? You know how, like, everyone's moving in there to live there now? They should do that in that sky place at Dunscaith. I would like to see in Stormblood that there's a little arc about everyone going to live up there. Because who wouldn't? It's cool. Maybe there's no running water up there, though, or something. I don't know. Leofard appears to be more than the loss of the Ramil. I get a Red Bill scarf from this. She, the model, is from FF11, Wings of the Goddess. Familiars are basically just based on their master's imagination, so they can look like whatever their summoner wants them to. Right, so it's because it's a familiar that it looks so weird. Bam, my goggles are a mess, but I can always get me a new pair of goggles and a new airship. I suppose I should be glad we didn't lose all else after diving headlong into a void scent nest. Now that we've taken the skies back, it's time we're taking our leave. The talented Redbills can kiss the brief alliance farewell, unless, of course, you're interested in a more permanent arrangement. You bootlickers might think that your voice is siren song, but it grates on my ears like a harpy screech. No, this is the first and last time we fly together. We're back to being rivals, the way it's always been. You're a very stubborn man, Redville, but you do well to remember. I always get what I want in the end. I like this. Are they in another story down the line, chat? Does anybody know? These two need a room. Yeah, I know. You could cut the tension with a knife. Head back to me quarters and see that see to the Furballs hurts. I'll be along in a bit. Not so far as I know. Ah. They occasionally make appearances during the Golden Saucer seasonal event every year. Cameos. What the fuck is the Golden Saucer seasonal event? I feel so foolish, Macon. I demanded that Leofard remain behind, only to have him rescue my mission from certain failure. A failure that would have made mock of your heroic efforts as well. You're too kind. What words exist that can properly express my contrition? I know not now to even begin making my apologies. I should like to approach the captain, but he has the air of a man who seeks solitude. It is strange to see him so melancholy. Could it be the loss of the Ramil which troubles him so? Nay, I shan't intrude upon his contemplation with clumsy questions and trite platitudes. Let us leave him for the moment. It's not a platitude if you mean it, bro. Even if you don't have the vocabulary to express it. Alright, let's go up. I love the little reflection on the metal texture down here. You guys all think I'll love the golden saucer. I mean, I think I will. I mean, it sounds good. What is on their map, by the way? What is all this shit they're showing off? The art style is super similar to my world map, but it's of the skies, obviously, right? It's a map of the skies that they're showing. So what is on their map? Like, what are these things? One of them might be Azizlar, I guess, maybe? What else do they have up there? Oh, is that only a map of the Sea of Clouds? Oh, that's way less exciting. Oh, it's just the Sea of Clouds. Oh, okay. I thought it was like a world scale thing of all the different points of interest in the sky across thousands of miles. Mistress Stacia, if I might ask you a question, do you know the cause of the captain's melancholy? Is it because they were ill? Pray tell me if it's so. I cannot help but feel responsible for the vessel's destruction, and I would better understand Leofard's present distress. We're going to learn about the woman in the portrait, aren't we? This woman up here? If you really want to understand, I suppose I should start with how the captain was orphaned as a child. As matters turned out, he was taken in by a high-born widow who raised him as her son. It's this woman up here. From what Leofard's told me, his adoptive mother was a kind, quiet-spoken woman, but due to some illness or other, she was rarely able to venture outside. Instead, she spent hours reading to her boy from a library well stocked with books from faraway lands. Leofard cared for her as her malady grew worse by the day, and he was there by her side when her death finally carried her away to Thul's halls. While she was alive, she never did ask much of him. Not long before she passed on, however, she wrung from him one single promise. Before she passed on, that he escape the conformity she had always endured, and live his life free as a bird. Escape the conformity. What a lovely phrase. And as you have likely guessed, her name was Ramil. That's her portrait there, hanging on the wall. Ah, this explains much. I had wondered the origins of the vessel's naming. The Sky Pirate Way is the life Leofard chose for himself. But I like to think he named his ship the Ramil so that his mother would be there to watch over all of his adventures. Since when were you so loose-lipped about a comrade's private past, Stacia? Oh, she looks really guilty. Dude, fix your goggles at least. I'll take them off for now. I ain't in the habit of leaning on people's sympathies. So you can keep all that tidbit to yourselves, eh? And I thought that I told you to see the Furball's wounds. Look at your cape, puss. It's in tatters. Come here a moment. A scarf for me? Oh, it's the scarf I'm going to get as the quest reward. Aye, that's a little present what we give to every new Red Bill. Ramil taught me that it's not in protecting memories that's important. It's having the strength to follow the path and make those memories in the first place. Seeing how determined you were to clean your master's slate, I'd say you'd fit right in with our crew. Listen, if you're thinking that little airship meant a lot to me, then you'd be right. But I'd rather mourn a hunk of metal than lose them, as can share in me high and lows. Why don't I understand that sentence? I'd rather mourn a hunk of metal than lose them, as can share in me highs and lows. So let's get this straight, Puss. There's no need for apologies. A Sky Pirate makes his choice and he sticks by it. He'd rather lose metal than people. Yeah, that's the gist of it. I just wanted to figure out properly understand it, and I wasn't getting it. The life of a Sky Pirate, As I seem bereft of both place and purpose now, I suppose I shall accept your offer. I'm yours to command, Captain. Glad to hear it. Your first duty is to join in giving us our adventure here a proper send-off. Well, it's about bloody time you two saw eye to eye. But honestly, Captain, you don't mean to head out in these rags, do you? Let's get you cleaned up, as well as say our fond farewells. I feel like this is the start of a new adventure, you know? Like, I could watch a little anime about these guys now. It's interesting how much they focused on her in the portrait, and then they didn't really expand on it too much. They expanded on it enough, but I thought she'd become a bigger part. It's time we parted ways, Macon. Let's give you an escort back to Coldman. So I don't get to be a red bill. Huh? Why does the cat get it? What if I want to just say fuck everything else? I'll be a red bill now. Let Alphino sort it all out. That was some adventure making, but our journey into the unknown is over. For the now. ... When the sky spit out some new mystery, you can bet I'm coming to find you. After all, there ain't nobody else who handles the unexpected quite like you. High adventure and the heady rush of danger. Surely, in this life, there is no greater reward. So, are all the fans anticipating these guys to come back at some time? Do you guys think that, like, 6.2 will have them in? The next Alliance raid will be them? Is that a chance? Am I up to date now on one tiny little facet of this game? I have caught up, so to speak. 6.2, no? Or 7.2, whatever it's going to be. Alright, Red Bill Scarf. They'll be back next patch, Copium. Alright. Very happy with that. Lots of fun. Now, we have the last pillar to fall. The other endgame thing, they added 2. Normally the stream would be ending now, but 5.5 and 3.55 and 3.56 continue to give. As we now have another one of the Warring Triad. Wait, look northeast to see the Void Ark flying on its path. Did I miss it? The Ark is over there. Oh, is that it over there? Who's on it now? Are they Zodger? Yeah, this game's Zodger. That's great. It's on autopilot. I would get on that fucking thing. Can we make that our new headquarters? In all Final Fantasies, eventually you end up basing yourself out of an airship. And no, Sid, I don't think the high wind in this game is good enough. Let's get on that bad boy. Alright, we're up to Azizlar, guys. I suppose I can complete the other quest as well while I'm at it. That was also a part of the skybox in 3.0 proper before the raid existed. Oh really? You could see it in the distance and wonder about it, and then it became the story in the patches? Is that what you're getting at? Yeah, people speculate the hell out of it. How did people feel satisfied by that story? Is there going to be stuff like that in Stormblood then? If I look carefully into the distance, I'll see a hint about a patch thing or whatever? Does Stormblood have an equivalent of seeing the void ship in the distance? Yeah, it's very Wizard's Towery, I agree. You could try the Alexander Savages if you want to sum up the X-Pack. The Savage fights are not just stat-based, they're different fights. Well, yeah, I kind of want... I don't know really about the Savage raid stuff, but I do want to do the extremes. That'll be... When do I want to do that? I don't know. We'll talk about that more in a minute. Activating verification systems. Tombstone data. This is going to give us another version of Sophia. Your sacrifice is appreciated. I'm missing out on some comedy reading that story. Usually that kind of story is like not worth reading, I've noticed. Anyway. That done. I think the going theory right now is we can do the extremes synced with Echo and they won't be too hard. And we'll get through them at a good pace. Alright, here we go. The conclusion of this story, which I'll remind you all, someone in chat yesterday said that they think this should be main story. It's that important. First of all, I think that this kid is an agent of Zodiac, but I don't know just yet. We'll see. Why he would be different to an Ascian, I'm not sure. Anyway, Macon, it's good we caught you. The facility's been swarmed by Imperial troops. By their standards, did we judge them soldiers of the 7th? I, once more, doth Regular Van Hydrus stretch forth his hand to seize the forbidden fruits of the Allag, and once more have our meticulous wards been swept aside like so many cobwebs. Your meddlesome wards were destroyed from within by the pulsating energies of an icon. Here he is, again. Wait. By an icon? Nay, put up your weapons and listen. The followers of Zervan have awakened, and they toil to rouse their master. The demon's worshippers yet slumbered when we confronted Sophia. Could the tampering of their thralls been more widespread than we thought? They shared a common enemy. It is not unthinkable that they would seek to free all of the Allagans that had imprisoned. Yes, the cage doors are open. And whilst you stand here quibbling over who picked the locks, my soldiers are inside in the facility risking their lives and their sanity. They have volunteered to face death to prevent Zervan's servants from waking him in the fullness of his power. Now, assuming you have at last understood the gravity of the situation, it's time that I rejoined them. Are we going to fight alongside the Empire very briefly? But you cannot hope to succeed. The Icon will enslave the minds of anyone who draws near. Thus did I seek out those with the power to resist his influence. Aid us, and mayhap my men will not perish in vain. The thing is, he has an Echo, right? So surely he's not Zodiac, he's Hydaelyn. Unless Zodiac has his own version of the Echo he can give people. You propose an alliance. I've delved into the depths of this place and found its technology wanting. These mechanisms have failed to hold their prisoners, and such broken artifacts are unfit to bring before the Emperor. Twice have you bested me in combat. Will you now lend me that strength and stand against our mutual foe? 'Twas in opposing your reckless schemes that Ysayle was lost to us. You expect us to simply forgive and forget all that's happened before? I expect you to put aside your emotions and use your better judgment. But of course, I'm dealing with savages. I like him. We will not stand here and justify the death of the Ice Maiden. We pursued our ideals and you pursued yours. Such was the result. And mayhap you might consider another point. In these endless clashes, we've all lost comrades dear to us. Yet I choose to put that aside and beg your champion's aid to appeal to your reason. I really like him. Thou art willing to build a bridge of common purpose upon such tremulous foundations? I too am hesitant to accept the arrangement, Archon Y'shtola, but the offer has been made to the Warrior of Light, and it's his involvement which shall ultimately sway its outcome. I'll abide by Macon's decision. I'll ally with them. Zervan must be stopped. I'll gladly fight alongside the Empire. Seriously, especially this guy. Then for better or worse, we shall fight at your side. Mistress Kryl and I are also resistant to primal influences. We shall aid you where we can. 3 Echo users right here. Let us be on our way. What's his name? Regulus Van Hydrus. And he's the leader of a legion, right? Chat, can you just confirm that for me? He's a bigwig because he leads a legion, but people don't really like his legion too much. Our companions have already passed through the research facility. We should not lag behind. That dude almost murdered one of your bird friends. He leads the 6th. Okay, how many legions are there? The demon stirs. Like a suckling blade, he feedeth upon the aether siphoned unto him by his thralls. We must needs deprive him of his sustenance. There are 14 legions, okay, for the game, 14. Then we destroy those devices. Oh, are they being tempered? They've turned against each other. Even half-awake Zervan corrupts and converts those who enter his aura. The three of us then. Macon, Unu, we can rush together and each disable a generator. We cannot give them the chance to rally defense. Regulus also commanded the ship that killed Ysayle. Yeah, look, I'm not saying that it's pleasant that he killed the bird guy, and I'm not saying it's pleasant that Ysayle died, alright? But they were our enemy in that context, you know, and I kind of get what the Empire's doing. And he seems overall quite I mean, I'm happy to drop that, you know. You might say I'm not immersing myself into the emotion of the moment or whatever, but, you know. Holding to past sins to perpetuate vengeance. I would aim for peace and collaboration every time. If I can avoid the Icon's miasma, my blade will make short work of the last one. We all of us have pledged our lives to keep your lives. I would rather you tend to my fallen. Some may yet survive with their minds intact. Isn't there a 23rd Legion in Garlemald? Oh, wait, so there's not 14? There's loads of them? I know not if my strength will be enough. I'm no champion. This battlefield has no place for uncertainty, boy. Fate has blessed you with a unique talent and an occasion to use it. Do not waste it. We strike! I hope he doesn't die by the end of this story. He's getting to Nero levels of frenemy. And I do enjoy a good frenemy. Guild Wars is missing frenemies at the moment. God, Zervan is. I mean, maybe Bangar is a frenemy. Or will be a frenemy. Who knew? Stop saying frenemy. It makes me think of Trisha Payton. Who's Trisha Payton? Zavira could have been a good frenemy. Yeah, she could have, but she was tamed so fast. ArenaNet brings people into the Alliance and the goody two-shoes so fucking quickly. But it's a part of the whole, you know, limited screen time for everything. Canuck was a frenemy once. Yeah, so is he dead? I was getting the sense that he was getting too friendly too quick. He slumbers once more. You saved me. Why? I told you, boy, yours is a gift too precious to waste. A gift the Emperor may one day have a need of as war upon these untamable icons. This guy is so logical, it's unreal. Emperor Varys, he raised me up from the ranks, stood me against my detractors. I'd gladly give my life in his service. You must finish this. Slay these leeches upon our star. Kill them all. Kill Zervan. Jesus Christ. I really like him. He deserved better. He should have been a scion with us, man. Joko in Guild Wars 1 is a frenemy, yes. We must needs withdraw and prepare for our assault. At the cost of his very life, the legacies have prized open for us a window of opportunity. Damn. Oh, look, they're mourning him. Forgive me if I show little gratitude for my rescue. It said that the Emperor and Van Hydrus were childhood friends. Foul fortune that we should be the ones to bring news of his death. The research facility crawls with Zervan's faithful, and they'll not cease in their efforts to rouse him. If you were to honor the legate's sacrifice, then you must slaughter those fiends to the last. I had thought the Regular a cold and ruthless man, but he showed surprising compassion for his soldiers. And it also seems he placed great trust in his Emperor. If Regular could be convinced that the technology for containing primals is fatally flawed, then mayhaps Varys can be convinced as well. And the war would end. Not really, but sort of a little bit. It is not often that I dare approach so closely to entities such as Zervan. How sharply I'm reminded of the burden we place upon those whom are blessed with the Echo. These wounded soldiers will live, but further battle is beyond them. I've counseled them to remain here and their compatriots until their compatriots arrive to bear them home. What about you, dude? I bet you feel guilty. He's dead. Had I only been stronger. Is Kryl going to have something to say because of her empath abilities? Enough of that. There'll be time for regrets after we've rid the world of Zervan. Kryl has the right of it. The demon has fallen back into torpor for now, but we must act swiftly if Regular's death is to have meaning. The survivors speak of an army of thralls loose in the facility, and we must assume that these followers continue their efforts to awaken the Icon. Let us concentrate upon diverting them from their task. Mistress Kryl and Master Unu prithee secure the controls to Zervan's shackles and limit the restoration of his might. Archon Y'shtola and I shall forge ahead and strike down those thralls as they would seek to harry you. Warrior of light, thine is, as ever, the most perilous duty. Gather to thee thy trusted companions and extinguish from this realm the fires of the demon himself. To this day, people still don't forgive Unu for getting Regulus killed. Yeah, I can see why people would want this to be main story. This feels really big. You know, he was a big part of the actual Heavensward story. And his death and exit is sort of told here. It'd be very easy for someone to miss it, right? If you were just storming through all the stuff. Alright, we have a party. Containment Bay Z1T9. Only one pillar of the Warring Triad remains. This is Zervan, the demon. Worshipped by a Mericidian race of centaur-like beings, this icon manifested upon the physical plane as an embodiment of eternal victory. And yet, despite his godlike might, Zervan was captured. He has languished in his Allagan-made prison now for 5,000 years, his primal desire for justice swelling in magnitude with each passing millennium. Through an unlikely alliance with the 6th Imperial Legion, you and your companions were able to prevent a catastrophic awakening orchestrated by the demon's thralls. But your work is not yet finished. Honor the sacrifice of Regular Van Hydrus and remove the threat of Zervan from this world once and for all. This game likes to kill all the characters I like. But Tataru's still alive and she's my favorite. That was I said that so obnoxiously. I think I would have aggravated myself if I was watching this stream. I think that would have been like
sacrifice for one day. We must take the chance we've been given and defeat Zervan now.
Chalk on a blackboard. Oh, this arena's very different. That's because she's actually Zodiac. Remember when meteors happen? Oh, I'll remember, definitely. I know all these mechanics. Yeah. I remember doing this. Don't worry, I remember all too well. Thousand suns may set, but the insult of mine imprisonment have been etched upon my memory. Oh shit, the fucking floor fell away. Oh my god, that floor is going to fall away as well, isn't it? I am Zervan. He who standeth above all other gods. He who shall bring slaughter and ruin. Disengagement sequence complete. Zervan is released. Fuck me. Oh shit. Oh shit. If I fell earlier, oh my god.
Good and evil, the war eternal. My doubt is fled.
Is this the ruins of Mericidian I can see in the background? Sorry, everyone. I probably should have joined you there. Wave cannon. Saw. That's him moving again, right? Oh, why have I got an orb? What is the orb? Do I need to be in that? Maybe? Orb people in the glyph things? Visoris chill doth all become ice.
I shall rise above all. Bear witness to my will.
What's that little one on the side? Mericidian meteor. They pinged that as the priority target. I think the idea is we're going to kill this before that cast goes off. I unmended it. Probably got to find another one that's casting again out of these guys. It's this guy. I just pressed V, which is my Guild Wars keybind for ping target. I think the game here is to pick the right one to DPS. Pick the right one to kill. Sorry to use that nerd speak, everybody. Frozen time, mine armor. What the fuck?
Bow to my infallible judgment.
Oh my lord. Oh god, is it a quick time event? Off tank was sleeping. I don't know what did they do wrong?
Suffer in endless torment.
I'll keep him faced away from everyone. I had a defensive up there. He's really hitting me hard. Holy shit. Broken steel. Holy shit. Southern Cross. Wave cannon is coming back. Very low. They managed to heal me up. Saw is coming. Oh, we're limit breaking, but didn't we miss that? Didn't we miss that limit break? What are these things? Do I need to be with this guy? Oh, I think we just hurt people near us. I think that's all that is.
Suffer in endless torment.
Southern Cross. Sorry, can they not hit him because he's in ice? Shall I move it back?
If such is my fate.
freestand and the healers heal and damage reduction AoEs. I don't really know what they look like. You remember Southern Cross from FF6? God, that thing hurt. Oh, is it an ability in that game, is it? Alright. I've been getting a lot of tomestones today. Let's have a quick look. I'm not capped. Nice, guys. So yeah, do you think this is Maricilian? Like an image of it, almost? I get that we're inside like a Dalamud type thing right now, and it's like projecting. The blue bubbles are healer things. The big iridescent big circle. I'm just a little bit nervous about that stuff because sometimes like blue means it's a telegraph, an enemy thing. Incredible as always, Macon. Hopefully that'll be the last our world sees the likes of Zervan. Every one of his thralls has been slain as far as we can determine. Our victory over the warring triad is complete. An impossible feat we had not been blessed with your cooperation. Let us not forget the efforts of regular Van Hydrus and his men. Without their noble sacrifice, the demon would have woken far sooner and possessed of far more formidable energies. The bodies of the fallen now accompany the survivors on the return journey to Garlemald. It is known that the Imperials recognize no god, yet they would honor the dead in their own fashion. And yet when we next meet, our fleeting alliance will surely be forgotten. 'Twas an interesting exchange nonetheless. They spoke of their present ruler as a man who values self-sufficiency. Varys befriended Regular in their youth, it seems, and was highly impressed by his martial prowess. It is common knowledge that Regular's rise to Legatus was in great part advocated by the Emperor himself. Regular freely admitted his shortcomings when it came to politics, and it was Varys' unconditional support that served to win his undying fealty. One does not expect such tales of comradeship to lurk beneath the Emperor's iron exterior. See, I feel like this current Emperor is not a bad guy, and therefore probably won't survive very long. Contrary to all expectations, the man died a hero. Witnessing the way you all leapt into danger without hesitation, it would seem I'm surrounded by heroes. And yet my own actions were aught but heroic. I have not the qualities nor the character to stand by the warrior of light's side. What a curious thing to say. Are you truly concerned you do not measure up to some arbitrary requirement? If you knew the path that I walked to reach this place, then you would understand why I doubt myself so. Return with your Horizon Stones and I should tell you of it. Okay, so we're finally going to figure out what his story is. Thank you for the sub from 6-inch giraffe. Thank you, 6-inch giraffe. I really appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Okay, more donut, Revenant's top. If you want, you can give me a rundown of recurring mechanics. I mean, that sounds useful, and it's definitely the information I need right now, but it would just go in one ear out the other. I just need to learn it through playing, I think. Damn it, Alphino, with your Stormblood quest. That's a very small giraffe. Have you seen that crazy breed of dog that people have now? Like, they're really tiny dogs. What are they called? They're called like cocktail dogs or something. Like you could put it in like a pint glass. It's a full dog, but it's like tiny. I can't remember what it's called. With your victory over Zervan, the warring triad is finally defeated. Teacup poodles, is that it? Yeah, that's the one. I'm afraid, however, that mine own efforts have often been more than a hindrance than a help, and you and your fellow scions deserve to hear the reasons behind my actions. Hello, Cryle. Expansion buying stream when? I'm probably still a week away from buying Stormblood. I promise to tell you of my journey, of who I am, of where I'm from. The truth is, I'm not of this world. Yeah, you said that already. I was born of a different star. Hold on, the Warriors of Darkness had to kill themselves to get here, right? Does that mean he's not real either? I was born of a different star, a child whose power of the Echo was too feeble to save his dying world. A child who, unlike you, never became a Warrior of Light. when all I knew stood on the brink of destruction, I was yet half grown. Had I been born but a handful of years earlier, history may have been written a different tale. The seeds of other heroes that had yet to fully sprout may not have withered and perished. The star I failed to save is known to you now as the Void. He's from the 13th. Though Maker knew not that I spoke of my homeland, I have explained to him before the cause of its ruin. A magic was devised to contain a defeated primal's might within a stone known as Auracite. And the energies which bled from this imperfect vessel gradually corrupted the champions who wielded it. These heroes became slaves to an insatiable hunger for aether, eventually transforming into hideous fiends, and none who clung to the faint traces of light was strong enough to oppose them. The demons next turned upon each other in a war which drained the land's aether in even greater amounts, until one day the star was suddenly swallowed in a flood of darkness. Hey, I know that ability! An entire world unmade in an instant. The void scent you encounter here in this realm are the twisted remnants of once mortal beings, who gnaw on what motes of life force remain. So hold on, was Diablos one of the guys with the Auracite? Ah, that's a pretty good theory. Huh? Unu says, and as I lay dying, beaten and broken in my failed last stand, 'twas a right-robed Asian who found my tormented spirit and bore me away to the rift betwixt world. Elidibus has been my master ever since. What the fuck? Elidibus really does play for all sides, doesn't he? Look at the kid's outfit here. At my mentor's feet did I learn of the nature of reality, of the existence of mirrored worlds, and the eternal struggle between light and dark. Sudden and overwhelming superiority for either side will shatter the balance, and the world in question will be returned to the void by a calamity beyond imagining. And that's happened to the 13th, and it's happened to the 1st. As the self-appointed custodian of this balance, my master warned me that the source, the first of all worlds, slips perilously close to oblivion. He hasn't told us it's Elidibus though, has he? So Elidibus is basically a good guy trying to save this world by ensuring the balance, but that means a bit of destruction in every now and then. In what spirit did this master proffer such a warning? A benevolent gesture or a veiled threat? To these questions and more do I mean to coax forth answers, yet no matter his intention, that Hydaelyn doth teeter on a knife's edge is an undeniable truth. Knowing this, what choice was given to you to make? I chose to join my master and act as his instrument on this star. The tragedy that befell my home cannot be repeated. I will see this world saved. And yet I hesitated at the most crucial of moments. What right have I to stand alongside a true warrior of light? So he's not dead. Unlike the warriors of darkness that sort of died to come to the source. God, the implications of that are mental as well, by the way. It's like the Unsent in Final Fantasy X. Elidibus can just move people around if he wants. Why didn't he just move the warriors of darkness around? In thine own words, thou wert called before thy time, and I offer that thou dwellest overmuch on the question of what maketh the hero. The search for the answer leaveth thy paralysed by doubt. Heed me, Unu. Thou needst not believe in thyself a hero to perform great deeds. 'Tis the deed itself which earneth thee the hero's mantle. Aye, the ideals you hold to can be less important than having the faith to act upon them. Regular's loyalty to the Emperor guided his actions until the last, and though we did not see eye to eye on many things, his final deeds can be called naught less than heroic. Personally, I find that faith in my companions allows me to act unhindered by uncertainty. The power of magic and friendship! I know that should I ever falter, Macon and the others will be there to support me or steer me back on the right path. I see. In the days leading up to my world's destruction, I was entirely alone. I never knew what it was to have such comrades. I cannot imagine the loneliness you must have felt, but look around you now, Unu. Is he going to become like a scion? You're not alone anymore. Is he like going to join the gang? I think he deserves to, right? I'd have given him a seat at the table. Welcome to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. This is not this is just a side quest though, right? So maybe he doesn't join? I will fulfill my promise to save this world, and when I stumble, I shall be glad to have your hands there to steady me. My apologies, this is difficult for me. For so long have I spoken from behind a mask. There's still the question of who was releasing the things that summoned the Triad, right? We should all feel comfortable speaking without such concealments. I should hope you appreciate the irony of that statement, Urianger. I know you're here for the voice acting, guys. Top quality. Top quality laughter I'll provide for you. That was Macon, that one. The last pillar to fall. He's still got quests for me. A demonic duplicate. This is just going to be some bullshit about the extreme, though. While we were examining the controls for his shackles, I found a tombstone. Do you want to take a look? The information combined with this appears to have been used to generate a simulated battle of grueling difficulty. Challenges would be pit against a simulacrum of Zurvan, the power of which has been enhanced to the icon's highest conceivable magnitude. It is described as being the final trial for the most elite of Alag's warriors, intended to distinguish the truly exceptional among them. So was this like some big dick content in the past? Can I read this again? Zurvan. The followers of Zurvan were broken from their slumber, likely the doing of Sophia's worshippers, and immediately began attempting to rouse their master in the fullness of his power. We found ourselves in an unexpected alliance with the 6th Legion and rushed inside the research facility to put a stop to its ambitions. Although we succeeded in the endeavour, the effort cost the lives of many soldiers, including regular Van Hydrus himself. Seizing the opportunity, but their sacrifice brought us, the Warrior of Light led a company of Echo-blessed champions against the half-woken demon and cast down the final pillar of the Warring Triad. Upon discovering the flaws apparent in the Allagan's technology, the Legatus chose to abandon its acquisition, and he looked instead to recruit the aid of the Scions with nary a moment's hesitation. His was a decision motivated not by glory, but by loyalty to his Emperor. Above all, he strove to enforce the will of his childhood friend, and ensure that the primal threat hanging over this star would be eradicated. Over the course of our quest to eliminate the Warring Triad, the meddling of the Garlean Empire has been our greatest obstacle. That an officer so lofty within its ranks should recognise the danger and make such a rational choice is a significant development in our war against the primals. Ere the star upon which I was born became the Void, the champions who lived upon it chose to embrace self-destruction rather than cease their internal conflict. They became lost within their own ambitions, strangling the life from one another even as the flood of darkness swallowed them whole. Oh, it's written so, I like that. Strangling the life from one another even as the flood of darkness swallowed them whole. Here on Hydaelyn, the power of the light is not so feeble. This world will survive while the balance holds. But we must also care that the scales do not swing too far in the light's favour. As we fight on the side of the light, we must trust that our companions will steer us away from the lure of extremity. And what does it mean to have too much light, though? They need to substantiate this a bit and help guide us along the narrow path to salvation. It is the actions of men such as regular Van Hydrus that give me the hope that the future of this star is not beyond redemption. What do you have to say to me? Small talk. A pleasure always at Macon. What would you ask of me? Tell me about yourself. I've already revealed to you the secrets of my origin, and in the spirit of the friendship you've offered me, I shall endeavour to remain open and truthful from this point onwards. We must have trust. Pray allow me to remove my mask while we speak in private. Hold on, are we getting something big here? I just thought I was fucking about here. How easy is this to miss? As I once explained, I was not born of this world. My home fell to oblivion long ago and is now known as the Void. The champions who fought upon that ruined star were corrupted by the captured essence of the primals, twisted into incarnations of darkness. Those of light who stood to oppose them were but suckling babes in comparison. I'm told that there were more like me, young and touched by the echo, but the darkness consumed all ere we learned of each other's existence. Even the servants of the power which annihilated my world could not find naught to salvage in the emptiness which remained. Such a tale you've heard from me before, but I feel the story bears repeating. Think of it as a mantra, a warning you might avoid the same terrible fate. I would have loved this guy to have met the warriors of darkness. 'Tis unfortunate, however, that this world is bountiful where mine was found wanting. You have become the hero that I never was, strengthened and steadied by your companions in the Scions. And now more than ever, I'm certain that my journey to your star was inevitable. That we are all drawn in and drawn onward by the brilliance of your unwavering light. So I feel like he's gonna stop me at a certain point. I feel like I'm gonna do too much hero shit. And he's gonna be a frenemy. Tell me about icons. Ah yeah, the beings that Allagans dubbed icons. How much we've yet to learn. Precisely how they stand apart from primals we've yet to determine. If they were summoned in a similar manner, then who was responsible, and how had they managed to endure for millennia? We have gained some understanding of the dark divinity's true nature, yet he is but one of many and far from the most powerful. The warring triad who the Allagans imprisoned concern me most of all. Their infinite power is beyond comprehension. Fortunate we are that you rose to the challenge. I've kept a detailed history of your fight in this journal. Okay. Well, there you go. Thoroughly enjoyable. Let's cash in the extreme. And I turn it over to you now, chat. Have I now experienced 5.5, 3.55, and 3.56? Have I seen them, or is there a little something left? Side content's a lot more interesting to you now that you know everything. This is pretty much it. There is some side stuff. Yeah, I understand that there's side stuff. Yesterday someone was telling me about something. There are still some pretty major features I haven't played. So we gotta start thinking, like, what am I doing in the next streams? Because there's a lot of content for me to do and see. I think what we should do... What did I say today at the start of today's stream? What did I say 7 hours ago? I had a plan 7 hours ago and I've forgotten it. I think it's too early for the extremes and savages. There's a lot of other stuff. I want to get on with this review. I want to get on with the A Realm Reborn versus Guild Wars 2 core review. I want to stream the creation of the review. I think tomorrow what I think we'll do is we're going to hit the features that I haven't hit yet. Just so that I play them a little bit. There's a lot of stuff I haven't done in this game, and hopefully that's still entertaining to you guys. I don't know whether people are only sort of enjoying it when it's main story or what. I guess we'll see. The other thing is tomorrow has the Guild Wars 2 Xingji stream, which I won't be streaming for that. I want a reason to do a Guild Wars 2 video, like, very badly at the moment on YouTube. I want to feel confident about something, so I want to grab that with both hands. Rin is always here on the Malboro. Awaiting the data. But yeah, I really want to do Thordan Extreme. I really want to do Nidhogg Extreme. Apparently they have all new pretty animations and story sort of alternate versions of the fights that you do. It's not just like number tweaks. It's like whole other things going on, which sounds very exciting to me. And I like the music and stuff. So I do want to do that. I just don't know whether that'll be tomorrow. It might be. Maybe I don't stream tomorrow. Look, guys, if you're just casually watching this, really, you want to click follow because it will tell you when I'm next live. I'm unlikely to tweet it. I might put it in Discord. You never know with me. It is the best way to know. And yeah, we'll just go from there, I think. But that's it. That's Heavensward done. And now, one more, /H. Whoops. What is it called? Playtime. 11 days, 0 hours, 2 minutes. 11 times 24. 264 hours for a casual run. I would call this a casual. And a sampling of everything. All free. Never spent a penny on this game. So if you guys are interested, I mean, that's sort of what you've got. That's all been free. I've not spent a penny. You had some good quotes for comparing Guild Wars 2 to FF. I should have time-stamped it. Yeah, I think they're lost to the abyss at this point, man. I think they're lost. And I'm going to try and not stress over that, because that's one of the things I don't like about Twitch. I don't like having actually quite good observations and quite good points, but knowing only a couple of hundred people have heard it, and that's it, it'll be gone forever. You know, I'd rather put it on YouTube where I can slam everyone with it. But I'm just learning to chill out about this stuff, you know. Is there a time frame? No. I started playing this back in February. I installed this on Steam in February. Literally, if you guys have Steam, you just get Final Fantasy on Steam. It just downloads and you're away. That's it. I mean, there's nothing to it. It was really fun playing with you guys. Thank you for the subs and the support. We have gained, just through playing Heavensward here, like 100 subs. From where I was, where the channel was idle, which is really cool. We're nearly up to 400, which is kind of where I thought I was with Guild Wars streams, which is pretty cool. Yeah, people recommend getting it on... People don't recommend Steam. They do deals and stuff on their own website. It's probably better to not have a Steam account, but that's what I got, so fuck it. That's it, guys. Thank you all. Enjoy the... If it's not me live first, enjoy the Xingji thing tomorrow. I'm looking out for it. And any thoughts, come join us on Discord. The Spud Discord. I'm best contacted there. It's the best place to get a hold of me. Thoughts on UI, stream quality, all that kind of shit. My ears are open and my eyes are wide. Thank you, everybody. See you next time.